Chapter 1448. In the Eastern Divine World, no one could see the end of the sword battle. Heavenly Lord Qing Yu was severely injured and almost died. The Son of Heaven's sword owner displayed an unprecedented ability. He suppressed by Wang Yu and Yao Yu in one move and turned into a golden light to leave. On the Sky Mirror Lake, Ning Chen slashed open the river and chased after him without any hesitation. In the God world, the two figures flashed through the sky one after the other. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. The Phoenix's speed was unparalleled in the world. Ning Chen was surrounded by phoenix flames as he chased after the Son of Heaven's sword owner. After chasing for tens of thousands of miles, the Son of Heaven's sword owner stopped in the sky above the Son of Heaven's sword sect. He waved his hand and beams of sword light shot into the sky. Kill! The Son of Heaven's sword owner came down. Below, thousands of white-robed sword immortals flew out and surrounded Knowing Destiny's state. Form the formation. In the void, the Son of Heaven's sword owner ordered. Ha! With a shout, 3,000 white-robed sword immortals formed the formation. Sword light flashed and trapped Knowing Destiny's state. In the Son of Heaven's sword formation, Ning Chen stood in the air and looked forward with his empty eyes. His white hair danced in the wind. Such a sword formation can't trap Knowing Destiny's state. Ning Chen held his sword and slashed with his left hand. Suddenly, a surge of sword pressure spread out. Thousands of sword light slashed at the 3,000 sword immortals. Thousands of sword light slashed at the sword immortals. In the Son of Heaven's sword formation, the 3,000 sword immortals were defeated and their white robes were dyed red. Outside the sword formation, the Son of Heaven's sword owner looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, "It's been 100 years. Your sword has improved a lot." In the sword formation, Ning Chen's sword will surged and killed the white-robed sword immortals one by one. The sword of destruction didn't leave any chance of survival. "Let them go." Ning Chen raised his hand. Sword light surged and turned into thousands of sword streams. The Son of Heaven's sword owner swung his sword. The golden sword light broke open and blocked the thousands of sword streams. "Do you know why I insist on capturing this little demon?" The Son of Heaven's sword owner flipped his right hand. The golden sword light was faintly visible. The powerful sword pressure was infinitely close to the fifth realm. In the sword formation, Ning Chen felt something and a bad feeling rose in his heart. "Because this little demon has a sword mark that I left in him." As he spoke, the Son of Heaven's sword master stretched out his hand and thrust it into Yao Yu's dantian. His smiling face immediately turned red. "And this by Wang Yu, have you never doubted his identity? As one of the top swordsmen of the Eastern Divine Realm, no one knows where he came from. Even he himself doesn't know." Within the sword formation, Ning Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something, and his figure flashed out while his killing intent surged. All of a sudden, the sword formation formed by 3,000 sword immortals was broken into pieces. Before the absolute sword pressure, even the exquisite Emperor's sword formation could not stop the Knowing Destiny state. "Have you guessed it? Unfortunately, you can't stop it." He raised his hand and pressed it on by Wang Yu's head. A powerful suction force spread out and quickly swallowed by Wang Yu's figure. Bye. Before he disappeared, a smile of farewell appeared on by Wang Yu's face as he said softly. Ning Chen's body trembled. The high-spirited young man in white competed with him indiscriminately. In the end, they fought to the end of the world and only returned in a sorry state with the guidance of the moon god. They were once enemies and friends. Later, they became friends. After more than 100 years, Ning Chen had long regarded the young man in front of him as his best friend. In the end, he did not expect that everything was just an illusion. "Yes, Duke." In the void, Yao Yu's face showed a hint of reluctance. The sword mark in his body was swallowed by the Son of Heaven's sword owner along with his life. He only had time to say goodbye before he could no longer speak. In front, Ning Chen's body trembled again. He reached out to grab something, but he could not grab anything. In the Western world of Buddhism, the demon lord saw this scene and his expression darkened. Not good. In the northern divine realm, the water cloud imperial palace, the empress walked out of the palace and looked at the eastern divine realm. Her expression also turned cold. So that's how it is. The son of heaven's sword owner is a hero of a generation. However, could that little phoenix withstand such a blow? In the eastern divine realm, in the sky above the son of heaven's sword sect, the son of heaven's sword owner took back the sword mark that was nourished with Yao Yu's life. At the same time, he raised his hand and swallowed the sword body that he had nurtured for 10,000 years. In an instant, above the void, an unusually dazzling sword light rushed into the sky. With the sword mark as a guide, the son of heaven's sword owner swallowed the sword body. The two sword intents merged and a terrifying sword pressure swept out crazily. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. In the dark clouds, muffled thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. With the sword mark as a guide and the sword body's power, the son of heaven's sword owner took another step forward and finally took the legendary last step. For thousands of years, no one in the sword realm could prove the heavenly Tao. Today, the son of heaven's sword owner broke through the shackles and ascended to the heaven realm. The most terrifying scene was that the son of heaven's sword owner was surrounded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. Sword pressure, endless sword pressure, as if it was real, pressed down from all directions. It was so powerful that it made people despair. Everywhere in the divine realm, the 4 sovereigns of the divine realm felt the sword pressure and their expressions turned serious. What a terrifying power! Southern border, rising sun divine palace. The rising sun tiger god and the moon goddess stood in front of the divine palace and looked at the eastern divine realm with heavy hearts. The son of heaven's sword owner had used the power of living beings as a sacrifice to the sword. By Wang Yu and Yao you were just sacrifices used by the son of heaven's sword owner. High priest. The moon goddess's eyes flashed with worry. Why was the heavens so unfair? In the eastern divine realm, the bodies of the white-robed sword immortals exploded in the violent sword pressure. Everything that belonged to them was taken by the son of heaven's sword owner and merged into the endless sword pressure. In front of him, Ning Chen's white robe and white hair fluttered in the wind, but he didn't retreat a single step. He was so quiet that it was terrifying. Blood streaks appeared in his empty and lifeless eyes, and a drop of blood silently slid down his face. Gradually, the phoenix fire around Ning Chen's body faded and demonic qi surged out. Kill! Ning Chen stepped forward. His excessive calmness made people feel even more frightened. Close at hand, the demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand slashed down with boundless power. Boom! Lightning fell and the two were struck at the same time. The terrifying heavenly tribulation struck them both. At the same time, the two swords in their hands clashed. The shocking sword pressure actually forcefully dispersed the heavenly tribulation. Is this all you're angry about? The son of heaven's sword owner swung his sword and pushed the person in front of him away. His body was surrounded by golden light and the unprecedented sword pressure completely suppressed the knowing destiny state expert. Under the violent sword pressure, Ning Chen's bones made ear-piercing sounds and he couldn't move an inch. Kill! An unshakable opponent was almost unbeatable. However, Ning Chen didn't want to retreat. He held his sword and rushed forward. The demonic sword slashed down with killing intent. The sword shouldn't be so weak. The son of heaven's sword owner reached out and grabbed the demonic sword. With a clang, the demonic sword was broken. The demonic sword broke and the son of heaven's sword owner pointed his fingers at Ning Chen's chest. Ugh! A pool of blood splattered in the sky. Ning Chen spat out blood and flew hundreds of feet away. The broken demonic sword was so dazzling. In front of the heaven realm sword, the knowing destiny state sword was so weak. Boom! Thunder fell from the sky. The Son of Heaven's sword owner looked up and said lightly, "Get out of my way." The Son of Heaven opened his mouth, and the law followed his words. The sword will soared into the sky and cut open the sky. In the terrifying sword mark, the clouds in the sky disappeared. It was difficult to withstand the heaven realm sword. In front, hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his body. Blood flowed from his chest and dyed his clothes red. The heaven realm sword was invincible. In the way of the sword, the knowing destiny state expert was completely suppressed for the first time. Kill! Ning Chen held his sword with both hands. In the surging demonic chi, the human sword and phoenix sword appeared. The destructive sword pressure rushed out rapidly. Too weak. As he spoke, golden light shone. The Son of Heaven sword owner was already in front of Ning Chen. With a slash of his sword, the void shattered. The two swords in Ning Chen's hands responded. With two crisp clangs, the two swords broke. His clothes were torn. Blood splattered and dyed his white hair red. Ning Chen retreated again and again. The broken sword fell and blood dyed the sky. Below the heaven realm, everyone is an ant. Your sword is so weak that I don't even have the interest to kill you. In the void, the Son of Heaven's sword owner walked forward step by step. Under his feet, the void collapsed. The unprecedented heaven realm sword couldn't even withstand the void. Chapter 1449. In the Eastern Divine World, the owner of the Emperor's sword had reached the heaven realm. His shocking sword pressure had forced knowing destiny into a desperate situation. The human, phoenix, and demon swords were all broken. Facing the heaven realm sword, Ning Chen was completely at a disadvantage. He couldn't fight back at all. The blood-stained white hair was so dazzling that Ning Chen couldn't see it, but he could feel the bone-piercing pain. In the void, the owner of the Emperor's sword walked over. He looked at the blind white-haired young man in front of him and said, "How does it feel to be unable to see the light? Your weakness makes you unable to protect anyone. This is reality." As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the Emperor's sword was surrounded by golden light. Beams of sword light broke through the void. The majestic sword pressure made people despair. The sword light was about to kill. In the void, a green coffin suddenly flew out and blocked the front. With a boom, the golden sword light shattered the green coffin. A beautiful figure appeared from within. Even though she was in a deep sleep, her divine soul instinctively urged her body to block in front of him. Ah, man! Ning Chen felt it and was shocked. He cried out involuntarily. The sword light pierced through her body, bringing with it a dazzling waterfall of blood. Blood flowed from man's chest, dyeing her dress red. Seeing this, the owner of the Emperor's sword frowned slightly. What a troublesome woman! The owner of the Emperor's sword slashed down, full of killing intent. Crack! The divine sword cut through her clothes and flesh. In front of him, a shocking scene occurred. Ning Chen's figure blocked in front of man and held her in his arms. The sword cut through his back. Blood blurred and bones could be vaguely seen. "You're still alive, right?" Ning Chen felt the existence of the woman in his arms. Blood tears flowed from his eyes again. His voice was hoarse. He wasn't a fool. The moment the Empress stopped, he understood everything. Just because he didn't say it didn't mean he didn't know. In the northern region, in front of the Water Cloud Imperial Palace, the Empress looked to the east and sighed softly. It turned out that he already knew. The bond between the two of them was too deep. Even though their lives were gone, the remnant of their divine souls still instinctively wanted to protect each other. However, if this was the case, the truth would be even more difficult to hide. "You're still alive, right?" In the Eastern God realm, Ning Chen held Ah Man in his arms as he softly said those words once more. He was looking forward to that impossible hope. Behind him, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Son of Heaven's sword owner. Golden light surged around him, and an unshakable sword pressure gathered on the Son of Heaven's sword as he slashed down again. However, at this moment a shocking scene occurred. As the Son of Heaven's sword slashed down, Ning Chen and a man's figures suddenly became blurry, and they vanished after a short moment. 300 meters away, the two figures appeared again. Ning Chen stroked the long hair of the woman in his arms and said softly, "Ah man, wait here. I'll come back after killing someone." After saying that, Ning Chen summoned the 9 black foxes and said calmly, "Guard her well. If she loses a single strand of hair, I will pull out all your tails." Hearing this, the 9 black foxes trembled and said respectfully, "Yes, master." Ning Chen turned around and looked at the owner of the Son of Heaven's sword in front of him. He clenched his right hand and the celestial ending sword appeared. The immortal sword appeared. Streaks of blood spread out, piercing into his arm. The immortal sword that he cultivated with his life once again displayed its shocking might. In an instant, a destructive sword pressure spread out in the void. Its power was several times stronger than before. The Son of Heaven's sword's expression turned serious. Sword intent rose around him as he took a step forward to gain the initiative. Almost at the same time, Ning Chen's figure moved in the void. He arrived at the battlefield with extreme speed. The Son of Heaven's sword and the celestial ending sword crossed each other. The moment the sword was about to strike, Ning Chen's body dodged. He was unharmed. The Son of Heaven's sword frowned slightly. His figure flashed, and his attacks became more and more violent. However, in the violent sword pressure, Ning Chen's figure kept flashing. Every time, he coincidentally dodged the attack. His shocking reaction was shocking. Divine domain? The Son of Heaven's sword's expression sank. There was no mistake, it was the divine domain. The divine domain was a realm that only existed in legends. Once one entered the divine domain, they would be able to display their strength to the maximum. It could be said that it was a realm that only gods could enter. Even in the endless history of the divine world, there were only a few who could step into the divine domain. It could be seen how difficult it was to enter the divine domain. Rather than saying that the divine domain was a realm, it was better to say that the divine domain was the sublimation of battle experience. When battle no longer relied on sight, hearing, and divine consciousness, it truly became the instinct of the body. One would no longer be restricted by the 5 senses, and one's combat strength would be displayed to the maximum. Boom! In an instant, the two figures crossed each other again. Ning Chen waved the celestial sword in his hand, and the destruction sword's pressure spread out, forcing the Son of Heaven's sword's owner to retreat for the first time. Boundless sovereign Tao. 3 steps away, the Son of Heaven's sword's owner stopped. The heavenly sword exploded with a dazzling brilliance. The sword pressure spread out, enveloping the entire battlefield. The sword pressure was everywhere, blocking the retreat of the knowing destiny state. Facing the divine domain sword, the Son of Heaven's sword's owner used all his cultivation to suppress his opponent. In the heavenly sword realm, Ning Chen stood in the air. His body shone with a strange light. The divine domain's brilliance was dazzling. The 2 strongest swordsmen of the time fought in the final battle. It was a life and death battle. In the void, the 2 sword pressures clashed violently. The heavenly sword's pressure was incomparably strong and suppressed the sword of destruction. At this moment, Ning Chen's figure moved again. He cut open the heavenly sword realm with a sword and instantly appeared in front of the Son of Heaven's sword's owner. In the distance, the sword light intersected. The 2 turned into swords and clashed in the void. The powerful sword power was earth-shattering. The High Priestess in the divine domain is not inferior to the heavenly sword. In Nanjiang, in front of the divine palace, the moon goddess looked at the battle in the east. Her beautiful face showed surprise. The divine domain is a realm that only gods can enter. Beside her, the rising sun demon god's eyes were serious. In the divine world today, there are no more than 5 people who can enter the divine domain, and they can only enter temporarily. There are almost none who can stay in the divine domain permanently. Brother, Did you see clearly how the heavenly venerate who fought with the Son of Heaven sword's owner was defeated? The moon goddess asked seriously. No. The rising sun demon god shook his head. The rising sun flood god shook his head. That golden light obscured the battle. I couldn't see it clearly either. I'm worried that the high priestess will be in danger. The moon goddess looked worried. The rising sun demon god had heard this before. His eyes narrowed slightly. He should be on guard. Don't worry. While the two were talking, the two swords in the Eastern divine world were clashing. In the void, the two swords clashed continuously. The aftershocks caused the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. This was a battle between the strongest swordsmen. Sword light crisscrossed, destroying heaven and earth. The two figures flew into the sky and plunged into the earth. The rumbling shook the sky. In the Eastern divine world, mountain after mountain was flattened by the sword light. The scene was shocking. For thousands of years, my Tao is limitless. The battle reached its climax. The Son of Heaven sword's owner knocked his opponent away with a sword and pointed his finger at the sword. A surge of sword pressure swept out. The Son of Heaven's sword style was unprecedented. The strongest sword faced the strongest opponent in this life. The Son of Heaven sword's owner's body shone with golden light and his sword pressure swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the golden sword light spread rapidly in the void. Everywhere it passed, even the sky was dyed gold. Sword technique, judgment of heaven and earth. Before the ultimate move, Ning Chen's expression didn't change. The celestial end shift and the destructive sword pressure swept out as well. In an instant, a sword light that pierced through the sky appeared in the void. It was ferocious and earth-shattering. Everyone watched as the two sword pressures clashed again. With a loud rumble, the void above the Eastern divine world was turbulent and swallowed the two. 8 perils, wind calamity. The Son of Heaven sword's owner's figure flashed through the collapsing space. The ultimate move of the Son of Heaven battle demonstration appeared again. Golden light flashed around Ning Chen, turning into a storm that swallowed everything. 4 symbols sealing the gods. Forced to the limit, Ning Chen's phoenix origin rolled out. His white hair instantly turned blood red. Phoenix ancestral awakening, his body reached the limit again. Heavenly dragon shock. Ning Chen swung his sword. The sound of the sword reverberated rhythmically, dispersing the storm of sword will around him. The moment the move was broken, Ning Chen's figure flashed out. With extreme speed, he suppressed the Son of Heaven sword's owner. Ning Chen switched from defense to offense. His attacks were like a storm. His battle prowess was astonishing. His speed was full, and his killing intent was endless. The Son of Heaven sword's owner swung his sword to block the attack and retreated again and again. The situation wasn't good. The Son of Heaven sword's owner snorted coldly. He opened his eyes and golden light shone brightly. The golden eyes could see through the origin of heaven and earth, seeing through the foundation of the move. The opponent's movements immediately slowed down. Flying swan technique. The situation of the battle changed. Ning Chen shouted. Demonic chi surged around him. The 9 underworlds battle technique appeared again. With the support of the flying swan, his attacks reached the peak again. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. In the collapsing space, Ning Chen stood in the deity domain. With the support of the 9 underworlds battle technique, his speed became faster and faster. Gradually, time in the battle slowed down again, as if it had stopped. This amazing scene appeared again after 100 years. The Phoenix's extreme speed surpassed the limits of time and space, causing the surrounding time to gradually stop. Chapter 1450. In the Eastern divinity world, the 2 strongest swordsmen in the world were fighting to the death. Their combat power was pushed to the limit. The sword of the heavenly realm had never been seen before. Its power was shocking. The sword of the divinity realm was indestructible. It opened the boundaries of time and space. Without turning back, the sword went berserk. In the collapsing space, Ning Chen's speed surpassed the limits of time and space. The flow of time around him stopped. Ning Chen took a step forward and merged with his sword. He instantly appeared before the sword master of Heaven's Son. The sword of death was merciless. The celestial ending sword was ferocious. It tore through time and space and slashed at his opponent. Do you think I would be unprepared for the same move? At this moment, the sword master of Heaven's Son, who was trapped in the law of space, suddenly spoke. The golden light around him shone brightly. He turned into a dazzling golden sword and slashed at his opponent. The sudden counterattack came without warning. Ning Chen seemed to have been prepared. He took a step forward and dodged the sword light. 10 feet away, Ning Chen looked at the golden sword in front of him. A cold look flashed across his face. It was this sword that Emperor Qingyu was defeated under this sword. Wind and thunder change. Ning Chen swung his sword. Wind and thunder intertwined as he charged at the sword master of Heaven's Son. When the wind and thunder closed in, the sword master of Heaven's Son waved his golden sword. The wind and thunder immediately dissipated without any ripples. At this moment, the 4 rulers of the divinity world looked at the battle in the distance with shock. What's wrong? In the southern border of the divinity world, in front of the sunrise divine palace, the moon goddess saw the shock on her brother's face and asked. The sword of the divinity world, Kunwu. The sunrise flood god suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a low voice, "This sword was lost before the primordial age. How could it be in his hands?" Kunwu? The moon goddess's eyes were filled with shock. The sword that was born with the divinity world? Not good. This sword was equivalent to the history of the divinity world. Any law in the divinity world was equivalent to nothing before this sword. Now that the sword master of Heaven's Son had this sword, as long as he was in the divinity world, he was almost invincible. I didn't expect the son of Heaven's Sword's owner to have hidden himself so deeply. In front of the Shui Yun Imperial Palace in the northern realm of the God Realm, the Water Empress looked at the battle in the east with narrowed eyes. With this Kunwu sword, even if the son of Heaven's Sword's owner had not entered the heavenly realm, he would still have the strength to fight against them. However, this person could endure for so long and dared to submit to others. He was indeed extraordinary. In the Eastern Divine Realm, above the Divine Court, the Lord of the Divine Court had an unusually gloomy look on his face. He had been too careless in nurturing a tiger. A hero of a generation, the son of Heaven's Sword Master. The Demon Lord commented on the Buddha Mountain in the Western world of Buddhism. Not everyone is able to endure for so long. While the 4 sovereigns were still in shock over the Son of Heaven's Sword Master's astonishing feat, the battle in the eastern region of the divine world grew even more intense. The Son of Heaven's Sword Master had summoned the divine world's #1 divine artifact, the Kunwu sword. The divine sword was invincible. All of Ning Chen's moves were broken. Even the laws of time and space were meaningless in front of Kunwu. The 3 moves collided. The divine sword could shock the world. The laws of heaven and earth around Ning Chen were all cut off by the Kunwu divine sword and completely disappeared. The unprecedented divine artifact was so powerful that it was shocking. In addition, the Son of Heaven's Sword Master had already entered the heaven realm. Man and sword as one, they were invincible. In the collapsed space-time, Ning Chen once again fell into a disadvantageous position against the Son of Heaven's Sword Master, who was supported by a divine artifact. His attacks were thwarted and the situation was completely reversed. Strange 8 perils, 1,000 autumns soared. The situation was reversed. The Son of Heaven's Sword Master shouted and divine light shot up into the sky. In the collapsed spacetime, a golden sword light broke through the restraints of heaven and earth and directly pierced through the sun and moon. The God Punisher move was earth-shattering. In front of Kunwu, the laws of the divine world were all destroyed. It was difficult to resist. In front, Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the golden sword light that shot up into the sky. His expression became serious. Nirvana. Nirvana appeared again. The sword light was magnificent. In Ning Chen's hand, the celestial extinction shift swept out. Thousands of sword lights intersected and slashed towards the Son of Heaven's sword master. Boom! In an instant, the two sword lights collided with each other. In the shattered spacetime, Kunwu slashed through heaven and earth, broke through all laws, and crashed into the Nirvana sword. There was no suspense in the outcome. The Kunwu sword light slashed through thousands of swords. In the divine world, no one could defeat it. The Kunwu sword light slashed down. At the moment of life and death, Ning Chen's figure turned illusory. In an instant, he appeared 100 feet away. Standing in the divine world, Ning Chen's body sensed danger and instinctively dodged. The moment Ning Chen dodged, a sword light brushed past him and directly cut through spacetime, drawing a shocking sword mark between heaven and earth. In the imminent danger, Ning Chen felt the collapsing laws of heaven and earth around him, and his expression became more and more serious. This sword was really too shocking. For 1,000 years, he had seen countless divine weapons, but it was the first time he saw such a powerful divine artifact. To a certain extent, it had even surpassed the 4 immortal swords. To be able to destroy any laws of heaven and earth, what kind of existence was this sword? High Priest. At this moment, in the Eastern divine world, a familiar voice sounded. Don't fight. The sword in the Son of Heaven sword's hand is called Kunwu. It is a divine artifact that coexists with the divine world. Before Kunwu, any laws of the divine world are equivalent to nothing. You can't beat him now. Leave quickly. Moon Goddess used all her strength to send a voice transmission to Zhenming across endless spacetime, reminding him to retreat quickly. Noisy. In the collapsing spacetime, the Son of Heaven sword's face turned cold when he heard the voice transmission from Nanjiang. He slashed with his sword, and a golden sword light broke through the sky. Across endless spacetime, the sword light broke through the restrictions of space and swept directly toward Nanjiang. It was an earth-shattering sword strike that had traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers from the eastern god realm to the southern border. In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, Moon Goddess' body trembled as a strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to dodge, but found that she could no longer move. At this moment, the golden sword light broke through the sky from afar. Its unparalleled power cut through spacetime, threatening to kill. At this critical moment, the Sunrise Flood God's figure flashed and blocked in front of Moon Goddess. He turned over his palm and poured out his yuan qi. The god that ruled Nanjiang was facing the number 1 sword of the divine world today. His flames surged wildly as he blocked the Kunwu sword qi. With a rumble, the Kunwu sword qi was indestructible. Even the flames could not stop the might of Kunwu. The Sunrise Flood God saw this and frowned slightly. He opened his hands and a golden sun rose into the sky. God's domain surpassed the laws of the divine world and formed its own Tao. The sun blocked the sword power, and the aftershock rippled out in all directions. In front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the Flood God waved his hand to disperse the aftershock. He looked to the east and said coldly, Son of Heaven sword's owner, you have crossed the line. In the east, the Son of Heaven sword's owner snorted and did not attack the Sunrise Divine Palace again. The Sunrise Flood God was indeed the ruler of Nanjiang. His strength was unfathomable. In the collapsing spacetime, after several exchanges, Ning Chen gradually understood the power of the Kunwu sword. His expression became more and more serious. It could cut through the laws of heaven and earth, and even the laws of space and time. This was troublesome. In front of him, the Son of Heaven sword's owner looked over at the sword in the young man's hand and said indifferently, If I am not wrong, the sword in your hand is one of the 4 immortal swords, right? Ning Chen ignored him and pointed with his left hand. Sword Qi swept up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and broke through the air. Useless move. The Son of Heaven's sword's owner waved his sword and directly dispersed the Sword Qi. He said indifferently, "Leave the sword and I will spare your life." Ning Chen raised the hand holding the sword and said calmly, "Come and get it yourself." The Son of Heaven's sword's owner sneered and his figure flashed forward. The two swords clashed, and the sound reverberated through the void. Facing the mighty Kunwu sword, Ning Chen abandoned the competition of foundation and laws and decided to use his sword to decide the victor. The two swords clashed, returning to the most primitive battle. Ning Chen used strange footwork, and his sword was like lightning. Every move was merciless. Sword moves clashed, returning to the basic. After 10 moves, they were evenly matched. In the battle, the Son of Heaven's sword's owner frowned. He stepped forward and his divine essence rose. He wanted to continue suppressing Ning Chen with his cultivation base and sword. The Son of Heaven's sword's owner retreated, and Ning Chen's figure continued to press forward. Blood-colored threads appeared on the extinguishing immortal sword like the sharpest blade, sealing the battle. Among the 4 great immortal swords, extinguishing immortal was famous for its transformations. Today, in an absolutely disadvantageous battle, Ning Chen once again used extinguishing immortal's might. Blood-colored threads crisscrossed, sealing the battle. The Son of Heaven's sword's owner frowned and stepped lightly, wanting to leave the battle. Among the thousands of blood-colored threads, Ning Chen raised his hand and pulled one. Instantly, the threads tightened and locked the Son of Heaven's sword's owner's hand. Chapter 1451. In the battle between swordsmen, the Kunwu sword displayed its power, shocking everyone. Under the crisis, Ning Chen used the Juexian transformation again. Thousands of blood-colored threads spread out, trapping the Son of Heaven's sword owner. It was a scene never seen before. In the battle, the Son of Heaven's sword owner wanted to cut open the threads around him, but he found that his arm was restrained and he couldn't move. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. The Juexian broke through the air, mercilessly attacking. "How dare you!" As the tip of the sword closed in on him, the sword master of Heaven's Son of Heaven was enraged. Terrifying sword qi gushed out from his body and thousands of golden sword lights crisscrossed, blocking the tip of the Juexian sword. The Juexian was blocked and couldn't get closer. "Zhu Xian!" Ning Chen shouted. Primal chaos true essence surged and the Zhu Xian sword appeared. The sharpest sword of the 4 great swords reappeared. Both swords appeared at the same time. Ning Chen held the Zhu Xian sword tightly in his left hand and slashed down. The rumbling sounded again. The Zhu Xian slashed down and the golden sword rays collapsed. The second sword appeared. The Son of Heaven's sword owner's expression sank. His eyes glowed with golden light. He endured the pain in his arm and cut open the blood-colored threads. With a boom, the Kunwu sword blocked the Zhu Xian sword. The 2 sharpest weapons in the world clashed. Suddenly, violent sword qi spread out, leaving bloody marks on the 2. Both swords appeared. Ning Chen used the Juexian transformation to seal the battle, not giving the Son of Heaven's sword owner a chance to pull away. After more than 10 moves, the Son of Heaven's sword owner's expression sank. He couldn't use his advantage, and his moves were severely restrained. Among the thousands of blood-colored threads, Ning Chen's figure kept flashing. His 2 swords were like lightning and his attacks were like a tide. The 2 strongest swords were unparalleled in sharpness and unpredictable. Now that they appeared together, they were the #1 divine weapons in the God world. In the battle, clanging sounds were endless. The intense battle had almost no changes from the beginning. At this moment, the battle was once again evened out and returned to its original state. Victory and defeat were decided by move. 8 perils, cloud sky sacred sword. The battle changed. The Son of Heaven's sword owner shouted. The Kunwu sword lifted up the sky, wanting to use the power of the divine sword to break through the obstructed battle. Ning Chen felt it. Phoenix fire rose around him. The phoenix was extremely fast and instantly arrived in front of the Son of Heaven's sword owner. The Zhu Xian slashed down as fast as lightning. The Son of Heaven's sword owner's moves were not finished. Whoosh! The celestial sword closed in, but the Son of Heaven's sword master did not dodge. He reached out and grabbed the celestial sword, using his body to block the sharp edge of the celestial sword. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the immortal sword red. However, in that instant of obstruction, the sword sovereign's move was already completed. A heaven-shaking sword pressure engulfed the area. In the air, a golden sword descended from the sky, incomparably gigantic. In the next moment, the golden holy sword descended upon the battlefield. Its unparalleled might directly shattered the tens of thousands of blood-colored threads. When the opportunity appeared, the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign immediately retreated 1,000 feet away. Strange 8 perils, 1,000 autumns one sword. The battle was separated. The Son of Heaven's sword master once again displayed his unparalleled divine might. The Kuan Wu sword master slashed out, causing the void to rapidly collapse. It was a battle of wits and courage, a battle of swords that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Whether it was battle experience or sword cultivation, both of them had already reached the limits of the world. Swordsmen were fearless and faced off with life and death. Above the void, the Kunwu sword chi pierced through the air. Ning Chen's figure flashed and avoided the sword light. He stepped on the air and flew up again. Ning Chen was very clear about his own advantages and disadvantages. In this battle, his only chance of winning was to win with the most primitive move. Similarly, the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign was clear about his own advantages. His sword pressure engulfed the area. With the might of the divine sword and the advantage of cultivation, he forcefully suppressed the opponent in front of him. In the sky above the eastern divine world, the Knowing Destiny sword sovereign and the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign contributed the most shocking battle of swords to the entire divine world. Exciting! On the Buddha mountain in the western world of Buddhism, the demon lord looked at the battle in the western world with a strange look in his eyes. The Son of Heaven's sword sovereign was needless to say. After hiding for so many years, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. What surprised him even more was that this young man who ascended from the mortal world was able to fight evenly with the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign in such a disadvantageous situation. There was no second person in the divine world who could do it. Demon Lord, Commander Yao Feng left Buddha Mountain without permission. At this moment, on the Buddha Mountain, a seductive demoness reported. "Oh!" Hearing this, the demon lord frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded lightly and said, "Understood. You may leave." "Yes." The demoness accepted the order and turned around to leave. "Yao Feng, you still can't let it go?" The demon lord sighed and looked to the east. This Yao Yu was not the same Yao Yu. She was just a little demon who was being used by someone. In the Buddha world, a black hurricane swept past and rushed toward the east. Amit Ba! At this moment, a woman descended from the sky. She looked kind and solemn, and the Bodhisattva appeared again. After 100 years, the demon lord and Buddha met again. They were in the same world, but their states of mind were completely different. "Get lost!" In the black hurricane, Yao Feng said coldly with a murderous look. Bodhisattva Ci Hang did not say anything. The pure vase in her hand flew up, and suddenly, the water of the 3 rivers poured down and swallowed the world. Seeing this, Yao Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He waved his hand and summoned his demon sword. With a slash, he forcefully split the water of the 3 rivers. The Buddha and the demon lord fought again. The grudge that had lasted for countless years was about to be decided again. On the Buddha mountain, the demon lord saw the battle in the Buddhist land, and a cold look flashed across his face. After watching for a while, the demon lord moved and walked forward step by step. When the demon lord personally came out, the demonic clouds above the Buddha world suddenly rolled and covered the sky. On the battlefield of the Buddha world, the demon lord walked over. His terrifying demonic aura shook the world, and the world within a radius of 10,000 miles started to shake. In the battlefield, Bodhisattva Ci Hang was shocked when she saw who came. The demon lord. Yao Feng, you go first. Leave this to me. Under the demonic clouds, the demon lord looked at the battlefield below, and said calmly. In the turbulent black hurricane, Yao Feng looked ashamed and bowed respectfully. Thank you, demon lord. After that, Yao Feng did not say anything else. He stepped into the air and continued to head east. The Buddha and the demon lord brushed past each other, but Bodhisattva Ci Hang did not stop them. She looked at the demon lord in the sky with a solemn expression. In the void, the demon lord's figure descended from the sky. In the demonic clouds, lightning flashed, and the demonic aura was shocking. The strongest demon, the demon lord who ruled over the Buddha world, personally faced Bodhisattva Ci Hang today. It shocked everyone. Even the Buddha world is fighting. In an instant, all the gods and demons in the god world sensed it and were shocked. In the northern region, in front of the Shui Yun imperial palace, Empress Shui Yun looked at the Buddha world in the west. Her beautiful eyes flashed. The demon lord is fighting personally? Just as everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the Buddha world in the west, the battle of swords in the east of the god world had reached its climax. In the sky above the god world, the void had been shattered by the battle between the two. Ji Ming and the sword master of the Son of Heaven were also stained red. The battle lasted for a long time. As time passed, the strange light around Ning Chen became weaker and weaker. It was obvious that he could no longer stand in the God domain. The God domain was a realm that even gods could not step into. In the entire God world, there were no more than 5 people who could step into the God domain. There was almost no one who could stay in the God domain for a long time. The battle between the two had lasted for almost half a day. Ning Chen being able to stay in the God domain for so long had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the battle, the sword master of the Son of Heaven's eyes became brighter and brighter. He knew that as long as he could hold on until the person in front of him came out of the God domain, the battle would be over. 4 symbols divine seal, 3 light shadow body. The battle had reached the final moment. Ning Chen took a step forward and his figure suddenly split into 3. In an instant, the 3 figures appeared at the same time in the battle and rushed forward. The sword master of the Son of Heaven's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm and the undercurrent surged out. The terrifying sword aura shook, trying to stop the 3 figures from approaching. In front of the 3 figures, the phoenix body was the first to reach the sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword. The immortal slaying broke through the air and collided with the Kunwu sword aura. In the violent impact, the phoenix body flew out dozens of feet. The immortal slaying left his hand and blood stained the void. Behind, Ning Chen's main body rushed forward and slashed down with the exterminating immortal slaying. Streaks of blood-colored threads spread out and forcefully trapped the sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword. The Kunwu sword aura shook. The main body's mouth was also stained red. However, he endured the injury and was unwilling to retreat. This was the last chance. With hatred in front of him, how could such a shallow pain make Ji Ming retreat? The phoenix body and the main body were exhausted. At the end, the demon body rushed forward. In his hand, the immortal slaying sword broke through the layers of golden light and pierced through the sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword. Ugh! There was a muffled groan. The immortal slaying sword came out of the body. Blood spurted out and filled the sky. Chapter 1452. In the Eastern Divine World, the battle between swordsmen had come to an end. Knowing destiny was about to fall out of the Divine World, he staked everything on one throw and used all his killing move. The 3 bodies joined forces and took on the sword master's attack head-on. The demon body exerted its power to the extreme. Finally, the last sword pierced through the sword master's chest. It was a shocking scene. Half of the sword master's body was dyed red, and blood filled the sky. Behind him, the main body and the phoenix body suppressed their injuries and rushed forward, wanting to finish off the sword master once and for all. With his life in front of him and his heart meridians destroyed, the sword master's face contorted. He endured the pain and pushed back the demon body. At the same time, the two bodies approached and attacked again. Get lost! The sword master swung his sword, and the Kunwu divine sword exploded with shocking power, pushing the two bodies back. The Son of Heaven sword's sword master suffered a backlash when he tried to raise his divine energy. He vomited a mouthful of blood, worsening his injuries. With his life in danger, the sword master didn't dare to fight anymore. He took a step and fled. You can't escape. In the collapsing spacetime, Ning Chen's three bodies merged and turned into a phoenix, sweeping up thousands of waves of fire. It was a shocking scene. Knowing destiny chased after the sword master with all his strength, not giving him a chance to escape. In the Eastern Divine World, two streams of light flew past one after another. The heavily injured sword master had lost the chance to fight back and could only flee. Behind him, Ning Chen chased. Even though there was a difference of a realm, he wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of speed. At the same time, in the Divine Court, the Lord of the Divine Court looked at the fleeing sword master with a cold expression. Purple lightning, bring Kunwu back to the Divine Court, the Lord of the Divine Court said. Yes. Below, a purple lightning flashed past, and the purple lightning battle god general appeared. He took a step and turned into lightning. The battle god general, who was the fastest in the divine world, was ordered to take back the number 1 divine artifact, Kunwu. In the divine world, two figures flashed through the air. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. In order to escape, the sword master didn't care about anything else and rushed west. From sunrise to sunset, and then to the moon, Ning Chen chased him out of the eastern divine world and all the way to the heaven realm. During this period of time, the two of them had exchanged blows several times. Ning Chen had fallen out of the god domain, and his body was almost exhausted. His fighting capacity wasn't at its peak. However, the sword master of Heaven's Son of Heaven was in an even more sorry state. His heart meridian had been destroyed, and he was barely able to maintain his consciousness. He didn't have much strength left to retaliate. The Son of Heaven sword's sword master could only flee for his life, fleeing without regard for anything else. On a frigid night, Ning Chen had chased after the Son of Heaven sword's master. He scanned the area with his divine awareness, looking for the Son of Heaven sword's master. The silent night was unusually quiet. Ning Chen stood in the air above the ancient mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. He didn't hide the killing intent on his face at all. In the primitive mountain range, the severely injured sword master of the Son of Heaven staggered as he walked among the towering mountains and precipitous ridges. His consciousness was almost blurred. In the sky, Ning Chen searched for a moment. Although he could vaguely sense the Son of Heaven sword owner's location, he was unable to determine his exact location. After searching for a while, Ning Chen lost his patience. He grasped his sword and sword intent surged from his body as he slashed down at the mountain range below. Instantly, an astonishing tremor sounded. The immortal slaying sword chi slashed down, splitting apart mountains one after another. The earth shook and huge rocks fell like rain. In the mountain range, the Son of Heaven sword's master immediately dodged when he saw this. The moment his divine energy leaked out, Ning Chen immediately sensed it. Over there. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He stepped in the air and slashed down with his sword. With a rumble, a huge sound spread throughout the mountains. It was a shocking scene. The mountains were split apart by the immortal slaying sword. The sword that contained Ning Chen's anger was so terrifying that it was shocking. In the towering mountains, the Son of Heaven sword's master blocked the immortal slaying sword with his sword. With a rumble, the earth collapsed. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out from the corner of the Son of Heaven Sword's master's mouth. His injuries were getting worse. Strange move. With his strength almost exhausted, the Son of Heaven Sword's master forcefully gathered the last of his divine energy and used his ultimate move to counterattack. At such a close distance, Ning Chen didn't expect the Son of Heaven Sword's master to still have the strength to counterattack. Sensing danger, he swung his sword to block. With a rumble, the Son of Heaven Sword's master's final counterattack was shockingly powerful. Ning Chen's body instantly flew out hundreds of miles and crashed into a collapsed mountain. In front, the Son of Heaven Sword's master didn't look at the result. He dragged his heavily injured body and staggered forward. 100 miles away, in the collapsed mountain, Ning Chen shook off the huge rock that was pressing down on the mountain. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. At this point in the battle, both the Son of Heaven Sword's master and Ning Chen were already at the point of exhaustion. No one knew who would win or lose. In this battle, the one who could survive in the end would be the final winner. Ning Chen walked out from the collapsed mountain and released his divine sense to continue chasing the Son of Heaven Sword's master. In the almost destroyed primitive mountain range, the two of them were in the final game. No one could predict whether they would live or die. At this moment, in the void, a purple lightning flashed across the night sky and rushed towards the primitive mountain range. Not long after, in the sky above the collapsed primitive mountain range, the purple lightning battle god general appeared. His exquisite body looked abnormally attractive. In the void, the purple lightning battle god general released his divine sense to search for traces of the Son of Heaven Sword's master. However, in the mountain range, the aftermath of the battle was still shaking. The purple lightning battle god general could only sense the approximate location of the Son of Heaven Sword's master. After pondering for a moment, the purple lightning battle god general's figure flashed and rushed towards the mountain range below. In the mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, the three of them all retracted their aura and waited for the other party to kill them in one blow. The cold night was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The three of them walked in the mountain range and released their divine sense. They were abnormally cautious. Among the three of them, the purple lightning battle god general was at the peak of his cultivation and combat strength. Therefore, his speed was the fastest. His figure shuttled like lightning as he searched one mountain after another. The night grew darker and darker. In the mountain range, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. However, the three of them were all grand cultivators who stood at the peak of the god realm. Even in the night, their movements were not restricted at all. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, a shocking tremor sounded. The birds and beasts were frightened and flew in all directions. Ning Chen felt it and his expression turned serious. He took a step and immediately rushed towards the depths of the mountain range. Under the night sky, in the depths of the mountain range, the purple lightning battle god general, who had been searching for a long time, finally met the Son of Heaven Sword's master. Without any nonsense, he attacked with a killing move. The Son of Heaven Sword's master, who was already at the end of his life, encountered a killing formation and immediately fell into a dangerous situation. After a few exchanges, he was heavily injured again. Sudden thunder. Thunder surged around the purple lightning battle god general. With a light shout, he stretched out his slender hand and thunder broke through the sky. The Son of Heaven Sword's master blocked with his sword. The Descendant's self-sword slashed apart the thunder, but it couldn't block the force. With a loud bang, the Son of Heaven's sword was stained with blood and his body flew out a few hundred feet. The purple lightning battle god general took another step. His body was like thunder, shining with purple light. Boom! Another shocking collision sounded. The purple lightning battle god general punched the Son of Heaven Sword's master's chest and heavily injured him again. Even before entering the heaven realm, the Son of Heaven Sword's master didn't put the purple lightning battle god general in his eyes. Now, he had become an inescapable talisman that mercilessly pressed for his life. In the mountain range, ancient trees fell one after another and were burned into charcoal by the thunder. Facing the exhausted son of Heaven Sword's master, the purple lightning battle god general didn't hold back at all. Under the dark night sky, a purple lightning constantly rushed past. It was unbelievably fast. Boom! After bitterly holding on for a long time, the son of Heaven Sword's master finally couldn't block the purple lightning battle god general's violent attack. A flaw appeared in his attack and defense. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning battle god had arrived. His slender hand pierced through the son of Heaven's sword owner's chest. The splattering blood was so glaring, but the son of Heaven Sword's sword sovereign wasn't shocked. Instead, he laughed. His blood-stained face revealed a sinister smile. Die! The Crown Prince Swordmaster raised his hand and grabbed the purple lightning divinity general's arm. Using himself as a guide, he fought for a chance to survive. The son of Heaven Sword's owner was an ambitious and ruthless person. Under the night sky, a spurt of blood filled the sky. The divine sword slashed down, and the purple lightning battle god general had no time to dodge. A terrifying sword wound appeared on his chest, from his left shoulder to his right rib. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. The sword chi entered her body and destroyed half of her life force. The purple lightning battle god general's body went limp, and he was on the verge of death. After severely injuring his opponent in one move, the son of Heaven's sword master's last bit of strength was used up. He stumbled and spat out another mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the sword sovereign's expression froze and fear appeared on his face. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Ning Chen, who had been sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight for a long time, suddenly appeared behind the son of Heaven Sword's owner without any warning. The son of Heaven Sword's owner hurriedly turned around, but it was already too late. The celestial slaying sword slashed across and sealed the son of Heaven Sword's owner's throat. Before his soul could escape, Ning Chen grabbed it. Ah! In the next moment, a shrill scream sounded under the night sky. It was extremely horrifying. Demonic chi surged around Ning Chen and completely engulfed the son of Heaven Sword's owner. The Kunwu sword fell and stabbed into the ground. After a great battle, the divine sword retracted and its light dimmed. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the Kunwu sword. He turned around and was about to leave. Save me. At this moment, an extremely weak voice sounded behind him. It was a cry for help. A dozen steps away, Ning Chen stopped and turned around. His empty eyes looked at the severely injured woman in front of him. His expression was indifferent. He knew this woman. She was the purple lightning battle god general of the divine court. Her strength was extraordinary. When they fought in the divine court, she had brought them a lot of trouble. Save me. In the pool of blood, purple lightning weakly cried for help. Her gradually dimming eyes were full of unyielding struggle. After a moment of silence, Ning Chen stepped forward. In the end, he didn't just sit and watch. There was no enmity between him and purple lightning. The only difference was their standpoints. However, what really moved him was this woman's desire to live. Even ants wanted to live, let alone a living person. There was only hope for everything in the world if one was alive. Ning Chen stopped. Just as his vital essence was about to enter, it was blocked by purple lightning's divine armor. The broken divine armor was almost completely destroyed by the Kunwu sword. However, the remaining power was still protecting its owner. Ning Chen frowned. His chaotic vital essence surged. He grabbed the broken divine armor and pulled it off purple lightning's body. After the divine armor left her body, a large area of white skin was exposed. Purple lightning was shocked and subconsciously wanted to resist. Don't move! Ning Chen's face turned cold as he shouted. Chapter 1453. In the ancient mountain range of the Heaven Realm, the son of Heaven's sword owner died in battle. Ning Chen took the Kunwu sword. When he was about to leave, he was moved by Purple Lightning's desire to survive. Knowing destiny had been bathed in blood all his life, he had experienced countless life and death situations. He knew better than anyone how desperate it was to be on the verge of death. Was he afraid? Of course he was. No one could escape from death. Ning Chen arrived in front of Purple Lightning and tore off his divine armor. After the armor was removed, Purple Lightning's fair skin was exposed. It was as clear as jade. Purple Lightning cried out softly. Driven by a woman's instinct, she wanted to protect the view in front of her chest. However, under the serious injury, Purple Lightning could no longer move. She could only expose her skin in front of others. "Don't move!" Ning Chen shouted coldly, stopping the former from moving. He raised his right hand and formed a sword with his fingers. His sword intent rose rapidly. Hearing the former's cold shout, Purple Lightning trembled and didn't dare to move again. In the collapsed ancient mountain range, Ning Chen healed Purple Lightning with a serious expression. The horrible sword wound on Purple Lightning's body spread from her left shoulder to her right rib. Her flesh and blood were exposed, and her bones were visible. Above the wound, the Kunwu sword intent lingered and was still devouring Purple Lightning's vitality. Ning Chen formed a sword with his right hand and dispelled the sword intent with his sword intent to stop the injury from worsening. Ah! The sword intent hit the wound and a sharp pain came. Purple Lightning let out a muffled groan, unable to bear the pain. "Don't move. Hold it." Ning Chen's expression became more and more serious. While helping Purple Lightning dispel the Kunwu sword intent on the wound, he shouted in a deep voice. "Okay." Purple Lightning endured the pain and responded with a grunt. He used the last of his strength to force himself to not let his body move around. The Kunwu sword intent was so strong that even someone as strong as Ning Chen took a long time to completely dispel the sword intent on Purple Lightning's wound. After nearly half an hour, Purple Lightning's body was soaked in sweat, and her face was as pale as a white paper. After dispelling the sword intent on Purple Lightning's body, Ning Chen turned his sword into a palm. The chaotic genuine energy surged and penetrated into Purple Lightning's body. As the primal chaos true essence entered his body, the wound on Purple Bolt's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, it had already recovered to its original state. However, although the external injuries had healed, Zidian's severely injured internal organs still needed time to recuperate. Ning Chen could only temporarily suppress his injuries, but he could not help him completely recover. After a long time, Ning Chen withdrew his hand, and his face revealed a look of exhaustion. First, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword Master of Heaven's Son of Heaven. Then, he had pursued the Sword Master of Heaven's Son of Heaven until now. Ning Chen was already extremely exhausted. Now that he was treating Purple Lightning's injuries, his body was already at its limit. "Thank you." Purple Bolt could also see the exhaustion on the white-haired man's face. Ning Chen was so tired that he didn't have the energy to say anything else. He sat to the side and leaned against the rock behind him, panting heavily. Purple Lightning tried to tidy up his clothes, but he accidentally pulled on his internal injuries. He was in so much pain that he almost cried. "I advise you not to move," Ning Chen said tiredly. "The injuries to your internal organs are very serious. I don't have the strength to heal you now. You'll have to endure the pain if I tear open your wounds again." Hearing this, Purple Lightning was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Even if she was a Heaven Realm expert, she was no different from a mortal when it came to life and death. The night was getting darker. Under the silent night, neither of them said anything. Purple Lightning half leaned against the rock, and her heart was more or less nervous. A single man and a single woman, and she was seriously injured. She didn't have the slightest strength to resist. She knew how attractive her body was to men. She wasn't a fool. Moreover, she didn't have many clothes to cover her body. In the silent night you could hear a pin drop. The quieter the night, the more nervous Purple Lightning was. Time slowly passed. Beside purple lightning, Ning Chen was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep. His breathing gradually stabilized. Sensing this, purple lightning was startled. Did he fall asleep? After recovering some of her strength, purple lightning carefully sat up straight. She looked at the white-haired young man beside her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. In the past 100 years, she had seen him 3 times. Each time they met, it was on the battlefield. Every time they met, this young man would become much stronger. She could see that this young man wasn't too old. Compared to those old monsters in the god realm who had lived for countless years, this young man's cultivation time was nothing. However, the vicissitudes of life on his body were so heavy that it was as if he couldn't stand up straight. At this moment, a cold wind blew past. A fallen leaf fell from the sky. The moment it touched Ning Chen's face, a powerful sword intent exploded and directly cut the leaf into pieces. Seeing this, purple lightning was startled. She didn't dare to move at all. After observing for a moment, she found that the young man in front of her didn't wake up. Purple lightning's face flashed with surprise. Was it just a natural reaction of his body? In the sky, the cold moon moved west. Dawn was approaching. At the darkest moment of the world, Ning Chen woke up. The strength in his body gradually recovered. Seeing that he woke up, purple lightning immediately withdrew her gaze. She didn't dare to look at him again. How long have I slept? Ning Chen stood up. His empty eyes looked at the woman beside him and asked. 1-2 hours, Purple Bolt replied nervously. Hearing this, Ning Chen's phoenix fire spread out from his body. He was ready to leave. You're leaving? Purple Lightning saw this and hurriedly asked. Yes, I still have something to do, Ning Chen said calmly. Can you take me with you? Purple Lightning looked at the quiet primitive mountains around her and asked with a pleading expression. Ning Chen frowned and nodded slightly. Phoenix fire spread out from his body and engulfed Purple Lightning. Then, he rushed toward the eastern god realm. Under the night sky, the phoenix sped across the sky, leaving a dazzling red light in the sky. The phoenix's extreme speed was astonishing. In the east, dawn arrived. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the two people. In the phoenix fire, Purple Lightning looked at the young man beside her. She was even more surprised. So fast. She was good at speed. However, compared to the young man beside her, she was still lacking. The first rays of dawn were so warm that they scattered the cold of the night. Looking at the eastern god realm in front of her, Purple Lightning gradually calmed down. She was finally back. In just one short night, it was like a dream. She almost never came back. Thinking of this, Purple Lightning looked at the young man beside her. Her heart was filled with gratitude. At that time, she was really in despair. She didn't think that he would come back to save her. In the sky above the eastern god realm, the phoenix sped past faster and faster. Ning Chen's face was obviously anxious. He sped up and rushed toward the place where he fought with the sword master of the Son of Heaven's sword. He was too careless. How could he fall asleep? A man was still there. Although Black Fox was protecting her, he still couldn't be at ease. In the sky above the Son of Heaven's sword sect, the collapsed spacetime gradually recovered. After a great battle, it was full of devastation. When the sky was bright, phoenix fire spread out in the west. Ning Chen rushed over. Black Fox. Ning Chen opened his mouth and shouted loudly. However, there was no response in the silent void. The entire world was empty. There was no one in sight. Are you looking for someone? Purple Lightning asked. Ning Chen ignored her. He released his divine sense to search for Black Fox's aura. However, after searching for a long time, Ning Chen still couldn't feel Black Fox's aura. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Ning Chen's expression suddenly froze. He looked down with his empty eyes. Below, under the collapsed Son of Heaven's peak, a broken tail was buried in the mountain rocks. It was as black as ink. Ning Chen felt it. He stepped in the air and flew down the Son of Heaven's peak. After a moment, Ning Chen appeared under the sun of heaven's peak. He waved his hand to shake away the collapsed mountain and took the broken tail. On the black broken tail, the blood was still warm. It was obvious that it had been cut off not long ago. The divine court. Ning Chen's face flashed with anger. Black Fox's strength was no less than a heaven realm supreme. In the Eastern Divine Realm, only the Divine Court had the strength to take Black Fox away. If you want to exchange for that woman and Black Fox, bring the Kunwu sword to the Divine Court. At this moment, in the sky, a majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. When Purple Lightning heard this voice, he was obviously shocked. Divine Master! Under the collapsed sun of heaven's peak, Ning Chen clenched his fists. His killing intent was bone-chilling. Don't be impulsive. Purple Lightning immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm. He said anxiously, "If you go now, you will die." Ning Chen looked away. His empty eyes were without any color. He said in a cold voice, "You are the Divine War General of the Divine Court. If I take you as a hostage, I don't know if the Divine Court Master will hesitate." Purple Lightning was shocked when he heard this. He subconsciously loosened his grip. After a moment, Purple Lightning was silent. He shook his head gently and said, "No." She knew how ruthless the Divine Master was. He would never compromise or be soft-hearted because of her. Ning Chen's expression became colder and colder. He sat down cross-legged and focused on healing. Purple Lightning stood aside with a complicated expression. As the Divine War General of the Divine Court, how should she choose? From early morning to the middle of the day, Ning Chen's chaotic vital essence kept surging. He crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth to suppress the injuries in his body. The eternal demon body was operating to the extreme. Demonic qi filled the air and almost merged with the chaotic vital essence. After a full 6 hours, Ning Chen opened his eyes. His terrifying aura spread out. It was abnormally powerful. He temporarily suppressed his injuries and let his strength return to the peak. Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He got up and was about to rush to the Divine Court. "Wait." At this moment, Purple Lightning said softly. Ning Chen heard this and frowned slightly. He said, "If you want to stop me now, I won't be merciful. No, I will go with you. I am familiar with the location of the Divine Court. Maybe I can save the person you want to save without alarming the Divine Master," Purple Lightning said seriously. Ning Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. He said, "I will trust you this time." He could feel that Purple Lightning's injuries were still very serious. If she lied to him, he would not be gentle with her. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Phoenix fire rose around Ning Chen again. He rushed toward the Divine Court with Purple Lightning. In the Divine Court, on the high throne, the Divine Court Master stood quietly. He looked at the chaotic realm in front of him. Coldness flashed across his dignified face. He must get Kunwu, no matter the price. Chapter 1454. At the East Heaven Gate of the Divine Court, the Phoenix flew past at such a fast speed that no one could react in time. The Divine Generals guarding the East Heaven Gate didn't have time to stop it. They only saw a flash of sword light, and blood splattered everywhere. The fact that Man was taken away completely touched Knowing Destiny's bottom line. Sword light circled around his body, and wherever he went, no one was left alive. From the East Heaven Gate all the way to the Divine Court, no one who saw the two of them survived. "The prison is on the left. Your friend might be locked up there," Purple Lightning reminded him along the way based on his understanding of the Divine Court. Ning Chen nodded. His figure flashed and rushed towards the heavenly prison. The prison of the Divine Court was heavily guarded by Divine Generals. It was as if they knew in advance that someone would come to break them out. The number of guards was shocking. In the middle of the heavy guards, a fire phoenix flew over from afar. Sword will surged around it, and it crashed into the divine generals guarding the prison. It was a shocking scene. The phoenix was extremely fast, and sword light crisscrossed the sky. Hundreds of divine generals exploded in the sword light, and their corpses flew all over the sky. In front of the prison, Ning Chen's figure appeared. He looked at the gate made of gold and stone in front of him. Immortal slaying appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. The sharpest immortal sword in the world was invincible. The sword fell and directly cut open the gate of the divine court's prison. The door of the prison was destroyed, and the golden stones were flying everywhere. Ning Chen walked in, and behind him, purple lightning followed. "Be careful. This place is filled with traps and formations," Purple Bolt warned. Ning Chen nodded. Sword light covered his body, forming a protective barrier around him. As soon as the two walked into the prison, a dim light rose in the prison. Thousands of cold arrows pierced through the air, blocking all escape routes. Each arrow glowed with a dim light. The arrows were coated with poison, and could kill once they touched blood. Ning Chen sensed it, and the sword light around him surged, blocking thousands of cold arrows. Behind him, purple lightning followed closely, following the man in front of him into the depths of the prison. In Ning Chen's hand, the immortal slaying sword emitted a powerful evil aura. The sword pressure spread out, frightening even gods and Buddhas. "Master, help!" At this moment, a weak voice sounded from the depths of the prison, begging for help. The familiar voice was now so weak that it was almost inaudible. Ning Chen sensed it and took a step back, rushing forward. In the heavenly prison, formation runes were constantly awakening. However, the immortal slaying sword was indestructible. Everywhere it passed, hundreds of formations were destroyed. In order to save Man, he broke into the prison and no one could stop him. Behind Ning Chen, brilliant light sprinkled down. The great formations were destroyed one after another, unable to stop his advance. Finally, after passing through many obstacles, Ning Chen arrived at the deepest part of the prison. In front of him, the black fox was trapped in the crisscrossing light of 100 feet. The figure arrived. His empty eyes looked at the light prison in front of him, and his expression turned cold. "Be careful. This light prison is specially used to imprison heavenly venerable level prisoners. It's almost indestructible." Purple Lightning looked at the light prison holding Black Fox and said with a solemn expression. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Without saying anything, he waved his hand to summon the Kunwu Divine Sword and slashed forward. In an instant, the Kunwu Divine Sword collided with the 1,000 feet of light. An intense tremor resounded, and the 1,000 feet of light shattered. This was a shocking scene. Behind him, Violet Lightning was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be broken so easily? The Kunwu Divine Sword lives up to its name. At this moment, a dazzling light shone in the void. A half-naked, majestic and domineering figure appeared. He was surrounded by dragon chi and was abnormally powerful. "Divine Master!" Violet Lightning exclaimed when he saw who it was. Ning Chen also felt the powerful aura in the void. A cold expression flashed across his face. He said, "Lord of the Divine Court, we meet again. You broke into the Divine Court twice in 100 years. Young man, I admire your courage." The Lord of the Divine Court looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said calmly, "The person you want is here. Hand over the Kunwu Divine Sword and I'll let you go." "Lord of the Divine Court, your words count," Ning Chen said coldly. "A monarch's words are not a joke," the Lord of the Divine Court said calmly. Ning Chen looked at the Lord of the Divine Court in front of him with his empty eyes and said in a low voice, "This is the Divine Court. If you go back on your words, I won't be able to leave alive. How can I trust you?" The Lord of the Divine Court looked at the woman behind Ning Chen and said calmly, "You can give the Kunwu Divine Sword to Violet Lightning. After you leave safely, Violet Lightning will give the Kunwu Divine Sword to me." Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, "Sure." Then, Ning Chen reached out and handed the Kunwu Divine Sword to Violet Lightning without any hesitation. Violet Lightning took the Kunwu Divine Sword and was slightly stunned. After sending the Kunwu Divine Sword out, Ning Chen stepped forward and waved his hand to disperse the collapsed light prison. He then took Black Fox out. "Where's man?" Ning Chen looked at Black Fox and asked calmly. Black Fox roared in a low voice. Black fog surrounded him and released the woman who had risked her life to protect him. "Thank you." Ning Chen felt that man was unharmed in the black fog and said calmly, "After we leave here, I'll set you free." Black Fox trembled and responded with a low roar. "Let's go." Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He turned and walked out of the prison. Violet Lightning glanced at the Divine Master in the void. A solemn look flashed across her beautiful eyes. She stepped forward and followed. 2 people and 1 fox walked out of the prison and walked out of the Divine Court. Behind them, tens of thousands of divine soldiers and divine generals followed. The scene was extremely tense. Outside the East Heaven Gate, the 2 people walked out. Violet Lightning stopped and looked at the white-haired youth with a complicated expression. "Mr. Ning, I can only send you here." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and said, "You can go back." Then, Ning Chen left the Divine Court with Black Fox. Behind them, Violet Lightning looked at the departing figure and sighed softly in her heart. At this moment, multicolored light filled the void. The Lord of the Divine Court walked out and said, "Violet Lightning, give the Kunwu Divine Sword to me." "Yes." Violet Lightning respectfully accepted the order and stepped forward. The Lord of the Divine Court raised his hand. A powerful suction force came out and took the Divine Sword from Violet Lightning's hand. With the Kunwu Divine Sword in his hand, the Lord of the Divine Court's eyes flashed coldly. "Men, kill." At his command, the soldiers surged like waves. The divine soldiers who had been lying in ambush rushed out from all directions to stop Ning Chen, who was about to leave. "Divine Master!" Violet Lightning was shocked when she saw this. "Men, capture Violet Lightning too," the Lord of the Divine Court said coldly in the void. "Yes." In front of the many divine soldiers and divine generals, 2 divine warriors stepped forward and captured Violet Lightning. "Lord of the Divine Court, you broke your promise." Outside the Divine Court, Ning Chen stopped. His hollow eyes swept across the divine soldiers and divine generals around him. "I have already let you go as promised. How can I break my promise?" the Lord of the Divine Court said coldly in the void. "Divine Master!" The 2 divine warriors' killer moves came close. Violet Lightning's beautiful face flashed with anger. She stepped forward and turned into a thunderbolt, breaking through the void. Light of a firefly. In the void, the Lord of the Divine Court looked at the rapidly approaching Violet Lightning. A cold smile flashed across his face as he raised his hand to block Violet Lightning's attack. Violet Lightning's attack was blocked, but she refused to retreat. Her slender hand was like a sharp blade, grabbing at the Lord of the Divine Court's throat. "Violet Lightning, after so many years, are you still so naive?" The Lord of the Divine Court reached out and grabbed Violet Lightning's arm. The sound of martial bones breaking was extremely ear-piercing. The bones in her left arm were all broken. Cold sweat flowed down Violet Lightning's face, but she endured the excruciating pain. With the help of her broken arm, she twisted her body at a strange angle. With a bang, Violet Lightning slapped the Lord of the Divine Court's arm that was holding the sword, erupting with all her strength. Caught off guard, the Lord of the Divine Court felt his right arm go numb, and the divine sword fell out of his hand. Violet Lightning waved her hand and sent the divine sword away. She looked at the white-haired man in the distance and shouted with her last bit of strength, "Take the divine sword and leave. You're courting death." The Lord of the Divine Court was furious. He slapped Violet Lightning's chest with a backhand. A pool of blood splattered all over the sky. Violet Lightning's figure flew out, bathed in blood. It was a shocking sight. "Violet Lightning!" In the distance, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and snatched the divine sword. He didn't stop and rushed above the divine court to catch the severely injured Violet Lightning. "Little gourd, protect her life," Ning Chen said, and carried Violet Lightning on his back. Then, he tore off his clothes and tied her tightly behind his back. The little gourd appeared. He bit his finger and put it into Violet Lightning's mouth, temporarily protecting her last bit of life. "Go quickly." On her deathbed, Violet Lightning looked at the white-haired man in front of her and said in a hoarse voice, "Hold on to me. I'll take you out of this encirclement." Ning Chen's divine sense swept across the thousands of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals around him. His face was full of murderous intent. As soon as he said that, Ning Chen's figure flashed. Celestial execution swept past, bringing with it a waterfall of dazzling blood. On the divine court, a great battle had begun. Ning Chen carried Violet Lightning on his back, and Black Fox followed behind. Facing thousands of soldiers and horses, he didn't look the slightest bit timid. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Kill. In the void, the Lord of the Divine Court said with a cold expression. The 6 immortal fighters took the order and rushed out, joining forces to fight against the knowing destiny state. With Tian Qi as the leader, the 6 immortal fighters of the heaven realm joined forces. Their combat strength doubled and blocked all escape route. Around them, thousands of soldiers of the Divine Court assisted the 6 immortal fighters. The battle had reached its climax since the beginning. Ning Chen's divine consciousness swept across the surrounding people who were attacking him and said coldly, "Since you want to seize Kunwu so much, how can I not let you see the power of the divine sword?" After that, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by wind and snow, and the Kunwu divine sword in his hand erupted with amazing power. The next moment, the Kunwu divine sword pierced the ground. With Ning Chen as the center, the sky and earth in the east of the divine court began to collapse. The terrifying sword power directly destroyed the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. Within the range of the sword pressure, the bodies of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals exploded. Blood poured like a waterfall and covered the entire divine court. Around them, the 6 immortal fighters were impacted by the sword pressure and were directly sent flying. It was an amazing scene. With just one sword, the siege of the divine court was broken in an instant. The 6 immortal fighters were injured, and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were almost killed. In the void, the Lord of the Divine Court saw the amazing power of the Kunwu divine sword, and a blazing brilliance burst out from his eyes. He must have this sword. The Divine Master made a move, and the ancient fiend god reappeared. The sky above the Divine Court instantly darkened. Chapter 1455. Above the Divine Court, knowing destiny was enraged. His terrifying sword forced back thousands of soldiers and horses. The Kunwu godly sword showed amazing power. It destroyed the world around the Divine Court with unprecedented power. The Lord of the Divine Court saw the amazing power of the Kunwu godly sword, and his eyes lit up. The Lord of the Divine Court personally attacked. As a god-fiend who had lived from ancient times to this era, his cultivation was terrifying. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning fell from the sky. Amidst the lightning, the Lord of the Divine Court moved instantly. The absolute pressure caused the void to distort. The body of a god-fiend was extremely strong. The Lord of the Divine Court punched out, and it was earth-shattering. Ning Chen waved his sword to block it, but the terrifying power forced him to take half a step back. The Kunwu godly sword can cut the rules of the god world, but it doesn't work on me. As he spoke, the Lord of the Divine Court punched out again, and the power was several times stronger. With a bang, Ning Chen flew out 10 feet and barely stopped himself. The powerful force was stronger than any human born with divine strength. The Lord of the Divine Court showed the amazing physical strength of an ancient god-fiend. Ning Chen's face turned cold. He shouted, and the chaotic true essence and demonic essence around him merged quickly. the chaotic chi appeared again. He stepped out and slashed down with the godly sword. The Lord of the Divine Court raised his hand to block the godly sword. The Kunwa godly sword could cut the rules of the god world, but it couldn't cut through the powerful body of a god fiend. Back off! The Lord of the Divine Court shouted coldly, and his power exploded, forcing the person in front of him back again. 10 steps away, Ningchen stopped. He waved his hand and put away the godly sword. With a shout, the chaotic true essence around him catalyzed the demonic chi, and his power rose rapidly. The attack of the godly sword didn't work. Ningchen changed his tactics and used the 9 Serenity's secret technique again. Suddenly, the demonic chi in the world surged. With the help of the chaotic true essence, the power doubled. Flying Swan Formula. Ningchen raised his hand, and a steady stream of demonic chi spread out. His power kept rising. At this moment, Ningchen and the Lord of the Divine Court rushed out at the same time. Their fists and legs collided. It was a battle of physical strength. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a violent shock wave spread out. Ningchen took a few steps back, and the demonic chi around him rose rapidly. With the support of the Flying Swan formula, Ningchen's strength continued to increase. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times in the void, the Lord of the Divine Court sensed the change in the former, and his expression turned solemn. The strength of the young man in front of him had increased so quickly. With the lesson of the Son of Heaven Sword's master, the Lord of the Divine Court was worried that the situation would change. He no longer hesitated and let out a long roar. Dragon chi coiled around his body. With the blessing of the Divine Court over countless years, the Lord of the Divine Court's power reached the peak again. The next moment, the Lord of the Divine Court disappeared and appeared in front of Knowing Ming. The fist force blasted out, and a dragon's roar filled the sky. The instant Ningchen received the fist, his figure was sent flying hundreds of meters away. This astonishing strength far surpassed any opponent he had faced in the past. Ningchen's arms trembled and went numb, gradually losing all feeling. Having gained the upper hand, the Lord of the Divine Court did not hold back at all. He took a step forward, and his figure flashed out again. The Lord of the Divine Court closed the distance of 1,000 feet and punched out, causing the sky to collapse and the ground to sink. Ningchen tilted his head and heard the sound of the wind approaching. He turned his body and instinctively avoided the attack of the Lord of the Divine Court. After missing the attack, the Lord of the Divine Court frowned slightly. He turned his body and swept out his leg. When the attack came, Ningchen dodged again. His extremely fast reaction speed was completely out of instinct. After dodging the attack, the demonic chi around Ningchen turned into a torrent, and he used the moon worship technique again. 12 spiritual styles, sky-raising waterfall. With a boom, Ningchen slapped out with his palm. The waterfall reversed, and the Lord of the Divine Court was sent flying. 100 feet away, the Lord of the Divine Court stopped. The dragon chi around him dispersed the demonic chi, and he was unharmed. After being repelled for the first time, the Lord of the Divine Court narrowed his eyes. He looked at the looming silver brilliance around the young man in front of him, and a strange expression flashed across his face. The Divine Realm. The Lord of the Divine Court's expression gradually froze. This person had entered the Divine Realm again. Could this young man already enter and exit the Divine Realm freely? In the void, Ningchen's demonic chi surged, and a silver brilliance loomed. He stood in the Divine Realm again, and his combat power doubled. In an instant, Ningchen's figure disappeared. He rushed forward and took the initiative to attack. The power collided, and the rumbling sound echoed throughout the Eastern Divine Realm. Standing in the Divine Realm, Ningchen's speed and power had increased several times, and his attacks became fiercer. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the air around them surged. Ningchen took half a step back, and this time, he was only half a step behind. With the support of the Divine Realm, Ningchen kept activating the Flying Swan art. His attack power increased rapidly, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, and more shocking. The Lord of the Divine Court frowned, but he did not show any weakness. His dragon chi surged, and he faced the attack head-on. With a boom, the two of them collided for the umpteenth time. A shocking vacuum belt formed in the center of their fists, and the world was destroyed. 12 spiritual styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Standing in the divine realm, with the support of the flying swan art, Ning Chen's attack power increased again. His attack power was 9 times stronger, and his punch collapsed the void. In front of him, the Lord of the Divine Court saw this, and he shouted. The dragon chi around him shook the sky, and he also met the attack with an overbearing punch. Boom! The two fists collided, and the world collapsed. With the two of them as the center, the world around them collapsed rapidly. Above the 9 heavens, everything turned into nothingness. 10 times. Pushing to the limit, Ning Chen's body burned with dazzling demonic flames that were like waves, swallowing the world. In the divine realm, 10 times the attack power was more shocking than before. Where Ning Chen stood, heaven and earth could not tolerate it, and his figure almost turned into nothingness. 12 spiritual styles, 100 tides sky dome. With a roar, Ning Chen raised his head and raged. Suddenly, the demonic waves in the void were like a sea, shaking the world. Feeling the shocking power erupting from the young man in front of him, the Lord of the Divine Court's expression turned solemn. He flipped his hands, and purple dragons broke through the void. Purple Star Fighting Technique, Imperial 9 Dragons Art. Facing the strongest opponent in his life, the Lord of the Divine Court showed unprecedented strength. 9 dragons came out together, and the dragon chi roared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two figures flashed across the void, and incomparably powerful forces collided. Boom! Everything was destroyed, and in the midst of doomsday, a terrifying crack appeared on the battlefield. It spread horizontally and vertically, reaching 1,000,000 miles away. It was an astonishing sight. Everyone in the Eastern Divine Realm was staring at the horizon with fear written all over their faces. What a terrifying power! At this moment, many experts from all over the divine world looked to the east with shock. What was going on in the Eastern Divine World? Such a shocking battle happened one after another. The sky cracked. In the Eastern Divine Realm, everyone was looking at the horizon with terrified expressions on their faces. In the 9 heavens, the sky that was cracked by the 2 punches could not close for a long time. It was abnormally shocking. Boom! At this moment, rain fell from the sky and fog covered the sky. In the rain, 2 figures appeared, and their right arms were dripping with blood. The shocking punch was so powerful that even the 2 strongest people in the world could not withstand it. More than half of the bones in their arms were broken. Crack! Crack! In the void, the sound of bones being reconstructed was ear-piercing. Hundreds of feet away, the 2 people's right arms were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was difficult to tell who was better. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 people who had their right arms regenerated rushed out almost at the same time and punched at the former. Demonic flames rose around Ning Chen. Standing in the divine realm, he forcibly maintained the state of 10 times the attack. At the same time, the master of the divine realm also seemed to have a breakthrough. 9 dragons coiled around his body, and his strength was extremely shocking. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the 2 people's strength was still rising. Punch after punch, the surrounding cracks in the sky kept expanding. In the divine world, various big shots looked at the sky above the Eastern Divine World with gloomy expressions. Not good. Cracks had appeared in the divine world before, and it had been stabilized with great difficulty. Now, due to the impact of the 2 people's battle, cracks appeared again. Boom! Just as everyone was worried about the cracks in the sky above the Eastern Divine World, tribulation clouds suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens, and a terrifying heavenly might descended from the sky. The shocking heavenly might seemed to want to destroy the world. Below, the two people felt it, and their expressions froze. Heavenly tribulation. Where did this heavenly tribulation come from? However, before they could finish their thoughts, Ning Chen's body shone with a dazzling brilliance. The barrier of the heavenly realm that he could not break through all this time was actually shaking. Great tribulation of the heavenly realm. The master of the divine realm looked up with a gloomy expression. He actually broke through at this time. At the same time, in the southern border of the divine world, the rising sun demon god's eyes narrowed slightly. This is not good. What's wrong? Beside him, the moon goddess was puzzled. Isn't the high priest's breakthrough a good thing? That's for others. The rising sun demon god's expression was solemn. Ning Chen's main cultivation is the sword Tao, and the sword Tao is not the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to reflect the heavenly Tao into the world. Now, if he breaks through to the heavenly realm using the Tao of strength, it is equivalent to taking the wrong path. It is almost impossible for him to turn back and use the sword Tao in the future. The moon goddess's expression changed when she heard this, and her hands quickly formed a seal. What are you doing? The rising sun demon god asked sternly. I am going to stop him, the moon goddess replied. Using the divine seal as a medium, she transmitted her voice to the eastern divine world through endless time and space. High priest, stop. You must not undergo the tribulation. The moon goddess's urgent voice came from above the divine world. Below, Ning Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Hurry! The moon goddess's voice came again, this time even more urgent. There is no time to explain. Below, Ning Chen no longer hesitated. He shouted and began to suppress his power. Although he didn't know what the moon goddess meant, he trusted her. A moment later, in the void above, the muffled thunder in the tribulation clouds gradually weakened. The tribulation dissipated and returned to the world. In front, the lord of the divine court looked at the white-haired young man in front of him with a puzzled expression. There was actually someone who voluntarily gave up on entering the heavenly realm? After a moment of confusion, the lord of the divine court's expression darkened. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and rushed in front of the young man. Boom! The incomparably powerful punch was earth-shattering. Ning Chen had just suppressed his cultivation and didn't have enough strength to recover. In a hurry, he was sent flying with a punch. 100 feet away, Ning Chen's figure stopped, and a strange light rose around him. It was so dazzling. Or did he break through? The lord of the divine court looked ahead, and his eyes flashed with confusion. No, he didn't undergo the tribulation. It was impossible for him to enter the heavenly realm. Chapter 1456. In the sky above the celestial court, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The lord of the celestial court had betrayed him, and the knowing destiny realm was enraged as he confronted the strongest person in the eastern divine realm. Now that he was in the god realm, his battle prowess had multiplied. Coupled with the 9 underworlds battle technique, Ning Chen's strength had risen to an unprecedented level. He had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. Although using strength to prove one's Tao was tyrannical, the Tao of life knowing lay in the sword. While making a choice, Ning Chen did not hesitate to give up on proving his Tao through strength and suppress his own realm. The heavenly trial disappeared. In the sky, Ning Chen's body shone with a strange light. He had not entered the heavenly plane, but he still had the power of the heavenly plane. A half-celestial lord was in existence that had not appeared for countless years. Today, Ning Chen had stepped into this realm with his strength. His cultivation had reached a certain level, but without being verified by the world, a half-celestial venerate had reappeared in the world. Up in the sky, Ning Chen's body glowed with a strange light as he fought against the number 1 expert of the Eastern Divine Realm. The Lord of the Divine Court looked serious. He separated his hands, and purple dragon chi coiled around them. His astonishing power was shocking. The 2 silhouettes dashed out once again. This time, they were fast and powerful. Boom! Their fists collided. This time, Ning Chen didn't retreat half a step. He was on par with the lord of the godly court, who had the body of an ancient god-fiend. Such world-shocking power was so terrifying. The two of them clashed with each other, causing the surrounding void to crack. The spatial crack that stretched for millions of miles was so terrifying that it continued to expand as the two fought. 9 Heaven's star-plucking hand. In the middle of the battle, Ning Chen raised his hand and slapped down with his huge palm. It was forceful and overbearing, and he used all of his strength. The Lord of the Divine Court narrowed his eyes. He flipped his hands and displayed extreme power at the same time. Purple Star Battle Arts, Heavenly Scar. Ziwei Divine Palace shook the heavens and earth. The Lord of the Divine Court punched out, and a shocking crack appeared in the void. Two extremes of strength collided, causing the heavens and earth to rumble and shake. The two sovereigns of strength displayed the most hardy battle of physical bodies. Their fists landed on each other's bodies, and their power exploded. The terrifying fist energy penetrated through their bodies, and the two's faces were dripping with sweat. They gave up on their weapons and returned to the most primitive battle of strength. Banging sounds rang out incessantly. Their fists intertwined, and their strength grew stronger and stronger. Boom! After an unknown number of moves, the two's fists landed on each other's bodies at the same time. The sound of ribs breaking rang out as their strongest might erupted. Blood covered the upper half of the body of the Lord of the Divine Court. Drops of blood dripped down, clear as day. On the other side, Ning Chen's body was also dyed red. Drops of blood dyed his plain clothes red. Around the two of them, the essence of gods and demons surged, quickly healing their heavily injured bodies. Their astonishing recovery abilities made the two of them almost immortal. In just an instant, the two figures flashed again and fought with all their strength. Now that they were evenly matched, the two of them continued to increase their battle prowess until they were almost on par with each other. At this moment, the two of them only had eyes for each other. At a certain moment, a dazzling silver light rose from their bodies, shocking the world. Divine Domain. The various sovereigns of the God world were shocked as they watched the battle unfold in the Eastern God world. The two of them had actually stepped into the deity domain at the same time. In the Eastern Divine Realm, there were two people who had also entered the God realm. Silver light surged from their bodies, and they were extremely dazzling. Standing in the Divine Realm, the Lord of the Divine Court became more and more powerful. Every punch he threw left a terrible crack in the sky. The true scars of the heavens crisscrossed and extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Ning Chen was hit by the astral wind of the Lord of the Divine Court's fist. His body flew to the end of the crack in the sky. The Lord of the Divine Court didn't show any joy in his eyes. He stepped out and rushed forward like lightning. At the end of the crack in the sky, Ning Chen stopped. Demonic chi surged around him, healing his injuries. In front of him, the Lord of the Divine Court rushed over. Not to be outdone, Ning Chen's figure flashed and met the Lord of the Divine Court head-on. Their fists collided. Ning Chen avoided the Lord of the Divine Court's attack and grabbed his shoulder. Like a meteor, he crashed into the Divine Court below. Roar! The Azure Dragon's roar was earth-shattering. The Azure Dragon around the two of them roared and crashed into the Divine Court. Boom! There was a shocking vibration. The two of them crashed into the Divine Court, and the entire Divine Court shook violently. The Divine Court shook. In the Divine Court's Jingtian Pavilion and Yunshao Hall, the first Divine General and Divine Consort opened their eyes at the same time. Divine essence spread out from their bodies, protecting the Jingtian Pavilion and Yunshao Hall. The younger generation will surpass us in time. In the Jingtian Pavilion, the first Divine General sighed and ignored them. He continued to organize the ancient books in the Jingtian Pavilion. Not far away, Qing Jian, who had disappeared for 100 years, sat cross-legged. Qi surged around him. His cultivation was stronger than 100 years ago. The first divine fighting general glanced at Qing Jian, who was not far away. His expression was filled with emotion. He hoped that everything was not too late. In the end, they still needed to save themselves. In Yunshao Hall, the divine consort stepped out. She looked at the battle in front of her and frowned. This young man could fight the divine master to a standstill. In the collapsed divine court, the Lord of the Divine Court's divine essence burst out, shaking off the restraints of knowing destiny. With a heavy blow, a crack appeared on the Lord of the Divine Court's chest. It was terrifying. The injury from the ancient times could no longer be healed. In front of a strong enemy, the Lord of the Divine Court didn't dare to be careless. His divine essence surged and forcibly suppressed the injury. The crack gradually disappeared. The Lord of the Divine Court clenched his fists, and thunder loomed. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Divine Court flashed past and arrived in front of knowing destiny. He punched with thunder. It was a terrifying scene. The Lord of the Divine Court controlled the thunder and strengthened his fist. Ning Chen leaned to the side and was shocked to see the thunder fall and split the Divine Court into two. The Divine Court collapsed and the ground tilted. Giant rocks fell from the sky as if doomsday had arrived. Close at hand, the aftermath of the thunder hit him. Ning Chen felt his body go numb, and his attack was restrained. Boom! A battle between strong cultivators didn't allow a moment of hesitation. The moment Ning Chen's attack slowed down, the Lord of the Divine Court reacted and punched. With a bang, Qi rushed to Ning Chen's chest. Clouds roared in all directions. Ning Chen flew out instantly and crashed into one hall after another. In front of Yunshao Hall, Ning Chen stopped retreating. Behind him, 10 steps away, the divine consort stood quietly. Her powerful aura was no less than that of the Lord of the Divine Court. Ning Chen also felt the threat behind him. He didn't move. At this moment, the divine consort raised her hand. A powerful force burst out and tore through the void, devouring knowing destiny. When the divine consort attacked, Ning Chen reacted instantly and dodged the attack. At the same time, the Kunwu sword appeared in his hand. The sword of symbiosis of the divine world was extremely powerful. Seeing this, the divine consort's beautiful face changed and she hurriedly blocked it. However, the Kunwu divine sword could cut through all the rules of heaven and earth. Although the divine consort was strong, she still couldn't block this earth-shattering sword. The divine master was an ancient divine demon, but the divine consort wasn't. She couldn't withstand the power of the divine sword with her physical body. The divine sword cut through the divine essence. Before the divine consort could open her small world to block, the divine sword had already pierced through her body. Arg! A pool of blood splashed in the sky. Beautiful blood flowers fell and dyed the Yunshao Divine Palace red. Divine Consort! In the distance, the Lord of the Divine Court rushed over and saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In front of Yunshao Divine Palace, Ning Chen pulled out the divine sword. At this moment, the Lord of the Divine Court had arrived and his fist shook the sky. Ning Chen flipped his palm and demonic waves surged to meet the attack. With a rumble, the furious Lord of the Divine Court's power was extremely terrifying. The moment Ning Chen met the attack, he felt his body sink and the force under his feet dissipated. In an instant, Yunshao Divine Palace behind him shook violently and kept collapsing. Divine Consort! The Lord of the Divine Court held the severely injured divine consort and rushed hundreds of feet away. His voice kept trembling. Hang in there. After countless years of companionship, the two had already gotten used to each other's existence. Compared to the love between a man and a woman, this kind of companionship for thousands of years was the real eternity. In front of Yunshao Divine Palace, Ning Chen stood with his sword. Blood kept dripping from the divine sword in his hand. The divine blood was so hot that when it fell on the stone steps, it ignited a divine flame. At this moment, in the collapsed halls, 6 divine fighting generals climbed up and struggled to stand in front of Ning Chen. The head of the 6 divine fighting generals, Tian Qi, was covered in vermilion red. At this moment, he endured his injuries and used his divine power again. The other 5 divine fighting generals of the divine world also suppressed their injuries and rushed out to stop the cultivator in front of them. An expert who fights bravely is truly admirable. Ning Chen felt the strong fighting spirit burning in the 6 divine fighting generals and said calmly. The divine sword in his hand swept across, and the divine power blocked the 9 heavens. The 6 people rushed forward, and an incomparably powerful force surged, trying to block for a moment. However, how could the divine sword be so easy to block? Kun Wu slashed across, and the heavens and the earth fell silent. The 6 divine fighting generals propped up their own small worlds to block, but in the blink of an eye, the small worlds collapsed. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the 6 divine fighting generals flew out together. The strength of the small worlds was not as perfect as that of the rising sun demon god, so it was difficult to block the divine sword. In front of Yunshao Divine Palace, Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the divine court that had existed for countless years. After a moment, the divine sword in his hand directly stabbed into the ground. Scroll of Earth, Earth Destruction and Mountain Destruction. The heavenly book showed its divine power, and the divine sword supported it. Suddenly, the broken divine court shook violently and completely collapsed. Under the destruction of the divine sword, countless collapsed halls turned into dust and disappeared. Countless matrix patterns collapsed. Under the divine power of Kun Wu, all resistance became meaningless. Not far away, the divine lord held the divine consort in his arms and looked at the collapsed divine court. At this moment, there was no longer any fighting spirit in his sad eyes. Divine Lord, let's not fight anymore. Let's go. In the arms of the divine court lord, the seriously injured and dying divine consort forced her eyes open. Looking at the destroyed divine court, her eyes dimmed and she was extremely weak. Hearing this, the divine court lord trembled. After a long time, he nodded silently. In the distance, the 6 divine fighting generals struggled to get up. Just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped. Stop, all of you! The divine court lord said softly. Let's not fight anymore. Let's go. After that, the divine court lord did not say another word. He carried the divine consort and silently left. Seeing this, the 6 divine fighting generals were shocked. What did the divine lord mean? In front of the collapsed Yunshao Divine Palace, Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the divine court lord who was leaving. He did not stop him. There was no doubt that the divine lord was powerful. In this battle, he did not win. The ancient divine demons lived up to their reputation. In the distance, the divine court lord left with the divine consort in his arms. Half of his body was dyed red, and he looked so miserable. Chapter 1457. In the Eastern Divine World, the divine court was destroyed. The divine master left with his divine concubine who was severely injured. It symbolized the end of an era. Ning Chen didn't kill the 6 severely injured divine battle generals. Instead, he let them live. 1,000 years had passed. Ning Chen, whose hands were stained with blood, hated killing from the bottom of his heart. Although he had to be ruthless sometimes, he didn't like to kill indiscriminately. In the void, after a great battle, it was a mess. As far as the eye could see, there were cracks in space. The sky was about to be destroyed. It was shocking. Ning Chen left with the severely injured Purple Lightning and Black Fox. No one was a winner in this battle. Immortal Elder, she may not be able to hold on for much longer. The little gourd on Ning Chen's shoulder said softly. Ning Chen's body shook when he heard that. He nodded silently. On his back, Purple Lightning's vitality was disappearing bit by bit. The Divine Master's palm had completely cut off Purple Lightning's vitality. What about Heavenly Lord Qingyu? Ning Chen asked. His injuries are not light, but his life is not in danger, the little gourd replied. Ning Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Behind him, the black fox followed quietly. Of the 9 foxtails, only 6 were left. A man and a fox descended from the sky. In the Eastern Divine World, Ning Chen put down Purple Lightning and reached out to check her injuries. His expression was slightly gloomy. "Young Master Ning, help me up." Purple Lightning opened her eyes and said softly. Ning Chen nodded and helped the woman up. With the help of the man beside her, Purple Lightning looked at the divine world in front of her. She was reluctant to leave. She really didn't want to die. The divine world was so beautiful. She couldn't bear to part with it. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay. "Young Master Ning, can you help me walk?" Purple Lightning looked at the white-haired young man beside her and said weakly. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded gently and walked forward with the woman beside him. The vast divine world was so vast that he couldn't see the end. Ning Chen walked on the divine world with Purple Lightning, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the divine world. After walking for a long time, Purple Lightning couldn't walk anymore. Exhaustion flashed in her eyes. She said, "Young Master Ning, thank you." Ning Chen was silent. He didn't know what to say. At this moment, Purple Lightning turned around and looked at Black Fox. "Little Fox, let that lady out." The Black Fox was confused and looked at its master in front of it. Purple Bolt said softly, "I can save her." Ning Chen's body shuddered when he heard this. Black Qi surged around the Black Fox. Wild's figure appeared. She had been sleeping for 100 years, but her appearance was still the same as before. Purple Bolt stepped forward and looked at the woman before him. He sighed softly in his heart. To be honest, she was very envious of this young lady. She was able to make a person not hesitate to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire to rescue her. Even if he died, it was worth it. She had never met such a person in her life. Purple Bolt gently raised his hand and pressed it between the woman's eyebrows. In the next moment, the flames of life around him burned intensely like a divine sun, blazing and dazzling. Ning Chen felt it and clenched his fist. "Fire of life. My life has been too tragic. To be able to get to know you in my final moments is worth it." As he spoke, Violet Lightning let out a soft cry, and the flames around him became even more dazzling. The flame of life was dazzling. Purple Lightning used up the last of his life to light up the flame of life for the sleeping Ah-Man. The heavenly Tao was heartless. The only equivalent exchange of life was life. Purple Bolt, who had already reached the heaven realm, used up the last flame of his life. In the boundless darkness, he lit up the extinguished flame of life in Ah-Man's body. Gradually, Purple Bolt's body turned illusory. His flame of life burned out and his body started to dissipate. Behind him, pain flashed across Ning Chen's face. Life always made people feel so powerless. "Young Master Ning, goodbye." With that, Purple Bolt's body dissipated with the wind and completely disappeared. Ning Chen went forward and supported Ah-Man. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. The weak flame of life pulsed gently. Although it was weak, it was so clear. Ah-Man, Ning Chen stretched out his trembling right hand and touched the woman's face. He almost couldn't believe this scene. Boom! Just at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The dead were revived. The heavenly Tao didn't allow it. Ning Chen sensed it and the sword energy around his body rose again. Although he was injured, he still drew his sword and stood up. "Since you've already returned, how can I let you leave?" As he spoke, Ning Chen took a step and rushed into the void. He swung his sword and blocked the heavenly tribulation, for Ah-Man Kuan Wu was unsheathed and the sword slashed the sky. The surging sword pressure scattered the lightning in the sky. The divine sword that coexisted with the divine world was powerful. Another large crack appeared in the void and spread out for thousands of miles. After the sword's strike, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky and was about to leave with Ah-Man Wu Wu. The Black Fox growled and followed behind. You're free now. Ning Chen stopped and said calmly, You can go. Woo woo. The black fox shook its head and continued to follow behind. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned and said, You'll be in danger if you follow me. Go. Woo woo. The black fox shook its head again and refused to leave. Do as you wish. Ning Chen sighed and didn't say anything else. He took a step and left with Ah Man. The black fox let out a roar and flew with the wind, following behind. In the north of the divine world, Ning Chen rushed over with Ah Man. He didn't dare to stay for a moment and rushed to the Shuiyun imperial palace. In front of the palace, the empress stood quietly, waiting for the former to arrive. She already knew what happened in the eastern divine world. Even she didn't expect that the purple lightning divine general would sacrifice himself to ignite Ah Man's flame of life. Not long after, phoenix flames filled the void and Ning Chen arrived. Empress. Ning Chen walked over with Ah Man and said, No need to say more. I already know. The empress stepped forward and reached out to check Ah Man's meridians. A strange look flashed in her eyes. There was indeed life. Although it was very weak, it wasn't as lifeless as before. Ha! Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. The empress shouted and the divine essence around her surged into Ah Man's body. Ning Chen stood quietly at the side with his hands clenched. Even if his heart was as tough as steel, he was still very nervous at this moment. In front of the palace, the empress had done her best to save Ah Man's life. Purple lightning's sacrifice had finally lit up a glimmer of hope and ignited the flame of life in Ah Man's body. From sunrise to sunset, and then to sunrise, exhaustion flashed in the empress' eyes. After a full 24 hours, the flame of life in Ah Man's body finally stabilized. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the earth. The empress stopped and said tiredly, All right, she will wake up after a few days of rest. Ning Chen was shocked when he heard this. He bowed respectfully to the empress in front of him. Thank you, empress. No need. The empress shook her head and said, You should thank Lady Purple Lightning. Without her, even I wouldn't be able to save her. Ning Chen was silent and sighed softly in his heart. Yao Ji, take Lord Ning and Lady Ah Man to rest first, the empress said faintly. Yes. A goddess Shuiyun walked out and respectfully accepted the order. Lord Ning, please. Yao Ji stepped forward and said politely. Thank you. Ning Chen responded and strode forward to catch up with him. In a quiet courtyard on the east side of the palace, Yao Ji led the two of them over and said, Lord Ning, you and Lady Ah Man can rest here. No one will disturb you. Ning Chen nodded and said, Thank you, Lady Yao Ji. You're welcome. Yao Ji replied, Lord Ning, if you need anything, please tell us. You are the Empress's honored guest, and we will do our best to satisfy you. Ning Chen shook his head and replied, I don't need anything for now. Then I will take my leave first. Yao Ji bowed gracefully and turned to leave. Ning Chen carried Ah Man back to the room. The room was decorated very simply, but it was also very elegant. There was no one next to him. The little gourd flew out with 2 buds on its head. It looked very amusing. Ning Chen placed Ah Man on the bed with an extremely gentle expression. The little gourd flew over and put its little hand on Ah Man's arm to check her pulse. Immortal Elder, she's fine, the little gourd said in a childish voice. Ning Chen smiled and said, When did you learn how to check her pulse? I learned it a long time ago, the little gourd replied seriously. Ning Chen smiled and knocked the little gourd's head. You're really good. The little gourd hugged its little head and pouted. I really know how to do it. Okay, I know. Ning Chen smiled. Go out and play with Black Fox. The little calabash nodded vigorously, then flew out on its own little calabash. Ning Chen held the girl's hand by the bed with an apologetic expression. He had been running around for so many years, but he had gradually neglected the people around him. Within the imperial palace, Yao Ji walked back and bowed towards Empress Shuiyun. Your Majesty. Under the curtain, the Empress looked to the east and said calmly, Have you all noticed that the sky of the Eastern Divine Realm still hasn't recovered? Below, the expressions of the heavenly daughters of Shu Yun turned serious. It was indeed so. Perhaps the final calamity hasn't ended. The Empress sighed. Were humans ultimately unable to defeat the heavens? In a small courtyard on the east side of the imperial palace, Ning Chun stayed by Ah Man's side all day long and no longer cared about the outside world. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months. In the small courtyard, the withered trees were beginning to sprout. Big Fox, hurry up and run. The little gourd chased Black Fox around the courtyard and urged it. Black Fox was also happy to play with the little gourd and ran around the courtyard. In the room, Ning Chun sat by the bed with a wet towel in his hand and wiped Ah Man's face. At this moment, on the bed, Ah Man's finger moved slightly. It was so slight that it was almost undetectable. However, Ning Chun, who was completely focused on the girl in front of him, noticed it and his body trembled slightly. Ah Man, are you awake? Ning Chun looked at the girl in front of him with empty eyes and asked softly. As soon as he said that, Ah Man's finger moved again. This time, it was very clear. Ning Chun smiled and said, If you're awake, hurry up and open your eyes. Don't be naughty anymore. Chapter 1458. In a quiet courtyard on the east side of Water Cloud Imperial Palace, Ah Man, who had slept for 100 years, finally woke up. After 100 years, the marks on Ning Chun's face had deepened. His eyes were blind and he looked much older. On the bed, Ah Man opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. A smile appeared on her delicate face as she said softly, You're old. Ning Chun chuckled and said gently, I'm old. Do you want to get up and walk around? Yes. Ah Man replied softly. Ning Chun stepped forward and helped the girl up. He smiled and said, Be careful. His tone was calm, without too much emotion, excitement, or ecstasy. There was only extreme gentleness. After sleeping for so many years, Ah Man's body was a little weak. She leaned on Ning Chun and stood up. How long have I been asleep? Ah Man felt that her body was weak and asked. More than 100 years. Ning Chun smiled and said, Have you slept enough? That long? Ah Man stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. As the two talked, they came out of the room. In the courtyard, the little gourd was chasing the black fox around. It was very lively. Ning Chun heard the noise in the courtyard and said, All right, stop for a while. You've been busy for the whole day. The little gourd and the black fox stopped when they heard this. Sister Ah Man, you're awake. At this moment, the little gourd saw the girl in front of it. Its face lit up and it flew over. Ah Man reached out and caught the little gourd. She smiled and said, Little gourd, what's on your head? The little gourd stretched out its chubby little hand and touched the bud on its head. It smiled embarrassedly and said, Hee, I don't know either. We've fed it too many treasures. Plus, it absorbed a lot of Kane Chi when we went to the absolute beginning heaven, so a bud grew on its head, Ning Chun said with a smile. Ah Man let go of the little gourd and smiled. Go play. The little gourd nodded and flew to play with the black fox. In the courtyard, the black fox bowed to the two and then continued to play with the little gourd. Ah Man, let's go thank the Empress first. She helped a lot to wake you up this time, Ning Chun said softly. Okay. Ah Man nodded obediently. Ning Chun supported the woman beside him as they walked out of the courtyard. They headed straight for the Water Cloud Emperor Palace. On the way, Ning Chun told Wild about everything that had occurred in the past few years, and Wild didn't interrupt and just listened silently. I'm sorry. A man spoke softly after a long time passed. Ning Chun laughed involuntarily and said, What's there to be sorry about? What's the point of saying all this between us? Your eyes. Wild's expression dimmed as he looked at the man's blind eyes. I've already cultivated to this level. It doesn't matter whether I have these eyes or not. Ning Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hair of the girl beside him. He smiled and said, Moreover, ever since I lost my eyes, I discovered that my divine sense and hearing have become sharper. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Is there no cure? Wild asked softly. Maybe. Ningchen replied. It's just that I've been so busy trying to wake you up that I didn't have time to think about it. Don't worry, when you're better, we'll think of a way together. Yes. A man nodded vigorously when he heard this. Beneath the curtains of Raincloud Imperial Palace, Empress Shui Yun sensed the arrival of the two from afar, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. That girl had woken up? She woke up much faster than she had imagined. It seemed that Wild's will to live was quite strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Was it because she couldn't let go of him? In front of the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen helped Wild over and bowed respectfully. Junior Ning Chen requests an audience with the Empress. Come in. The Empress's calm voice sounded from within the Imperial Palace. Thank you, Empress. Ning Chen thanked her, then helped Wild into the Imperial Palace. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, the Empress sat high on the phoenix couch. She looked down at the two below and said, Congratulations. Ning Chen bowed and said with sincerity, I'm here to thank you in person. It's all thanks to your help that Wild was able to wake up this time. No need to be so polite. Just remember our agreement, the Empress said with an indifferent expression. Of course, Ning Chen replied. His empty eyes looked at the girl beside him and said, Wild, bow to the Empress. Yes. Wild nodded and bowed respectfully to Empress Shui Yun in the main hall. On the phoenix couch, the Empress stood up. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of the two. The Empress reached out and grabbed Wild's arm. She probed with her divine sense. After a while, she nodded lightly and said, There are no major problems. After this ordeal, Miss Wild's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will be more stable. It will be of great help in breaking through to the heaven realm in the future. Thank you, Empress, Wild said softly. Miss Wild's martial talent is rare in the world. If you're willing to stay in the Imperial Palace and become the heavenly daughter of the Shuiyun clan, I can guarantee that within 100 years, your cultivation will definitely reach the 5th realm, the Empress said seriously. No need. Wild shook her head gently. She looked at the man beside her and said gently, I want to accompany him. Hearing this, the Empress's eyes flashed with a strange light. She didn't insist and nodded. Everyone has their own ambitions. I won't force you. Ningchen, before this you've been so busy reviving Miss Wild that you didn't care about your eyes. Now that Miss Wild has woken up, I advise you to heal your eyes. Otherwise, as time passes, you may never be able to see again. Please guide me, Empress. Ning Chen bowed respectfully. At our level of cultivation, unless the physical body is destroyed, it can recover. Therefore, your eyes shouldn't be a problem with the physical body. It's your spirit, the Empress said seriously. When you were injured, it's very likely that your soul was damaged. That's why your eyes haven't recovered for a long time. If you want to regain your sight, you must find a way to heal your spirit. Hearing this, Ningchen frowned and said, Heal my spirit? Is there such a great medicine in the world? He had never heard of a great medicine that could heal the spirit. 3 soul grass, the Empress said calmly. I've only heard that in Desireless Heaven, there's a divine grass called 3 soul grass that can heal the spirit. However, I don't know whether this is true or not. Desireless Heaven. Hearing these 3 words, Ning Chen's expression changed, and he unconsciously clenched his fist. The Empress sensed his abnormality, and narrowed her eyes. What, is there something wrong? Nothing. Ning Chen suppressed the waves in his heart and said, I just thought of some past events. The Empress nodded and said, Desireless Heaven is different from the other heavens. It's a place where the living environment is extremely harsh. Only the strong can truly survive in Desireless Heaven. This is also why there are so many strong people in Desireless Heaven. With your current strength, if you go there, it's not easy to survive, let alone find 3 soul grasp. Hearing about desireless heaven for the first time, Ning Chen's expression was very serious. He asked, "Is desireless heaven that strong?" The Empress nodded and said, "Do you know where desireless heaven ranks among the 9 heavens?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know." Number 1. The Empress said seriously, "There are 9 heavens, and the Lord of Hell is on the 7th. In ancient times, when heaven and earth collapsed, the Lord of Hell separated the 3 heavens above the 7th from this world with his own strength and disappeared without a trace. Therefore, there are only 6 heavens in the 9 heavens today, and desireless heaven is the strongest of the 6 heavens. It can even be said that desireless heaven is now the ruler of the 3 realms." This unprecedented statement was shocking. Ning Chen heard the Empress's words, and his expression completely froze. Was desireless heaven really that strong? "I suggest you break through to the 5th realm as soon as possible. Only then can you have enough power to protect yourself, or cultivate a powerful life-saving technique," the Empress said calmly. Ning Chen fell silent. He had life-saving techniques, but if desireless heaven was as dangerous as the Empress said, then his life-saving technique was just a drop in the bucket. "I can teach you a life-saving technique." At this time, the Empress said faintly, "You saw it when you fought with me this time." Ning Chen's expression turned serious. "What price do I have to pay?" "Kunwu," the Empress said calmly. "If you leave the God realm and go to desireless heaven, Kunwu won't be important to you." Ning Chen thought for a moment and nodded gently. "Okay. I'll give you another suggestion." The Empress's mouth curved slightly. "The rulers of the God realm today all have their own special abilities. I, the Demon Lord, and the Rising Sun Dragon God are no exception. What I can teach you, those 2 can too. It depends on whether you have the ability to learn it." Ning Chen was shocked when he heard this. "You have 3 bodies, human, phoenix, and demon. It just so happens that all 3 of your bodies can cultivate our abilities. Why don't you give it a try?" As she spoke, an incomprehensible madness flashed in the Empress's eyes. She continued, "If you can learn all of our abilities, even if you go to desireless heaven alone in the future, no one can hurt you." Ning Chen's heart pounded at the Empress's words. He had never thought of this before. It was too crazy. "How about it? Do you dare to give it a try?" The Empress gathered her thoughts and looked at the young man in front of her. Ning Chen recovered from his shock and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. I know what to do." After the Empress heard this, a radiant smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said, "That's right. One has to learn how to make use of one's own greed in order to grow to the greatest extent. I look forward to the day when you return from your studies and give me a big surprise." Ning Chen cupped his fist. The aura of the Phoenix demon swept out from his body. The next moment, the 2 bodies turned and walked out of the Imperial Palace. They flew toward the Buddhist realm and Nanjiang respectively. Inside the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen's main body summoned Kunwu and offered it to the Empress with both hands. The Empress took Kunwu and glanced at it. Then, she waved her hand and sent Kunwu to the Imperial Palace. In an instant, strange lights rose around the Imperial Palace. The entire Imperial Palace broke free from the shackles of the God realm and became an independent world. Ning Chen felt something and a strange expression flashed across his face. Kunwu could be used like this. Empress Shuiyun was truly a genius. Chapter 1459. In the southern region of the God world, the phoenix flew toward Sunrise Divine Palace. Half a day later, the Sea God and the Moon God appeared in front of Sunrise Divine Palace. They looked at the red-robed figure kneeling in the flames and fell silent. At the same time, in the western region of the Buddhist world, a black-robed figure knelt and bowed. In front of him, the demon sovereign frowned and remained silent. Far away, in the same scene, Knowing Destiny knelt in front of the gods and demons. Knowing Destiny had never bowed before the gods and demons, but after 1,000 years, he had put down his dignity and knelt before them. Why? The rising sun god and the demon sovereign asked at the same time. I want to go to the desireless heaven. On the divine palace and Buddha mountain, the phoenix body and the demon body replied. The eyes of the two rulers of the god world darkened when they heard this. They said, Are you sure? If you go there, you might never be able to return. The two figures fell silent. After a moment, they nodded. I've made up my mind. I won't regret it. The two rulers sighed and didn't try to persuade them. I agree to your conditions. At the same time, in the northern region, the Empress stood in front of Raincloud Imperial Palace. She looked into the distance and said, Are you so sure that the sea god and the demon sovereign will agree? After all, none of the rulers would be willing to tell others their life-saving methods. If she didn't need the Kunwa sword, she wouldn't have agreed to this. The price is high enough. We both take what we need. Ningchen said calmly. The gods are no exception. A few days later, the rulers of the god world in the north, west, and south had all disappeared. In addition, the rulers of the east and heaven realms had either left or died. The entire god world fell silent. No one noticed that the upheaval of the god world was related to the same person. In the southernmost fire region of the southern region, a divine sun descended from the sky. 3 figures appeared in the sun, their powerful auras shocking to the extreme. From now on, you will cultivate here. I will use all my strength to stimulate the potential of your phoenix blood. The rising sun god looked at the red-robed young man and said in a low voice. The phoenix body nodded and said, Please advise me, sea god. The rising sun demon god looked at the moon goddess and said, Moon goddess, step aside. No matter what happens, do not interfere. Moon god looked worried, but she did not say anything. She turned around and left. Come. Use your full strength. The rising sun flood god said with a cold expression. The phoenix body nodded. Its figure flashed as it attacked with all its might. His speed was even faster than lightning. In the fiery domain, red lightning bolts flashed by. An endless stream of attacks pressed down on the rising sun undead god. In the battle, the sea god raised his hand. Terrifying divine flames swept out, roaring as they surged forward to meet the attack head-on. In the next moment, the fire domain rumbled continuously as the sea god attacked. The absolute divine might suppressed the flames in the surrounding fire domain and caused them to dim. After exchanging over 100 moves, the rising sun flood god gradually suppressed the extreme speed of his phoenix body. His attacks didn't slow down at all, and his violent energy surged and expanded his advantage. Boom! After an unknown number of moves, the rising sun flood god punched a hole through the chest of the phoenix body, which was on the verge of defeat. Blood splattered across the sky. With a single strike, the phoenix body was forced to retreat several steps, and blood spurted out of its mouth. Still not enough. The rising sun flood god's figure flashed forward, and his palm struck the phoenix body again. Arg! With a muffled groan, the phoenix body flew back another 100 feet. Its body was bathed in blood, and its injuries had worsened. Moon goddess, give him the sword. At this moment, the rising sun flood god said coldly. Outside the battle, the moon goddess couldn't bear it. She waved her right hand, and a divine sword appeared and flew forward. As the divine sword flew over, the phoenix body reached out to grab it. Suppressing the injuries on its body, its sword intent surged violently. Ha! The phoenix body shouted. Phoenix flames surged around its body. In the fire domain, a steady stream of energy surged from all directions. Do you know why I chose this place? It's because not only can you use your full strength here, but so can I. As it spoke, a huge divine sun rose around the rising sun flood god. Its terrifying divine might was almost tangible as it crazily pressed down. In the battle, the phoenix body's expression froze. The surrounding sword chi was affected by the divine might and began to distort. The rising sun flood god's strength was truly shocking. A moment later, the two figures collided again. Terrifying energy shook the battlefield. Sword chi and divine might clashed. Arg! The sword chi that filled the sky collapsed. Under the unparalleled divine might, thousands of sword chi collapsed. The red-clothed figure flew out, its body dyed red again. The rising sun flood god rushed out from the shockwaves. The divine flames around him burned even more fiercely. His palm landed on the phoenix body's chest. The blood that splattered was evaporated by the flames of the fire domain. The phoenix blood nourished the flames, and the flames in the fire domain became even more shocking. Not enough, the rising sun flood god said coldly. His attacks didn't stop. The divine might around him continued to rise as he attacked the phoenix body. Facing the flood god's violent attacks, the phoenix body retreated step by step. The hand holding the sword was dyed red. Its cultivation and foundation were completely suppressed, and it couldn't gain an absolute advantage in speed. This was a battle with no chance of victory. It was doomed from the beginning. Nirvana. Unwilling to lose, the phoenix body forcefully gathered its divine yuan. The divine sword in its hand changed direction, and it leaped into the sky. In an instant, beams of sword chi appeared out of thin air. They crisscrossed and were incomparably magnificent. In the fire domain, the rising sun flood god saw this and leaped into the sky as well. Dark sun descends. As the ultimate move appeared, a huge divine sun fell from the sky, pressing down on the knowing destiny state below. The divine sun and the sword chi collided again. The two extremes clashed, and a terrifying shockwave swept out, shaking heaven and earth. The aftermath of the shockwave sent the phoenix body flying out of the sky, its body dyed red. In front of it, the dark sun flood god blocked thousands of sword chi. The rising sun flood god's figure flashed past, instantly arriving above the phoenix body. He slammed his palm down again. The phoenix body, which hadn't stopped, fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a wave of dust that was hundreds of feet high. It was an absolute one-sided battle. Only a knowing destiny state cultivator was defeated tragically by the ruler of the divinity. On the ground, the phoenix body was covered in blood. Its physical body was almost destroyed. Cracks appeared all over its body. It was extremely frightening. The rising sun flood god descended from the sky. He looked at the unconscious figure below and frowned slightly. "Brother, that's enough." The moon goddess stepped forward and said solemnly, "It's only the first day. Haste makes waste." The rising sun flood god nodded and waved his right hand. Immediately, endless fire elemental surged from the fire domain and entered the heavily injured phoenix body. At this moment, the exhausted phoenix body was like a black hole, crazily devouring the fire elemental energy from all directions. While the phoenix body was almost crippled by the rising sun flood god and unconscious, a shocking battle was also going on in the barren demonic land of the demonic realm. The demon body, dressed in black and holding a famed sword of the demonic realm, was fighting the ruler of the demonic realm. The demon body was brave and fierce, but the demon lord's strength was unfathomable. After hundreds of moves, the demon body was injured again and again. Even the undying demon body couldn't heal in time. Among the rulers of the divinity realm, the demon lord fought the least. Few people knew his strength. Today, the demon body was facing him personally and only knew how terrifying the demon lord was. His unfathomable strength was like an abyss. To some extent, he was even more terrifying than the lord of the divine court. The demon body's violent attacks were dissolved by the demon lord one by one. Boom! There was a violent impact. The demon lord swung his fist to block the demon sword. His fist shook and forced the demon body back. Blood splattered, dyeing the land of the demonic realm red. The demon body was forced back several steps. His blood didn't stop flowing, and his fighting spirit didn't stop. Demonic flame sky. The demon body swung his sword, and demonic flames swept toward the demon lord. Too weak. The demon lord rushed out of the demonic flame and sent the demon body flying with a punch. With a boom, the demon body flew out and crashed into a huge mountain 100 miles away. The mountain collapsed, and huge rocks kept falling. The demon body landed among the rocks, gasping for breath. The demon lord's shocking demonic aura put a lot of pressure on the demon body. In just 100 moves, it felt like 100 years had passed. "Is that all?" The demon lord stepped forward in the void and said lightly. Again. Although the demon body was seriously injured, his fighting spirit didn't decrease at all. He forced himself to stand up and looked at the ruler of the demonic realm in front of him with hollow eyes. "Very good." The demon lord's eyes flashed with satisfaction. His demonic aura swept out and dyed the whole world black. The demon body felt it and didn't dare to delay any longer. He flashed and rushed forward. "Do you know where you are lacking?" As the sword approached, the demon lord grabbed the demon's sword and said lightly, "Strength, absolute strength." As soon as he said that, the demonic aura around the demon lord exploded and sent the person in front of him flying. The battle began. The demon lord raised his hand and slapped. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rolled and turned into a huge demonic palm that slapped down. The demon body's expression turned serious. He slashed with his sword and resisted the heavenly aura. Boom! The sword broke the demonic palm, but it couldn't block the powerful demonic aura. The demon body fell and smashed into the ground. In the void, the demon lord descended from the sky and looked at Zhenming in the huge pit. He said lightly, "How is it? I didn't use too much of my cultivation just now. Do you know where your weakness is?" In the huge pit, the demon body staggered up and said in a deep voice, again, "Sure, but it's the same no matter how many times you do it." The demon lord didn't refuse. He turned his palm and poured in his vitality. Demonic aura surged out like waves. The demon body stepped forward and held the sword with both hands. He gathered all his strength on the sword and slashed down with all his strength. Seeing this, the demon lord nodded lightly. There was progress. He knew how to gather his strength. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. As the demon sword approached, the demon lord raised his right hand and blocked the sword with a boom. The demonic chi blocked the sharp edge of the demon's sword. The demon's sword couldn't go any further. The difference in physical strength was obvious. "Is it enough?" the demon lord said calmly. He clenched his left hand into a fist and slammed it on the demon body's chest. The violent power directly destroyed Zhenming's martial bones. The demon body flew out and crashed into one mountain after another. Blood dyed the demonic world red. Seeing this, the demon lord waved his right hand. Demonic aura surged in the surrounding heaven and earth and turned into a huge vortex that swallowed Zhenming's body. Chapter 1460. In the God realm and the demon realm, the Phoenix demon fought against the rulers of the two realms. They were both defeated and severely injured. The rising sun demon god and the demon lord attacked and injured the Phoenix demon god. Then, they healed it with their supreme power and stimulated the potential of the knowing destiny state body. Half a day later, the battle in the God realm and the demon realm rumbled in the sky. The battle was unusually fierce. The Phoenix demon god recovered and fought against the two rulers of the God realm and the demon realm again. After experiencing life and death, its combat power was even stronger than before. However, the two rulers were immeasurably strong. They were still stronger than the knowing destiny state cultivators. Boom! Above the void, a shocking collision sound was heard. Violent shockwaves rippled out, and Feng Mo was sent flying. With two bangs, the demon phoenix's body fell to the ground in both the god and devil realms. It was defeated once again. The absolute difference in strength was difficult to make up for. The Phoenix demon god was defeated and fell into a coma. In the southern region of the God realm, the Phoenix demon god's wings were broken. It fell into a sea of fire covered in blood. It was extremely tragic. In the face of a true god of fire, Even the phoenix demon god, whose strength was increasing day by day, couldn't fight back. It was defeated again and again. The moon goddess walked over from nearby. Seeing the phoenix demon god covered in blood, she couldn't bear to see it. This way of increasing strength was really cruel. Brother, isn't it a bit too cruel? The moon goddess looked over at her brother who was descending from the sky. This is the path he chose, the rising sun demon god said. There's no such thing as a perfect solution. If you want to gain strength in the shortest time, you have to pay the price. Moon goddess, you should understand this. But moon god's face turned serious. His body and mind will collapse under this kind of torture. If he can't take it, he'll admit defeat, the rising sun demon god said indifferently. The rising sun sea god's expression was indifferent. The god realm doesn't lack such experts. One more failure doesn't matter. The strong are the kings. Who cares what methods you use? Step aside. With that, the rising sun demon god raised his hand. Fire Yuan swept out from the fire domain and rushed toward the unconscious knowing destiny state cultivator. The fire Yuan entered the knowing destiny state cultivator's body. Terrifying power kept rising, shocking the world. Seeing this, the rising sun demon god's golden eyes narrowed. He seemed to have improved a lot. The phoenix bloodline had endless potential. Each nirvana was full of surprises. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this young man could surpass him. Time passed bit by bit. After who knew how many days had passed, the cry of a phoenix could be heard within the fiery domain. An enormous phoenix figure appeared. Its entire body was blood red and it was dazzling. Hua Shern again. The phoenix walked out of the blazing phoenix fire in the sky and looked at the rising sun flood god. The rising sun flood god nodded. Golden light rose from his body as he slowly rose into the air. In the next moment, the two figures sped past and collided with each other. A world-shaking collision rang out. Phoenix flames and divine flames clashed against each other, and waves of fire engulfed the 9 heavens. Oh! Amidst the raging waves of fire, the rising sun flood god waved his hand to disperse the ripples that surged around him. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Not bad, you've improved a lot. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort to defeat him this time. With that in mind, the rising sun flood god flipped his hands. Divine flames soared into the sky and transformed into 2 gigantic fire dragons. The dragons and phoenixes appeared at the same time and kept colliding with each other in the fiery domain. Terrifying waves kept surging, shaking the heavens and the earth. As the phoenix went through nirvana again and again, the demon lord also used all his strength to force out the potential of the demonic body in the demonic realm. He severely injured the knowing destiny state and almost destroyed the body of the demonic body. Even the indestructible demon body couldn't heal the injuries of the knowing destiny state. Every time this happened, the demon lord would step in and help the demonic body heal. The most powerful demon lord in the demonic realm and the unfathomable grand cultivator helped the knowing destiny state increase their strength again and again. His ability was immeasurable. In the demonic realm, demonic chi flowed endlessly, helping the demon lord heal the body of the knowing destiny state. 10 days later, the demonic body opened his eyes in the raging demonic chi. His combat ability had recovered to its peak. Again, the demonic body stood up and said to the demon lord in front of him, "Come." The demon lord reached out and said lightly as his powerful demonic chi surged. In an instant, the demonic body rushed out and slashed down with the demonic sword with the power to destroy the world. The power increased several times and was even more shocking than before. After going through several transformations, the demonic body gradually understood the true meaning of power. Demons were originally a race that was known for their strength. All of their moves were for the sake of unleashing great power. Boom! In the demonic realm, the 2 demons fought. The terrifying power pressed down along the ground. Suddenly, cracks spread across tens of thousands of miles. The most powerful demon attacked with all his strength to train the knowing destiny state's demonic body. He didn't show any mercy. They fought again and again. The two figures kept colliding with each other. The collision of power was extremely fierce. Blood splattered on the demonic body. Although it had improved several times, it was still inferior to the demon lord in the demonic realm. Crack! After 100 moves, the demon lord punched out. The demonic body held the sword with both hands to block. The strong power burst out and the demonic sword in the demonic body's hand cracked. Break! The demon lord shouted. The famous sword of the demonic realm broke. The remaining power of the fist didn't diminish and hit the demonic body. With a muffled groan, the demonic body flew out and smashed into the mountain in the distance. The demon lord took a step and rushed forward again. He reached out and pulled the demonic body out and threw it down. With a boom, the demonic body smashed into the ground, covered in blood. In the huge pit, the broken sword was dyed red. It looked extremely miserable. The demon lord descended from the sky and looked at the demonic body below. His eyes flashed with surprise. He was indeed stronger than before. It was just that this sword was no longer suitable for him. The demon lord thought for a while and flew toward the former demonic palace. Just as the phoenix demon was going through the cruelest training, in the northern part of the divine realm, in the depths of the water cloud imperial palace, in an unknown secret realm, the empress was teaching martial arts. Her every move was earth-shattering. In the distance, a man looked at the changing scene in front of her. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Have you learned it? After a long time, the empress stopped and looked at the white-haired man in front of her. Ning Chen nodded. 30%. That's enough. The empress said faintly. The ice heart technique was created by me based on my own situation. It doesn't suit everyone. Although your body is also of the cold attribute, it's not exactly the same as mine. Ning Chen nodded and said, I'll try my best to learn it. I'll give you 3 months to learn it. The empress said calmly and turned to leave. In the water cloud's secret realm, Ning Chen closed his eyes and focused on recalling the empress' move. The moves were extremely complicated and difficult to remember. Even someone with an amazing memory like Ning Chen couldn't remember them all. However, it was enough. 10 days later, in the water cloud's secret realm, wind and snow raged. With Ning Chen as the center, the sky rumbled and dark clouds gathered in the sky. The first appearance of the heavenly heart was shocking. At this time, the empress appeared in the water cloud's secret realm. She looked ahead with a strange expression. Not bad. She had thought that he would need a month before he could get the hang of it. It seemed that his comprehension ability was much better than she had expected. In front of her, Ning Chen sat cross-legged in the wind and snow. His body was filled with cold air, and his powerful strength kept increasing. Day after day, Ning Chen focused on comprehending the ice heart technique. He cultivated his own martial arts with his own experience. In the distance, the empress stood quietly and didn't give him any guidance. 3 months later, the empress looked at the clouds in the sky that were gradually disappearing and stepped forward. Come, let me see what you've achieved. The empress looked at the white-haired man in front of her and said calmly. In the wind and snow, Ning Chen stood up and opened his hollow eyes. A gust of cold air exploded. In an instant, Ning Chen's body dashed out. He channeled his power into his palm, and his palm reached the sky. His unparalleled foundation was rare in the world. Although he hadn't reached the heavenly realm, his strength wasn't inferior to the heavenly realm. Seeing this, the empress's expression turned serious. She channeled her energy into her hand and struck out with her palm. The wind and clouds changed color. The two extremely cold forces clashed, and a terrifying shockwave shook the battlefield. In terms of foundation, they were evenly matched. However, the absolute difference in cultivation allowed the empress to suppress Ning Chen. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. Before he could catch his breath, the empress had already dashed toward him again. The surging waves of snow were earth-shattering. Ning Chen focused his mind and channeled his true yuan to block it head-on. The two forces clashed, and Ning Chen took half a step back. The corner of his mouth was dyed red. Your palm technique is not bad, but it's not the best. The Empress stopped and looked at the young man in front of her. She waved her right hand, and a divine sword flew out. She said, "Use your sword. Show me your strongest strength." The divine sword flew in front of him. Ning Chen raised his hand to hold the sword, and his aura suddenly changed. The surging pressure of the sword swept out, and the wind and snow were chaotic. The power of the sword increased rapidly. The Empress stepped forward and reached out her hand. She was like a fairy flying out of the sky, and her palm shattered the void. Ning Chen let out a deep roar. His sword intent gathered, and an incomparably powerful sword attack met the attack head-on. The sword and the palm clashed fiercely. In the wild wind and snow, the sword radiance formed by the ice and snow collapsed. The Empress dashed to the front of the knowing destiny state cultivator and hit his chest with her palm. Ugh! Ning Chen groaned. He flew several feet away, and the corner of his mouth was red. The most powerful person in the northern region broke the most powerful sword of the knowing destiny state cultivator with only one palm. Her unparalleled cultivation made people shudder. Ning Chen tried to stabilize himself. His vital essence was surging, but it was difficult for him to gather it. The Ice Heart formula can freeze the body of others. If you can't resist this power, you won't be able to defeat me. The Empress stepped out of the raging wind and snow. She was surrounded by cold air and became more and more powerful. No one dared to be careless in front of such a powerful opponent. Ning Chen raised his body again and was about to attack, but his body couldn't move. Crack! A strange sound rang out. In the water cloud's secret realm, frost began to form around Ning Chen's body. The most powerful cold attribute cultivation method had actually sealed his body, which was a cold attribute cultivation method. The Empress stopped in front of Ning Chen. She looked at the frozen young man and didn't rush to release him. Although it was cruel, she could only understand the essence of the Ice Heart formula more deeply by experiencing the pain of being frozen. In the distance, man saw this scene. She clenched her fists, and her eyes were burning with fire. It was all because she was too weak to help him. He had to go through this pain. Chapter 1461. 10 years later, in the Aqua Cloud's secret realm, a snowstorm swept across the sky. Amidst the snowstorm, two figures clashed continuously. Frost surged around them, and their power was shocking. Facing the strongest ruler of the north, Ning Chen didn't dare to hold back. He fought Empress Shui Yun with all his might. Both of them cultivated the Heavenly Heart chant, but their martial arts attainments were worlds apart. Even though Ning Chen was talented, he couldn't withstand the Empress' power. Each battle was more tragic than the last. The snowstorm was almost stained with blood. Knowing destiny was defeated time and time again. However, under such inhumane torture, Ning Chen's strength improved rapidly. When he faced the Empress, he was no longer as vulnerable as he was in the beginning. The three rulers of the divinity each had their own trump card. Every time Ning Chen thought he was getting stronger, he realized that his opponent was getting stronger. The battles on the three battlefields were more tragic than the last. Ning Chen had lost count of how much blood he had spilled. If it weren't for the help of the three rulers, he would have died long ago. In the Aqua Cloud's secret realm, after countless battles, Ning Chen was defeated by Empress Shui Yun again. His blood stained the snow. The divine sword in his hand was affected by the cold air and gradually froze. The power of the Ice Heart chant was shocking. Ning Chen stabbed the divine sword into the ground to stop himself from falling back. His blood dripped onto the ground. On the other side, the Empress stopped attacking. She looked at the white-haired man in front of her with surprise. The young man's willpower was much stronger than she had imagined. If it were anyone else, even if their physical body could withstand such torture, their spirit would have collapsed by now. The Empress waved her hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into Ning Chen's body. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth entered Ning Chen's body, and the injuries in his body healed quickly. "How is it? Can you still fight?" the Empress asked the man in front of her. Ning Chen suppressed the surging blood in his body and said calmly, "Endless fighting spirit." The Empress narrowed her eyes. He was indeed a lunatic. "Come." The great Empress didn't say anything else. Ning Chen pulled out the divine sword in front of him, stepped forward and rushed forward. Boom! The sword and palm met and the wind and snow surged. The Empress' power exploded, forcing the man in front of her back. The incomparably powerful ruler of the northern region unleashed his full cultivation. Wind and snow surged around him, forcing Ning Chen to retreat again and again. The microcosm lasted for nearly a 60-year cycle, during which major events occurred in various parts of the God world. After the sovereigns of the God world disappeared, the flames of war erupted. Furthermore, several organizations joined forces to try to topple the status quo that had existed for tens of thousands of years. For a time, battles broke out everywhere in the divine world. Not only the heaven realm and the eastern divine world, but even the Sunrise Divine Palace and Buddha Mountain were under attack. While the divine world was in chaos, in the southern border of the divine world, in the southern fire region, the battle was still raging. Phoenix fire surrounded the body of the phoenix, and divine energy flowed endlessly. This battle went on for an unknown amount of time. The two of them were surrounded by dazzling lights. Deity territory. The battle reached its climax. The phoenix body and the rising sun demon god both entered the divine realm, and their attacks multiplied. After exchanging 100 blows, the rising sun tiger god, who had the upper hand, shattered the left arm bone of the phoenix form with a single punch. Just as he was about to expand his advantage, he was shocked to find that the phoenix form's left arm was healing itself at an extremely fast speed. The rising sun tiger god's expression froze. His figure flashed, and he retreated from the battle. In front of him, the phoenix form swept past and arrived in front of the tiger god in an instant. His attacks were like the tide as he counterattacked. His sword was like thunder, and the sword energy that filled the sky engulfed the endless flames, pressing down on the rising sun tiger god. Boom! The rising sun tiger god pointed a finger and blocked the sword energy. Then, he struck out with his palm, turning the situation around once more. With a loud boom, the phoenix form's chest bone was shattered by the divine might. At this moment, phoenix fire spread out and healed the wound once more. The rising sun tiger god's eyes narrowed. There was no mistake. Phoenix undying body. According to legend, the highest level of the phoenix's nirvana was immortality, and it would never wither. After another exchange, the phoenix form's sword was broken by the rising sun tiger god, and he was sent flying a dozen steps. Stop! The rising sun tiger god looked at the red-robed young man in front of him and said calmly, "You succeeded." The phoenix form frowned, and his empty eyes looked at the broken sword in his hand. He said, "I'm still far from it." The rising sun tiger god shook his head and said, "The gap between our strength can only be narrowed when you truly step into the heaven realm. You've already obtained the power to protect yourself. That's enough." Phoenix fire spread around the phoenix form, and all his wounds healed. The phoenix undying body was immeasurable. "Thank you." The phoenix form bowed respectfully and said. At the same time, in the demon world, the demon body was fighting the demon sovereign. After 60 years of cultivation, his strength had increased several times. 60 years of life and death battles had made knowing destiny's undying demon body stronger and stronger. Even his internal injuries could be healed quickly. However, the greatest gain for the demon body was his strength. He was almost as strong as the strongest in the demon world. In the demon world, the two strongest demons gave up their cultivation and only fought with their strength. Heavy swords and heavy fists collided, and the battle was abnormally intense. After countless exchanges, the demon body saw an opportunity. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at the demon sovereign in front of him. Good timing! Seeing this, the demon sovereign roared and met the attack head-on. Two huge forces collided, and the heavy sword in the demon body's hand broke. The impact of the impact immediately separated the battle. 10 steps away, the demon body stopped. He was about to attack again when he was stopped. No more fighting. The demon sovereign said calmly, "You can go now." "Why?" The demon body frowned and asked. "I've taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you to comprehend. In the future, when you go to merciless heaven, if you lose, don't say that I taught you your strength." "I can't afford to lose face," the demon sovereign said lightly. The demon body looked at the broken sword in his hand and bowed respectfully. In the god world and the demon world, the phoenix demon body left one after another and rushed to the north. In the western world of Buddhism, in the southern border of the god world, when the sects joined forces to attack the divine palace and Buddha mountain, an earth-shattering pressure descended from the void. The power was terrifying and shocking. Under the shocked gazes of the cultivators of the god world, the demon god descended from the void and returned to the god world. "You little rascal, how dare you invade my realm?" The demon god opened his mouth and slammed his palm down. A terrifying pressure descended, and with a loud bang, it directly razed the area in front of him to the ground. The palm shocked the world and deterred 100 sections. On this day, the army of 100 sects suffered a crushing defeat and retreated tens of thousands of miles in a day. One strength alone could intimidate an area, and that was called a ruler. The rising sun demon god and the demon sovereign were the same. In the northern god world, in the water cloud's secret realm, the only one who had not come out of seclusion was still experiencing the tribulation of life and death. Unlike the phoenix demon body, which had a powerful bloodline, Ning Chen's original body was only a mortal body, but he had cultivated to a level that others could only look up to. However, today, Ning Chen was facing the ruler of the northern god world. The disadvantage of his bloodline was without a doubt. In 60 years, Ning Chen had grown a lot, but he still had not reached the point where he could come out of seclusion. The gap between them was still very obvious. The repeated defeats made Ning Chen even more aware of his own inadequacies. Your combat strength relies too much on external forces. Although this allows you to challenge those of a higher level, it's not a good thing for you in the long run. After defeating the young man countless times, the Empress said, "I'm sure you can see by now that, without many external factors, your strength is still far from the true peak of the god world." Ning Chen was silent and did not refute. This was the truth, and he could not deny it. In terms of pure martial arts, he was far from the rulers of the god world. This gap can only be made up slowly. You have cultivated for too short a time. 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers for us. The Empress looked at the young man in front of her and said calmly, "The Heavenly Heart Manual I passed on to you is the top cold attribute technique. I dare to say this even in the entire 9 heavens. However, I don't know how far you can cultivate it, or how much you can integrate it with your own cultivation." Ning Chen bowed and thanked the Empress. "This is the last round to test the results of your cultivation." As soon as she finished speaking, the wind and snow around the Empress surged, and an endless stream of cold air spread out, strong and heavy. Ning Chen felt it, and his expression turned serious. Frost surged out of his body and gathered on the sword in his hand. "This is the last round to let you witness the true power of the gods." As she spoke, the Empress shouted. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed, shocking the world. Sword Technique Tai. Facing the strongest person in the northern god world, Ning Chen used all his strength. His sword reflected the wind and snow, and its power rose rapidly. In the next moment, the Empress rushed out of the wind and snow and appeared in front of Ji Ming. Ning Chen waved his sword and faced the attack head-on. "Break!" The Empress stretched out her hand and pressed it on the divine sword. With an ear-piercing cracking sound, the divine sword's blade broke into two. The Empress's attack did not stop after the sword was destroyed. An earth-shattering palm landed on Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen's body flew back a few feet, and a huge hole appeared on his chest. However, in the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's body was quickly frozen, and then shattered. The scattered ice crystals in the sky were dyed red, and it was very dazzling. Not far away, Ning Chen appeared out of nowhere. He clenched his right hand, and the wind and snow gathered to form an ice sword. Ning Chen stepped forward, and the ice sword slashed down. Enough! The Empress raised her hand and blocked the ice sword. She said calmly, "You can come out now." With a bang, the ice sword in Ning Chen's hand shattered, and it did not hurt Empress Shui Yun at all. 60 years was not a long time, and it was not enough for Ning Chen to soar and surpass the three supremes of the God world. However, 60 years of wandering between life and death had brought Ning Chen many benefits. At this moment, outside Shui Yun's secret realm, the Phoenix demon descended from the sky and arrived at the same time. In the secret realm, Empress Shui Yun sensed something and opened the secret realm. The Phoenix demon walked in, and its aura was astonishingly strong. Ning Chen sensed the return of his two bodies. He did not say anything and let down his guard. The two bodies stepped forward, and the three bodies of knowing destiny merged once again after 60 years. In an instant, thunder roared in the sky above Shui Yun's secret realm, shocking the entire northern god world. Heavenly tribulation. In Shui Yun's secret realm, Ning Chen sensed something and frowned. It was here again. Chapter 1462. In the Shui Yun's secret realm, the Phoenix demon had arrived. With the three bodies gathered, their earth-shattering power shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled. Under the terrifying pressure of the heavens, it was abnormally shocking. Seeing this, Empress Shui Yun waved her hand and brought the two of them out of the secret realm. In front of the Shui Yun imperial palace, 3 figures appeared. The Empress flashed and retreated 100 miles with awe-man. In front of them, tens of thousands of lightning bolts cut through the void and could fall at any time. Under the lightning, Ning Chen stood quietly. His empty eyes stared at the sky, his expression as calm as water. However, after 60 years of life and death cultivation, the strength of all 3 bodies had greatly increased. He could no longer suppress his realm. In the southern border of the divinity world, in the Sunrise Divine Palace, the moon god felt the shocking fluctuations in the north and was shocked. Not good. The high priest's realm could no longer be suppressed. Don't worry. The sunrise dragon god said, "It's different this time." As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering sword intent shot up to the 9 heavens in the north of the divinity world. This shocking scene attracted the attention of all the tyrants. They all looked at the north. What a terrifying sword pressure! Everyone was watching. In the north of the divinity world, the sword flow was endless. It was like a heavenly pillar, dazzling and eye-catching. In the sword light, a white-haired figure stood quietly. The sword pressure on his body was even more shocking. Boom! At this moment, thunder clouds rolled in the void, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was a shocking scene. In the thunder clouds, the sword flow rushed into the sky. The thunder clouds were affected and kept stirring. The most terrifying scene was that the heavenly tribulation almost affected the entire north of the divinity world. Boom! Lightning fell, abnormally dazzling. A terrifying sea of lightning fell from the sky and blasted down on the knowing destiny state. In front of the imperial palace, Ning Chen looked up. His empty eyes stared at the dazzling brilliance in the sky. He couldn't see it, but he wasn't afraid at all. Lightning fell, and with the momentum of thunder, it directly swallowed the knowing destiny state. The rumbling shook the world. In the sea of lightning, the white-haired figure in the white robe was as still as a mountain. The sword intent around him surged, unshakable. After the first lightning tribulation, Ning Chen was unharmed. He withstood it with the strength of his body. Boom! In the sky, thunderclouds rolled. Endless lightning surged, and the power kept rising. The heavenly might grew stronger and stronger, and an even stronger heavenly tribulation followed. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly tribulation descended in front of everyone's eyes. Its terrifying might directly split the void and descended upon the deity world. Below the thunderbolt, Ning Chen pointed with his finger, and an incomparably sharp sword intent erupted. With a bang, the thunderbolt was sliced apart. It was a simple sword, but it was indestructible. Not even the heavenly tribulation could block the sword of destruction. Now that the second lightning tribulation had been broken, the battle between the Celestials and the Celestials was becoming more and more intense. Boom! Boom! At this moment, muffled thunder rumbled above the 9 heavens. The third thunderbolt, which had been brewing for a long time, broke through the sky and struck down. The green lightning was as black as ink, terrifying the mind. Down below, Ning Chen sensed it and took a step forward. Numerous sword lights surged around him and shot into the sky like a meteor. The sword light and the lightning collided. The two forces collided, and the destructive shock waves spread out rapidly in all directions. In front of the imperial palace, the Empress saw what was happening. She flipped her palm and channeled her energy. Her divine aura spread and blocked the aftermath of the battle between the Celestials. How could this young man's heavenly tribulation be so shocking? Empress Shui Yun's expression was unusually solemn. She didn't know how long it had been since she last saw such a powerful heavenly tribulation. At the same time, in the southern border of the deity world, the moon goddess looked toward the north with an equally nervous expression. "Brother, the high priest's heavenly tribulation seems a bit off," said the moon goddess. "It's not normal." The rising sun flood god looked at the blood-red sky in the north with a grave expression. "The scale of this heavenly tribulation is too shocking. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to overcome." The moon goddess was even more worried when she heard this. She clenched her fists and didn't dare to be distracted for even a moment. "You don't need to be too worried," said the rising sun flood god. The rising sun demon god said solemnly, "He has the phoenix immortal body. Nothing will happen to him so easily." The moon goddess nodded, but the worry on her face didn't lessen by much. In the face of a heavenly tribulation, no one could guarantee their safety, not even the phoenix. In the Western world of Buddhism, the demon lord also looked toward the north with a calm expression. For 60 years, he had battled with this young man day and night. He had some understanding of this young man's strength and personality. The kind of strong heart that would never give up, even in the face of despair, was something that no one, not even the gods, could match. The demon lord watched the battle. Behind him, a woman in black stood quietly. She looked like a bodhisattva with the heart of a rakshasa. The woman's appearance was very beautiful. Perhaps when she was a Buddha, her appearance was overlooked. Now that she had turned into a demon, she gave off an indescribable demonic feeling. The compassionate bodhisattva was once the #1 bodhisattva of Buddha Mountain. Now that she had returned to Buddha Mountain, she had turned into a demon. The demon lord personally took action. Even the compassionate bodhisattva was no match for him. Her mind was devoured by the demonic nature, and she turned into a demon. Compassionate bodhisattva, look at how beautiful this deity world is. After staring for a long time, the demon lord turned back and looked at the woman behind him. He smiled and said, "Such a deity world has been occupied by a devoured Buddha for so long. It's really infuriating." The compassionate bodhisattva stood there quietly without a word. "I forgot that you can't speak anymore." The demon lord sighed softly and continued to look toward the north. "Actually, it doesn't matter if you can't speak. Take that young man for example. He can't see anything, but his life is still very exciting. Hearing this, the compassionate Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. She looked coldly toward the north. In the north of the deity world, the knowing destiny state was going through the tribulation. Tribulation after tribulation fell from the sky, and its power was increasing rapidly. After the fifth tribulation, the thunderclouds above the tribulation were almost blood-red, and it was extremely dazzling. The unprecedented tribulation shocked the entire deity world. The heavenly Tao was ruthless. It wanted to stop the swordsmen from advancing. The tribulation of the apex nine would kill those who defied the heavens. Under the lightning tribulation, Ning Chen passed the fifth tribulation. His expression began to turn serious. Boom! There was no time to think. In the void, thousands of blood-red thunderbolts fell from the sky and blasted toward the knowing destiny state below. The thunderbolts were like blood-red flowing lights. In Ning Chen's hand, the celestial slash appeared, and he met the thunderbolts with his sword. The celestial sword was unsheathed. The sword slashed the thunderbolts. However, the thunderbolts were endless. They broke through the sword chi barrier and blasted Ning Chen's body. A pool of blood splashed out. Ning Chen was stained with blood for the first time in the sixth tribulation. He took half a step back. In an instant, phoenix fire surged around Ning Chen. The phoenix immortal body quickly healed the injuries on his body. This is not good. In front of the water cloud imperial palace, the empress looked at the scene in front of her with a serious expression. The sixth tribulation was already so terrifying. How terrifying would the next tribulation be? Beside the empress, man was silent. It was unusually quiet. Boom! In the 9 heavens, the tribulation did not stop. The 7th tribulation descended. Ha! With the thunderbolts on his body, Ning Chen shouted. He held the sword with both hands. Demonic chi surged in his body. Boom! The two forces clashed again. Blood splashed out. The clothes on Ning Chen's upper body exploded, revealing his bronze-colored skin. Thunderbolts entered his body. Ning Chen frowned. Demonic chi surrounded his body and healed his injuries. After the 7th tribulation, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly quieted down. Dark clouds rolled, and there was no sound of thunder. The sovereigns of the deity world were shocked when they saw this scene. This is the formless lightning tribulation. Before they could finish their thoughts, Ning Chen suddenly groaned in the void. Blood spurted out from his body. It was a shocking scene. The formless lightning tribulation was formless, and limitless. In Ning Chen's body, the formless lightning continued to spread. The shocking destructive power was invincible. In front of the water cloud imperial palace, Man looked at the scene in front of her. Her body trembled, and tears flashed in her eyes. The formless lightning tribulation destroyed Ning Chen's vitality. At the same time, the phoenix immortal body and immortal demon body recovered at the same time. Not good. There's still one more tribulation. In front of the imperial palace, the empress looked at the crazy tribulation clouds in the sky. Her expression changed slightly. Ning Chen's body was reaching its limit. Boom! The last tribulation was different from the formless lightning tribulation. The earth-shattering sound echoed in the deity world. It could be heard clearly from millions of miles away. Using the last of the power of the heavens, an unprecedented black-red thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens. Although there was only one thunderbolt, it had a terrifying power comparable to the Big Bang. Below, Ning Chen looked up. He temporarily suppressed the injuries in his body. With the celestial end rotation, his body was covered in ice and snow. Sword Emperor. The sword realm appeared. Around Ning Chen, the wind and snow turned into swords. Endless sword will spread and gathered rapidly. The Emperor of Swords, summoning thousands of swords. Ning Chen waved his sword. The worldly divine sword soared into the sky and blocked the thunderbolt. Boom! Under the power of the heavens, the worldly divine sword collapsed inch by inch. The remaining force fell and swallowed knowing destiny. At this moment, the sovereigns of the deity world all looked down with solemn faces. In the northern deity world, under the thunderbolt, Ning Chun held the celestial end rotation above his head. His sword will surged crazily as he forcefully held on. In the sky, the apocalyptic lightning pressed down heavily. After a few seconds of stalemate, knowing destiny was blasted into the ground. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Ning Chun stood on the ground and held the celestial end rotation with both hands. He blocked the thunderbolt with the sword and refused to give in. Boom! Another loud sound. The ground under Ning Chun could not withstand the power of the apocalyptic lightning and continued to collapse. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. Under the apocalyptic lightning, Ning Chun's body kept falling. The power was abnormally terrifying. After an unknown period of time, the apocalyptic lightning gradually dissipated. Ning Chun's figure also disappeared between heaven and earth. All that was left was a bottomless pit. In front of the Shuiyun imperial palace, the empress looked abnormally solemn. She did not know the result. Beside her, a man looked forward and whispered softly, "He's not dead." As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Chun's figure rushed out from the bottomless pit. Half of his body was dyed red. He did it! In the southern border of the deity world, the moon god looked toward the north with joy. Beside her, the rising sun god also smiled. However, an instant later, his expression changed again. In the northern deity world, a scene that no one had expected happened. The heavenly tribulation was approaching. Above the 9 heavens, tens of thousands of golden sword lights appeared. The majestic sword pressure startled the gods of the 9 heavens. The sword of the Emperor. 100 years ago, the sword of the Emperor reflected the sword will of the heavenly Tao. At the moment when knowing destiny proved his Tao, it appeared again in the mortal world. Chapter 1463. In the north of the Divinity Land, knowing destiny was going through the heavenly tribulation. After the ultimate 9 heavenly tribulations, the golden light was dazzling and 10,000 swords appeared. The Son of Heaven's sword, the first law of the Tao of sword in the God realm, had appeared in the mortal world. Knowing destiny to prove the sword, the Son of Heaven could not tolerate it. The sword will shocked the heavens and descended from the sky. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords flew through the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Below, Ning Chun, who had just experienced the extreme 9 heavenly tribulation, was bathed in blood. However, his battle intent did not decrease in the slightest. The cry of the Juetian moved, and the sword pressure roared and surged. Ning Chun shouted and swung his sword to cut the sky. Instantly, a shocking sword light soared into the sky from the divine world, clashing head-on with the Son of Heaven's sword sovereign. Using one sword to shake 10,000 swords, the rumbling sound resounded throughout the universe. Terrifying raging waves roared and surged, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the battle of swordsmanship, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Although Ning Chun was severely injured, he had avoided death with the help of the Phoenix immortal body and the immortal demon body. His fighting strength was not reduced. Between heaven and earth, the 2 sword Daos clashed with each other. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Nirvana. After exchanging 10 moves, Ning Chun once again raised his Zhen Yuan and used his ultimate move. A majestic sword-intent soared into the sky. The peerlessly shocking sword moved unhindered magnificently, breaking through the limits of time and space as it slashed towards the myriad of swords in the sky. With a shocking explosion, the primal chaos of the heavens and the earth rumbled. The myriad of sword lights collapsed one after another, unable to resist the might of Nirvana. After the 10,000 swords were destroyed, a dazzling golden ancient sword appeared out of thin air. It was the Son of Heaven's sword. It traveled through time and space and appeared out of thin air. It was an incomparable sword, the first divine sword in the divine world that had been nourished by the heavenly laws. Its might was astonishing. The moment the divine sword descended, the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned into a world of golden light. The swords might surpass the limits of heaven and earth, crushing the void within 100,000 li. The Emperor's sword is so terrifying. In the southern region of the divine world, outside the rising sun divine palace, the moon god looked at the scene in the northern region in shock. The sword master of the Son of Heaven is dead. The Tao has returned to heaven and earth. The sword Tao of the Son of Heaven is no different from the Tao of heaven. Naturally, it is powerful, the rising sun demon god said seriously. When the moon goddess heard this, her expression froze. So that was the case. In the northern region, above the 9 heavens, the Son of Heaven's sword descended from the heavens with unparalleled divine might, frightening gods and demons. Down below, Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the horizon as his sword intent rose rapidly. In a battle of swords, the winner would live and the loser would die. Facing the extreme of swords, Ning Chen kept urging his sword intent to shake the world. Ha! As the Emperor's sword descended, Ning Chen's sword pressure solidified. With a shout, he slashed at the Emperor's sword with both hands. All eyes were on the world. In the north of the divine realm, the immortal sword and the divine sword collided. An extremely terrifying sword pressure swept out. With a loud boom, the two swords slashed apart a part of the world. In the void, a shockingly large crack appeared, extending horizontally and vertically until it was hundreds of thousands of li away. After the eastern divine realm, the divine realm once again suffered the wrath of the heavens. A terrifying crack appeared, shocking the world. In front of the Shuiyun imperial palace, the Water Empress looked at the scene in front of her with a solemn expression. The crack in the eastern god realm had yet to be repaired, yet another crack had appeared in this place. This was bad. It was very likely that the tribulation of the heavens and earth in the 3 realms hadn't stopped, and it had only been temporarily delayed. Ning Chen, who was facing the tribulation ahead, didn't have the time to think so much, and he shouted loudly while his divine energy shook the heavens. Human, phoenix, and demon, the 3 of them joined forces, gathering their power. The immortal sword hummed, its ferocious might reaching its peak. In the void, the immortal swords and divine swords clashed against each other, constantly pushing the limits of the swords. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a sword cracking was heard. A tiny crack appeared on the Emperor's sword, and it quickly spread until it covered the entire sword. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the Emperor's sword shattered, and the sword light scattered in all directions, returning to the world. In an instant, the powerful sword pressure between heaven and earth gradually dissipated and completely disappeared. The destruction of the Emperor's sword symbolized the complete destruction of the Emperor's sword that had been reflected in the heavenly Tao 100 years ago. The knowing destiny sword had become the new sword Tao. Boom! At this moment, the heavens and earth of the divine realm rumbled, and a completely different kind of powerful sword pressure spread in all directions. Sword light surged around Ning Chen, and he became the true emperor of the sword. We finally succeeded. All the sovereigns of the divine realm looked toward the north, and their faces were filled with emotion. In the northern region, after experiencing the tribulation, Ning Chen staggered, and the tip of his sword supported his heavily injured body. After adjusting for a moment, Ning Chen suppressed the injuries on his body and turned to look at Ah Man in front of the Shuiyun imperial palace. He smiled and said softly, "I'm fine." However, before he finished speaking, a huge palm fell from the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and without any warning, it directly slammed down. In front of the Shuiyun imperial palace, Ah Man's expression changed, and she wanted to warn him, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the huge palm slammed down, and the most terrifying thing was that the ground below was directly slammed into a huge bottomless pit. Ah Man looked anxious, and just as she was about to go forward, she was stopped by the Empress. "Wait." The Empress looked forward and said in a deep voice, "No one could interfere with the heavenly tribulation, or else it would be suicide. She couldn't help Ning Chen, so she could only protect this girl. At this moment, a long shout came from below the ground. In the bottomless pit, Ning Chen raised his giant palm with both hands, and his astonishing physical strength was actually going to resist the heavenly tribulation. In the battle of strength, every inch Ning Chen advanced, the giant palm would retreat an inch, and every inch of ground would be fought. Everyone was shocked, and no one expected that a new heavenly tribulation would appear after the great tribulation of the sword Tao. This meant that if the person who passed the heavenly tribulation succeeded, he would become a rare celestial lord of 2 realms in the world. On the Buddha mountain in the Western world of Buddhism, the demon lord saw this scene and smiled. That's right. Demons should have the appearance of demons. Strength is the strongest Tao. Boom. Between heaven and earth, the giant palm's power became stronger and stronger, as if it was crushing ants, and it wanted to destroy the heavenly tribulation. Below the ground, Ning Chen's demonic aura surged, and he refused to give in. The battle of strength between the heavenly tribulation and the demonic cultivator had reached a climax. Below the ground, demonic aura surged, and demonic flames burned around Ning Chen, spreading out from the bottomless ground. Boom! As the demonic cultivator became stronger, the heavenly tribulation also increased. The battle between the heavenly tribulation and the demonic cultivator had been going on since ancient times, and it would never end. Rise! Suddenly, Ning Chen shouted, and 10 times the power surged, forcibly holding up the heavenly tribulation. Below the ground, Ning Chen rushed out, and demonic aura surged around him, shocking the world. He's out. In front of the Shuiyuan imperial palace, the empress saw the scene in front of her and said in a deep voice, "Break." Ning Chen held up the heavenly tribulation with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. Demonic flames surged, and he punched forward forcefully. The strongest punch, 10 times the power, defied the heavenly tribulation. A terrifying collision sound rang out, and the heavenly tribulation crumbled inch by inch from the bottom to the top. The terrifying demonic aura destroyed the heavenly tribulation. The aftershock caused Ning Chen to take half a step back, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red again. Boom! The heavenly tribulation was destroyed, and in an instant, all sides of the divine world died, and another rose. The Tao of strength reflected in heaven and earth, and Ning Chen's aura rose again. His white hair was wild, and he looked like a crazy demon. Is it over? At this moment, the various sovereigns of the divine world looked towards the north, and their expressions were solemn. With the lesson just now, no one dared to be careless. In the north, Ning Chen closed his eyes. After going through the heavenly tribulation, there was no joy on his face, and he was trying his best to suppress his injuries. Boom! At this moment, strong winds blew in the 9 heavens, covering the sky and the sun. Instantly, all sides were shocked, and the waves in their hearts could not be concealed. The third heavenly tribulation. Could it be that the young man wanted to verify 3 heavenly tribulations at the same time? Since the ancient times, no one had been able to achieve 3 realms of heavenly tribulation. Good preparation, amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. In the southern border of the divine world, in front of the rising sun divine palace, the sea god looked towards the north, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Beside him, the moon goddess was also shocked. She knew that the high priest was different from ordinary people, but she did not expect him to reach this level. History is always made to be broken. From today onwards, the divine world may have its first realms of heavenly tribulation, the rising sun god said calmly. In the northern part of the divine world, in front of the water cloud imperial palace, the empress recovered from her shock and looked forward, her delicate hands clenched. His tolerance had already exceeded her expectations. When this person first came to the divine world, she was only slightly interested in him because of his phoenix body. Later, because of Yunmani's death, She really took him seriously and personally brought him back to the imperial palace. However, no matter what, she did not expect this person to become the first realms of heavenly tribulation in the history of the divine world. Such a feat was only achieved by the lord of the eastern deity realm. In front of the imperial palace, strong winds blew, and the wind was stronger than any divine weapon. The wind blades were extremely fast and sharp, and they swallowed the knowing destiny state below. In the wind, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He took strange steps, and his body moved in the wind. In the wind there were thousands of sharp blades. Ning Chen's body moved faster and faster, and he kept dodging. Fast and still fast. In a battle of extreme speed, life and death were decided in an instant. The wind blades slashed across Ning Chen's left arm, and blood spurted out. In an instant, it recovered to its original state. Ning Chen shouted. His body was surrounded by phoenix fire, and it turned into a pair of giant phoenix wings on his back. The wings flapped, and Ning Chen's speed increased several times. He moved in the wind and dodged the wind blades. Thousands of miles of wind and thousands of sharp blades sealed off all paths of survival. However, Ning Chen's speed was also shocking. He was faster, and it was shocking. Gradually, time and space between the heavens and the earth began to stagnate, surpassing extreme speeds. Even time began to slow down. The flow of time changed, and the wind almost stopped. In an instant, Ning Chen's body flashed, and he passed through the thousands of sharp blades and rushed out of the wind. Sword technique Tai. Outside the wind, Ning Chen shouted. His sword condensed divine essence, and he slashed down. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a horrifying sword light slashed down, and the wind collapsed. It was a shocking scene. The heavenly tribulation collapsed, and the power of the heavenly path spread out. The entire northern region was affected by the power of the heavenly path, and it almost sank into the ocean. In front of the water cloud imperial palace, the water empress's face darkened. She shouted and slapped out. The palm force split into four, and flew to the four directions of the northern region, stabilizing the shaking ground. After a few breaths, the shaking gradually stopped. The extreme heavenly path reflected in heaven and earth, and gradually disappeared. In the void, Ning Chen's figure fell from the sky, and the phoenix fire on his body gradually disappeared. After going through an unprecedented tribulation, his strength was completely exhausted. With a loud clang, the celestial and immortal sank into the ground. Ning Chen panted heavily, and half of his body was dyed red. He looked exhausted. Finally, this day had come. Chapter 1464. In the northern realm of the divinity, knowing destiny had passed the tribulation and become the first third realm celestial lord in the history of the divinity. The clothes on Ning Chen's upper body had long been destroyed by the tribulation. His bronze skin was covered with glaring cracks. Gradually, the aura of the phoenix demon surged, and Ning Chen's injuries were quickly healed. The empress stood quietly in front of the palace, waiting for Ning Chen to recover. Time passed slowly. On the collapsed ground in front of the Shuiyun Palace, Ning Chen's chaotic power surged. The power of the three elements merged, merged, and separated again. He had achieved great success. After an entire day and night, Ning Chen opened his eyes, and his aura gradually stabilized. In front of the palace, the empress stepped forward and looked at the white-haired young man. "Come, let me see what you can do. Please enlighten me." Ning Chen raised his hand, and the celestial slashing sword flew into his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. The phoenix fire spread as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen was in front of the empress, and the celestial slashing sword was merciless. The empress narrowed her eyes, and cold air burst out from her body. Divine essence gathered around her body, and she raised her slender hand to block the sword. "Ha!" Ning Chen shouted, and a shocking power burst out from his sword, suppressing Empress Shuiyun. Feeling the strong pressure from her right hand, Empress Shuai-yun frowned and took half a step back. With the support of his power, Ning Chen forced Empress Shuai-yun to take half a step back. Without giving her any chance to breathe, he threw a powerful punch at the Emperor's chest. Empress Shuai-yun stepped aside and dodged the punch. Thousands of miles behind her, a mountain collapsed and rubble filled the sky. Amazing divine power. His physical strength alone was comparable to that of a celestial demon. After the knowing destiny transformation, his strength increased greatly. After exchanging a few blows, Empress Shuai-yun also felt the change in the young man in front of her. She shouted and activated her divine essence again. In front of the palace, Empress Shuai-yun's divine aura spread rapidly, as if it was solid, and opened up a world. In the world of wind and snow, Empress Shuai-yun's strength doubled, and she could destroy everything with a wave of her hand. As the wind and snow attacked, Ning Chen stepped and dodged the Empress's attack. Then, he held his sword with both hands and slashed down. Speed and strength were the key factors in this battle. Ning Chen had the upper hand in every aspect. However, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand against Empress Shuai-yun, the ruler of the northern region. In the world of wind and snow, Empress Shuai-yun used the heaven-transforming heart mantra. Wherever her divine essence reached, heaven and earth were sealed in ice. Empress Shuai-yun's slender hand condensed wind and snow as she blasted out a palm strike. Ning Chen waved his sword to block the attack. With a loud boom, the divine might shook the supreme divine might. They were evenly matched. The stalemate was at a stalemate. In an instant, Ning Chen took a step forward. His sword suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth sank. An extremely powerful sword pressure swept out. Nirvana! Ning Chen's sword momentum accumulated layer by layer, and it was boundlessly powerful. Ning Chen shouted softly. His sword path was limitless, and it was the first time it appeared in the world since he reached the heaven realm. The shocking power shocked everyone. Under the sword light, Ning Chen rode on his sword. His white hair danced in the wind, making him look like a demon. In the next moment, the Nirvana sword fell. Wherever the sword tip pointed, 10,000 swords broke through the air. Seeing this, the Empress's face darkened. With a soft shout, wind and snow gathered around her, forming a protective barrier in front of her. Boom! When the two extreme Daos collided, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The two people who stood at the pinnacle of Daos displayed all their abilities. In front of the Empress, 10,000 swords broke through the air and kept attacking the wind and snow barrier. In an instant, the 10,000 swords collapsed, and the wind and snow dispersed. At this moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed and slashed the wind and snow with his sword. He was ruthless. With a loud boom, the sword tip slashed through the Emperor's body. A waterfall of wind and snow collapsed. The Empress's figure disappeared and appeared behind Ji Ming. With a loud bang, she blasted out a powerful palm strike. The powerful divine might shattered Ning Chen's protective sword qi and landed on his back. With a loud boom, Ning Chen's figure collapsed at the same time. The wind and snow swept away, and he appeared 100 steps away. The same movement and the same heaven heart mantra. Ning Chen stopped 100 steps away and didn't attack again. You have indeed transformed. The Empress withdrew her hand and the aura around her dissipated. She looked at the white-haired man in front of her and sighed. Although it was only a few moves, she could already feel the change in the young man in front of her. He was so powerful that even she didn't dare to be careless. The Empress's cultivation is still far above mine, Ning Chen said calmly as he sheathed his sword. The three realms of the heavenly Tao are the Tao Sense Realm, Tao Reasoning Realm, and Tao Extinguishing Realm. You have just entered the Tao Sense Realm, and you are already so capable. There won't be a second person in this world, the Empress said seriously. Hearing about the three realms of the heavenly Tao for the first time, Ning Chen's face flashed with surprise. May I ask what realm you are at? The peak of the Tao Reasoning Realm. Not only me, but all the rulers of the God realm are at this realm, the Empress explained. Hearing this, Ning Chen was shocked. No wonder he still couldn't sense the Empress's cultivation after entering the heavenly Tao. There was such a big difference between the realms of the heavenly Tao. You have entered the heavenly Tao and have truly entered the threshold of the strong. From now on, you will see a completely different world, the Empress said calmly. What do you mean? Ning Chen didn't understand. You will know soon. The Empress looked into the distance and said, however, I don't think you will agree. As soon as she finished speaking, an unusually powerful aura appeared in the distant sky. It came from the 9 heavens to the God realm. A huge divine rainbow appeared to welcome Ning Chen. The first heavenly venerate of the God realm, at the 3rd realm, had attracted the attention of a ruler of an unknown time and space. Come up. A dignified voice resounded in the deity world as it spoke. In front of the Shuiyun imperial palace, the Empress looked at the divine rainbow spreading from the sky and said, Go. Remember, if you want to go to desireless heaven, you cannot agree to leave with him. Ning Chen frowned, nodded, and stepped onto the divine rainbow. In front of the divine rainbow, Ah Man looked at Ning Chen ascending into the sky, her beautiful eyes shining. She didn't know when, but she could only look at his back from afar. She could no longer catch up to him. Ah Man, do you know what this is? The Empress asked. I don't know. Ah Man shook her head. The guiding divine rainbow of the upper heaven realm, the Empress said calmly. There are 9 levels in the heavens, with 3 as the number. They are divided into the upper heaven realm, the middle heaven realm, and the lower heaven realm. The guiding divine rainbow is a law that only exists in the upper heaven realm. The appearance of this item means that there is a ruler or even stronger in the upper heaven realm who has noticed Ning Chen and wants to bring him up. Hearing this, Ah Man's eyes flashed and her delicate hands clenched. In the ancient times, the Lord of the Underworld moved the upper heaven realm out of this world by himself. Therefore, unless the guiding divine rainbow of the upper heaven realm appears, no one can reach there, the Empress continued. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By going to the upper heaven realm, one could avoid the calamity of the world and obtain a longer life. However, in this lifetime one would probably never be able to come down again. Between heaven and earth, on the divine rainbow, Ning Chen ascended step by step toward the end of the rainbow. Chapter 1465. In the north of the realm of the gods, the guiding rainbow descended from the sky. It was so eye-catching that it shocked the world. With 3 tribulations in the same sky, he became the first 3rd realm heavenly lord in the history of the realm of the god. His knowing destiny state was so stunning that even the rulers of the upper realm were shocked. Ning Chen was well prepared and his name shook the world. On the guiding rainbow, Ning Chen stepped forward. His naked upper body was still stained with blood. He had never stopped fighting in his life. His life in the knowing destiny state was full of ups and downs. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. After a lifetime of fighting, he had become a warrior of the knowing destiny state. He was invincible in the same realm. There was no doubt that he was strong. He was no longer the young man who needed others to protect him. On the rainbow, Ning Chen stepped forward. The bloody footprints under his feet became fainter and fainter. In the spreading phoenix fire, Ning Chen's injuries healed quickly. Soon, there were no external injuries. Gazes from all over the god world turned to look at them with envy. Going to the upper realm was the dream of many. Legend had it that in the upper realm, there was an eternal existence. Immortality was the ultimate goal of cultivators. In the southern border of the realm of the gods, in front of the sunrise divine palace, the moon goddess looked at the guiding divine palace in the north with pride. She was the high priest of the moon clan. She was so stunning that even the rulers of the upper realm noticed her. A peerless genius. Beside her, the sunrise dragon god commented. At this level of cultivation, talent was not so important anymore. Even a pig could become an immortal if one lived long enough. However, how many people could live long enough? Wisdom, strength, luck, there were too many uncertainties. It was not easy for this young man to live to this day at all costs. Sometimes he was even struggling at death's door. However, as long as he was alive, there was hope. Being alive was the prerequisite for everything. In the west of the realm of the gods, the demon lord stood quietly on the Buddha mountain. He looked at the guiding rainbow in the sky above the north and was moved. The guiding rainbow had finally appeared after tens of thousands of years. A third realm heavenly lord. Even he could not do it, but this young man had done it. He was right. In the north of the realm of the gods, Ning Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the sky. At the end of the rainbow, there was a peaceful glow. My name is Zhenji. Are you willing to follow me back to the upper heaven realm and become my disciple? A majestic voice asked from within the multicolored light. Ning Chen fell silent. A moment later, he shook his head and said, I can't go to the heaven realm. I'm sorry. Emperor True Extreme did not expect such an answer from the young man. He asked, why? Do you have unfinished business in the God world? Ning Chen nodded and replied, I have unfinished business. I can wait for you to finish your business before I come to take you to the heaven realm. Emperor Zhenji compromised. He didn't want to miss out on such a talent. A third realm celestial lord was an absolute genius even in the upper world. Unexpectedly, Ning Chen shook his head again and said, No, I won't have the chance to go again. Why? Emperor True Zenith frowned. Ning Chen sighed. His empty eyes stared at the woman in front of the imperial palace. My life no longer belongs to me. I only have 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I will come back. What a pity! Within the five-colored light, Emperor True Extreme sighed softly. It seems that you and I are not master and disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the light faded away from the end of the rainbow. Emperor True Extreme's consciousness returned to the heaven realm. Ning Chen turned around. Just as he was about to leave, a golden dragon mark golden token flew out and landed in front of Ji Ming. This is the True Extreme Dragon Mark token. Take it and you will be my disciple in name. Forget it. The light faded away and Emperor True Extreme's aura disappeared completely. He returned to the heaven realm. On the welcoming rainbow, Ning Chen took the True Extreme Dragon Mark token. He put it away quietly and walked down. Soon, Ning Chen walked down the rainbow and returned to the God world. In front of the imperial palace, the welcoming rainbow faded away. Ning Chen bowed to the empress and turned around. His empty eyes looked at the girl beside him. He reached out his hand and smiled. Aman, it's time for us to go. Okay. Aman nodded. She put her hand in his and left with the person in front of her. In front of the Shuiyun imperial palace, the empress sighed softly as she watched the two leave. She knew that he would not go. Immortality might be endlessly attractive to others, but it was meaningless to him. Aman, let's go find some helpers. Once we find them, we will go to desireless heaven. Ning Chen's voice sounded in the wind. Okay. Aman replied obediently. Half a month later, Ning Chen came to Nanjiang to find the 100 great sinners he had saved. Desireless heaven was different from the God world. He had to have his own force to go there. In 9 months, Ning Chen and Aman had traveled all over Nanjiang and found the sinners one by one. 9 months later, on a mountain range, Ning Chen looked at the sinners and 3,000 strongest kings. Let's go. Yes, master. The sinners respectfully accepted the order. The next moment, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by phoenix flames. He flew into the sky. Behind him, the war chariot rumbled. The sinners and 3,000 kings boarded the war chariot and followed. Below, the rulers of the God world looked at Ning Chen's departing figure and fell silent. This departure might take 100 years or 1,000 years. They hoped that he could return alive. In the sky above the God world, Ning Chen led 3,000 God world powerhouses away. The war chariot tore through the sky and officially went to war with desireless heaven. 100 days later, in front of the second heaven, separation and reunion heaven, phoenix flames spread. Ning Chen walked out and slashed with his sword, opening the restrictions between realms. The path of the sword was indestructible. With the support of the immortal sword, the strongest space-time barrier in the world shattered. After the realm was opened, sword intent surged around Ning Chen, preventing the great Tao from repairing the space-time barrier. Behind him, the army of 3,000 gods and demons turned into streams of light and swept past, entering separation and reunion heaven. In separation and reunion heaven, the celestial venerables looked at the sky with shock. Was it that phoenix again? When the army entered separation and reunion heaven, the entire separation and reunion heaven began to tense and be on guard. Is the war about to begin? The celestial venerables' expressions sank. With so many powerhouses entering separation and reunion heaven, they had no choice but to be on guard. Prepare for war. The people in charge of the various forces spoke out cautiously. Under the nervous gazes of the entire separation and reunion heaven, the war chariot drove past in the sky, not stopping from the beginning to the end. Boom! At the end of separation and reunion heaven, Ning Chen once again slashed open the space-time barrier with his sword and led the army away. The army of 3,000 gods followed and left together. Outside separation and reunion heaven, the war chariot rumbled and sped away. At the front, phoenix flames spread. Ning Chen brought Aman and walked in front of the army, traveling day and night without stopping. In order to save Xin Yu's lost soul, Ning Chen left the mortal world and ascended to the divine world. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Ning Chen had stepped into the heaven realm and finally had the ability to head to desireless heaven. Time waited for no one. In the layers of realms, the army of 3,000 gods and demons passed through, their speed getting faster and faster. With the previous lesson, this time, Ning Chen led the army of 3,000 to avoid the desireless world and continued to rush towards the third heaven. After another 100 days, in the third heaven, in front of Wuji heaven, the army of 3,000 gods and demons rushed over. Ning Chen slashed open the realm restriction and led the army in. In Wuji heaven, the army of 3,000 gods and demons flew past. In front, Ning Chen waved his hand and phoenix flames surrounded him as Empyrean Qing Yu's figure appeared. Empyrean, we have arrived at Wuji heaven. Ning Chen spoke calmly. Empyrean Qing Yu looked at the ground below and bowed respectfully to the young man in front of him. Many thanks. It's nothing, Ning Chen replied. If there is a chance in the future, I will do my best to repay your kindness. Empyrean Qing Yu said and bowed again before turning around and flying down. Let's go. After Empyrean Qing Yu left, Ning Chen led the army and continued to rush forward. Several days later, the army of 3,000 gods and demons drove out of Wuji heaven and continued to rush towards the next realm. In the divine world, not long after Ning Chen left, 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and soared into the sky, also leaving the divine world. Chapter 1466. Above the mortal realm, in the 9 heavens realm, Ning Chen led an army of 3,000 to conquer desireless heaven. After passing through separation and reunion heaven and desireless heaven, they were about to reach the legendary 4th heaven, Grand Pure Heaven. Grand Pure Heaven was the first heaven of the Middle Heaven realm. Arriving here meant that Ning Chen and his group had left the lower heaven realm and truly arrived at the Middle Heaven realm. In front of Grand Pure Heaven, Ning Chen and his army of 3,000 stopped and looked at the chaotic scene in front of them. Between the 9 heavens, there was a space-time barrier. Between the lower and middle heaven realms, the space-time barrier was even more shocking. Ning Chen stepped forward and reached out to touch the chaos in front of him. Demonic flames erupted from his body as he tried to push open the chaos. However, a shocking scene appeared. In the chaotic world, the demonic flames that were wildly spreading were swallowed up without causing any wave. The powerful space-time barrier was so powerful that even the chaotic demonic chi couldn't shake it at all. After a long time, Ning Chen stopped and frowned. "Can't you open it?" Behind him, a man walked forward and asked softly. "It's a little troublesome." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The space-time barrier here is much stronger than other places. Is there a way?" A man asked softly. "Yes." Ning Chen reached out and pulled the girl beside him. He took a few steps back and said softly, "Ah man, step back a little more." "Okay." Ah man heard this and nodded gently. She turned and walked back. In front of the army of 3,000, Ning Chen let out a deep roar. Sword intent rose around him, and an extremely terrifying sword pressure swept out, shaking heaven and earth. In the next moment, 3 immortal swords appeared in the void at the same time. After Ning Chen stepped into the heaven realm, he could finally control 3 immortal swords at the same time. In an instant, endless ferocious power erupted. The 3 immortal swords kept buzzing, and a murderous aura filled the entire chaotic world. The 3 immortal swords appeared at the same time. The sword intent around Ning Chen became more and more powerful. The sword light lingered, dazzling and dazzling. The shocking sword and endless sword pressure swept out crazily, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Behind him, the 100 great sinners and 3,000 strongest kings felt the shocking pressure in front of them and were shocked. What a powerful sword pressure! Was this the true strength of the immortal world's #1 sword? Everyone's attention was fixed on Ning Chen, who was in front of them, wielding 3 celestial swords at the same time. A supreme sword might swept out, transforming into an earth-shattering sword light that slashed down from the sky. The entire primal chaos world began to tremble as the sword light slashed out. The primal chaos world began to tremble as the primal chaos airflow trembled violently and spread out in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a bright light appeared amidst the chaotic aura. It was as dazzling as the light in the dark night. At the end of the chaos, the grand pure sky appeared. The beautiful world was like an ancient immortal world, attracting everyone's attention. Among the 9 heavens, the grand pure heaven had always been known for being mysterious. It stood aloof from worldly affairs and rarely appeared before the eyes of the world. "Let's go." The supreme pure sky opened, and Ning Chen led the army in without stopping for even a moment. War chariots rumbled as 3,000 God Realm soldiers drove into grand pure sky. Their powerful auras covered the sky and immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Within the 10 forbidden grounds of the grand pure sky, many old monsters who had lived for countless years were awakened from their slumber. They looked at the sky as a cold light flashed in their eyes. "Reincarnation Patriarch is in your territory. I'll leave him to you." The ancient voice echoed in the 10 forbidden grounds. "Sure." In the forbidden land of Samsara, Reincarnation Patriarch responded. Without further ado, he struck out with his palm and his divine might shook the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying palm energy shot up into the sky, piercing through the void and reaching the horizon. In the void, in front of the 3,000 God Realm soldiers, Ning Chen frowned slightly as he felt it. He waved his hand and summoned the God-slaying sword. With a slash, he blocked the palm energy of the Reincarnation Patriarch. With a loud bang, the sword radiance cut through the palm energy of the forbidden land of Samsara. The sword radiance did not slow down and continued to plunge downward. In the forbidden land of Samsara, Reincarnation Patriarch was surprised. He struck out with his palm again and blocked the sword radiance. "Not bad," Reincarnation Patriarch said faintly after the exchange of blows. "Isn't this hospitality a little too much?" In the void, Ning Chen said coldly as sword will surged around him. "Your flame of life is so strong that it really makes me want to go." In the forbidden land of Samsara, Reincarnation Patriarch said indifferently. You better not take what doesn't belong to you, Ning Chen warned. What if I insist on taking it? Reincarnation Patriarch sneered. Then I will accompany you to the end. Ning Chen's face turned cold and he did not back down. Very well. In the forbidden land of Samsara, Reincarnation Patriarch responded. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura rose rapidly. It was strong and ancient as if it came from the ancient times. It was so heavy that it made people's hearts palpitate. The Patriarch of the forbidden land of Samsara was about to strike. In the other 9 forbidden lands, the lords of the forbidden lands looked over to watch the battle. Ning Chen also felt the powerful aura of the 9 lords of the forbidden lands and his face turned solemn. Grand Pure Sky was strange. Other than the 10 Heavenly Realm experts, he could not feel the aura of any other top expert. Moreover, the aura of the 10 Heavenly Realm experts was too ancient. It was so ancient that it should not exist in this world. All the martial artists in Grand Pure Sky looked at the horizon, but their eyes were numb. Immortal, please help us kill these man-eating monsters. Suddenly, a shrill and hysterical woman's voice rang out and spread throughout the forbidden land of Samsara. The woman was only 100 miles away from the forbidden land of Samsara. She held a sharp blade in her hand and looked at the horizon, making her final struggle. However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, her body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. The woman died. Her vitality was devoured by the forbidden land and gathered in Reincarnation Patriarch's body. In the sky, Ning Chen felt the tragedy below, but he could not stop it in time. Cannibalism. The scene of living people eating people appeared again. Unlike the Buddhas in the Western world of Buddhism who relied on faith to eat people, the cannibalism in Grand Pure Sky was so blatant that it was shocking. Ning Chen immediately understood why there were no other Heavenly Realm experts in Grand Pure Sky other than these 10 people. Even the number of Imperial Path experts could be counted on one hand. It turned out that the source of everything was these 10 man-eating old monsters. Immortality would indeed turn people into monsters. Ning Chen looked down with his empty eyes, and his expression turned colder. In the forbidden land of Samsara, the sky and earth rumbled. An old man in ancient clothes stepped out. His powerful cultivation spread out, causing the surrounding void to distort. How many years has it been? Finally, such a desirable food has appeared. Reincarnation Patriarch looked at the white-haired young man in the sky. He did not hide the greed in his eyes. Then you have to have the ability to swallow it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen took a step forward. His body fell like lightning, and he appeared in front of Reincarnation Patriarch in an instant. With a boom, Ning Chen threw a punch at Reincarnation Patriarch's chest. An extremely powerful force exploded and blasted Reincarnation Patriarch 100 miles away. Reincarnation Patriarch's body crashed into a mountain. The mountain collapsed and debris flew everywhere. Below, Ning Chen's divine consciousness scanned a stone tablet not far away. He said coldly, "A coward dares to create a forbidden land. Who gave you the courage to do so?" 100 miles away, in the mountain, Reincarnation Patriarch shook off the boulders around him. He looked at the white-haired man in front of him with a grave expression. "Reincarnation Mirror," Reincarnation Patriarch said. He raised his right hand and summoned the Reincarnation Mirror, one of the 10 divine artifacts of Grand Pure Sky. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with dazzling lights. Ning Chen frowned. He felt that the space around him had become heavier. He stabbed the immortal slaying sword into the ground. Boom! The immortal slaying sword pierced the ground. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the forbidden land of reincarnation. Below the ground, an ancient green mirror rose slowly. The terrifying pressure was terrifying. As soon as the reincarnation mirror appeared, Reincarnation Patriarch immediately dashed out. The immortal mirror appeared above his head and his aura increased. With a boom, Reincarnation Patriarch dashed in front of Knowing Destiny and launched a powerful counterattack. Ning Chen's face turned cold. He did not dodge but raised his hand to block Reincarnation Patriarch's attack. When the two forces collided, Ning Chen's body was as still as a mountain. His strength was comparable to that of an ancient divine demon. He blocked Reincarnation Patriarch's attack. A person like you is not worthy of my sword. Ning Chen put away the immortal-slaying sword. He stepped forward and punched out again. His strongest force hit Reincarnation Patriarch's chest. Crack, crack. The piercing sound of bones cracking was heard. Reincarnation Patriarch's sternum was shattered. The aftershock of the attack made the corner of his mouth turn red. Reincarnation Patriarch was shocked. Before he could fly out, Ning Chen grabbed him again and kicked him 100 miles away. With a loud rumble, another peak collapsed. Ning Chen dashed into the falling stones and grabbed Patriarch Samsara and flung him down. Boom! The Samsara Patriarch's body crashed down and the ground within 100 miles collapsed. Ning Chen fell from the sky and stepped on the Samsara Patriarch. Ah! Reincarnation Patriarch screamed. He did not have the strength to fight back. The bones in his right arm were shattered. Hearing Reincarnation Patriarch's screams, Ning Chen showed no mercy. He stepped on Reincarnation Patriarch's other arm again. Crack, crack. The piercing sound of bones cracking was terrifying. Reincarnation Patriarch's body trembled. He tried to escape but found that he could not control his body. Crack! Another kick broke the bones in Reincarnation Patriarch's left leg, followed by his right leg. His screams were heard all over the 10 Forbidden Lands. In the Forbidden Lands, the lords of the Forbidden Lands looked gloomy. No one had expected this foreign holy master to be so powerful. In the Forbidden Land of Samsara, Reincarnation Patriarch was dying. Suddenly, the Reincarnation Mirror flew to him to protect him. Ning Chen sensed it and snorted. He swung his sword and slashed at the Reincarnation Mirror. An ear-piercing crack resounded as the Mirror of Rebirth cracked apart inch by inch before shattering with a bang. The Reincarnation Patriarch was hit by the Reincarnation Mirror. He groaned and was severely injured. It's too easy for you to die like this. I really want to crush your bones bit by bit. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry, Ning Chen said and punched a hole in Reincarnation Patriarch's chest. Blood gushed out and dyed the Forbidden Land of Samsara red. In the Forbidden Land of Samsara of Grand Pure Sky, Ning Chen killed Reincarnation Patriarch. Reincarnation Patriarch died in the battle and did not have much power to fight back. He was completely suppressed by the Knowing Destiny State expert. In the Forbidden Land of Samsara, Ning Chen was surrounded by demonic qi and devoured Reincarnation Patriarch's body. In the void, the 3,000 soldiers of the realm of the gods witnessed the battle and were shocked by the strength of their commander. Below, Ning Chen looked at the Forbidden Land of Samsara in front of him with his empty eyes. He slowly rose into the sky and slammed his palm down. The shocking palm caused the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. The Forbidden Land of Samsara below collapsed and was slammed into the ground by Ning Chen. In the Grand Pure Sky, countless experts were shocked by the scene. The Forbidden Land of Samsara was flattened. This foreign holy master was so powerful. Immortal, please help us kill these man-eating monsters. Someone reacted first and knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of cultivators and commoners knelt down, kowtowing and begging. In the void, Ning Chen frowned when he felt the powerful telekinesis from the entire Grand Pure Sky. Billions of creatures kowtowed and endless telekinesis flew to the sky. It almost turned into substance and bound the body of the Knowing Destiny State expert. With the telekinesis of billions of creatures, Ning Chen felt like he was being suppressed by 1,000 pounds. It was as if he was bound to this world and could not leave. Ning Chen frowned again and looked at the billions of creatures below with his empty eyes. After a long time, he sighed and nodded. I promise you, His calm voice spread throughout the grand pure sky. Billions of creatures in the grand pure sky heard it and kowtowed excitedly. In the next moment, the telekinesis around Ning Chen dissipated and his movements were no longer restricted. Master! Behind him, a great sinner came forward and asked, Master, are you really going to take the risk and fight those holy masters? Ning Chen nodded and said, I can't break my promise. Wait here. I'll be back soon. After that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed to the next Forbidden Land. Ning Chen arrived at the Forbidden Land of the Abyss. Suddenly, an unusually cold aura erupted from the depths of the earth, making one's hair stand on end. In the face of a great enemy, the Lord of the Abyss was fully awakened. His cold aura surged as he walked out of the coffin in the abyss. The Lord of the Forbidden Land, who should have passed away in ancient times, lived to this day by eating humans. He was extremely powerful and had reached the path of heaven's path, the path of heaven's path. The path of heaven's three realms were the path of hearing, path of reasoning, and path of destruction. The path of destruction did not exist for long, so those in the path of reasoning were almost the masters of the world. In the grand pure sky, the 10 lords of the Forbidden Land were all old monsters in the path of reasoning. The most powerful one was even infinitely close to the legendary path of destruction. In order to fulfill his promise, Ning Chen killed his way into the Forbidden Land of the Abyss alone and challenged the Lord of the Abyss. I'll gladly accept the great medicine delivered to me personally. The Lord of the Abyss walked out from the Forbidden Land of the Abyss. His ancient clothes did not belong to this era. Ning Chen's expression did not change at all when he challenged the Lord of the Forbidden Land again. He clenched his right hand and demonic essence surged out. Without saying a word, the two path of heaven powerhouses clashed again. In an instant, the two figures flashed past and collided with a loud bang. The Lord of the Abyss displayed amazing ability in the fight between the powerhouses. His every move was filled with oppressive yin qi. On the other hand, Ning Chen did not have a sword in his hand, but he fought the Lord of the Abyss with his incomparably strong physical body. Fist shadows flew as he faced the old monster in the path of reasoning head-on. Boom! The two's fists collided. The air around them surged, and the battle was instantly decided. Compared to the previous reincarnation patriarch, the Lord of the Abyss was obviously stronger. His cold yin qi was maddening. 10 steps away, Ning Chen's expression was slightly cold. Wind and snow swept around him, freezing the world. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-propping waterfall. Ning Chen raised his hand. Within 100 miles, raging waves swept out, and the snow waves rushed straight to the 9 heavens. Dark abyss. The Lord of the Abyss's expression also turned serious. He activated his extreme power, and 100 miles around him turned into a dark abyss. The two extremes collided, and an earth-shattering tremor resounded through the world. The two forces collided, and the entire Forbidden Land of the Abyss began to shake. The dark abyss was bottomless. It kept swallowing the raging waves between heaven and earth. Ning Chen's extreme move, void. Huh! In the Forbidden Land of the Abyss, Ning Chen felt the dark aura around him and frowned. A divine artifact? In the shaking Forbidden Land of the Abyss, the dark air kept surging. A huge black cauldron appeared, floating above the Lord of the Abyss. Ning Chen raised his head. His empty eyes looked at the black cauldron in the sky. He gathered qi in his right palm and slammed it. With a boom, the raging waves rose again and slammed on the black cauldron. The black cauldron burst out with shocking power, swallowing the power of the raging waves. A peerless divine artifact, like an abyss, swallowed any external force. Even someone as strong as Ning Chen couldn't break the defense of the black cauldron. You can't measure the power of the abyss. The Lord of the Abyss looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said coldly, "Is that so?" Ning Chen snorted. He stomped his feet and rushed out like lightning. He arrived in front of the Lord of the Abyss in an instant. Demonic qi surged. This time, it didn't burst out, but strengthened the power of his body. Boom! At such a close distance, he punched out. The incomparably powerful force was even stronger than that of any divine weapon. The Lord of the Abyss looked serious. Black air surged around him, and he used the power of the divine artifact to block the attack. But there was an earth-shattering sound. Ning Chen's punch broke the defense of the Abyss, and his divine power fell on the Lord of the Abyss. Ugh! The Lord of the Abyss grunted and took a few steps back. In front of him, Ning Chen's figure continued to flash. He threw out another punch, abandoning his cultivation and relying only on his physical strength to win. The Lord of the Abyss' expression changed slightly. He activated the divine artifact to block the demonic power again. Boom! There was a violent impact. The divine artifact blocked the attack, but it couldn't stop the aftershock. The Lord of the Abyss stepped back again, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "You've lost." As soon as he said that, Ning Chen stomped his feet and rushed to the Lord of the Abyss again. He gathered all his energy and strengthened the power of his body. Boom! Again and again, the divine artifact blocked the demonic power. A crack appeared on the black cauldron. It couldn't withstand the shocking power and had reached its limit. Spiritual 12 styles, 8 Void Dragon Renegade. Feeling that the black cauldron was about to be broken, Ning Chen raised his peerless foundation again. 8 Void Dragon Renegade rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 dragons roared and crashed into the black cauldron. Boom. Finally, the black cauldron, which had taken too many hits, couldn't resist the shocking power anymore and collapsed. Ugh! The Lord of the Abyss suffered the backlash when the divine artifact he cultivated with his life collapsed. He grunted again and was seriously injured. Ning Chen went up and grabbed the Lord of the Abyss's throat. He said indifferently, "The medicine you want is here. Unfortunately, you've lost." As soon as he said that, Ning Chen used his right hand and broke the Lord of the Abyss's throat. The Lord of the Abyss's soul tried to escape, but it was directly swallowed by the demonic essence. The Lord of the Abyss died in battle. In the grand pure sky, the lords of the other 8 forbidden lands were shocked. They didn't expect the Lord of the Abyss to be defeated. The Lord of the Abyss was different from the reincarnation patriarch. The Lord of the Abyss's strength was among the top 5 even in the entire grand pure sky. They didn't expect him to lose so miserably. In that case, did that young man have the strength of the peak Tao reasoning state? In front of the forbidden land of the Abyss, Ning Chen directly slapped the forbidden land of the Abyss into the ground and destroyed the second forbidden land. After doing that, Ning Chen turned around and scanned the other 8 forbidden lands of the grand pure sky with his divine consciousness. He said calmly, "Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Young man, don't be too arrogant." In the other 8 forbidden lands, the lords of the forbidden lands came back to their senses from the shock and warned, "You're alone. Do you really think you can destroy all the forbidden lands?" "Why not?" Ning Chen said coldly. "Arrogant." The 8 lords of the forbidden lands were furious, but at the same time, they were also a little scared. This young man was too strong. If he really fought with them, none of them could escape unscathed. Ning Chen sneered and didn't say anything more. He flashed past and rushed to the next forbidden land. Half a day later, in the Golden Saint Forbidden Land, in front of the forbidden land closest to the forbidden land of the Abyss, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. Under the powerful demonic pressure, the world shook. The 1497th kill. In the Golden Saint Forbidden Land, the knowing destiny state had arrived. The demonic power shook the world. In the Forbidden Land, the golden light shone brightly. The Golden Saint Great Elder was born. His golden body was dazzling and extremely powerful. The battle was about to break out. Ning Chen still didn't use his sword. He only rushed forward with his physical body. The fierce battle was fought until the sky turned dark. The demonic flames around Ning Chen were like raging waves. The strength of his physical body shocked the world. The Golden Saint Great Elder's strength was not weak. However, facing the first third realm celestial lord of the divine world, who could fight the heaven realm knowing destiny state when he was at the fourth realm, the Golden Saint Great Elder was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the battle. After 10 moves, the Golden Saint Great Elder began to show signs of defeat. The Golden Saint artifact appeared. An unusually powerful golden bell appeared. The bell rang, and the world within 100,000 miles began to shake. However, even with the help of the divine artifacts, the Golden Saint Ancestor could not reverse the inevitable defeat. After 100 moves, the Golden Saint Divine Artifact was destroyed by Ning Chen, and the fragments of the golden bell flew all over the sky, dyeing it red. It was an amazing battle. In the end, the Golden Saint Great Elder died. His blood spilled all over the Golden Saint Forbidden Land. After Ning Chen devoured the Golden Saint Great Elder, he directly flattened the Forbidden Land with one palm and rushed to the next Forbidden Land. After 3 Forbidden Lands were flattened in a row, the lords of the Forbidden Lands in the Grand Pure Sky finally felt Ning Chen's determination. Endless fear grew in their hearts. "Young man, killing 3 lords of the Forbidden Lands is enough. Don't force us to fight you to the death," a lord of a Forbidden Land said. Ning Chen ignored him and continued to rush to the nearest Forbidden Land. Half a day later, a great battle broke out in one of the Forbidden Lands. Not long after, the battle stopped. One of the lords of the Forbidden Lands died, and the Forbidden Land was stained with his blood. The 4th lord of the Forbidden Land died in battle. Nearly half of the 10 Forbidden Lands were flattened. The shocking halberd shocked the entire Grand Pure Sky. In the Grand Pure Sky, billions of creatures were excited. How many years had it been? Could they finally get rid of the days of being captive for food? In front of the ruins of the 4th Forbidden Land, Ning Chen's figure slowly rose and left the Forbidden Land. After a series of battles, wounds appeared on Ning Chen's body. The 4 lords of the Forbidden Lands were not ordinary powerhouses. They had lived from the ancient times until today and kept the common people as food. Although their vitality was not at its peak, their cultivation was extremely frightening. In Ning Chen's body, the 3 types of origin power constantly spread. His 3 bodies were no longer mortal bodies, and the injuries on his body were quickly healed. Not long after, Ning Chen's injuries were healed. His speed increased as he rushed to the 5th Forbidden Land. In the 5th Forbidden Land, undercurrents surged. Ning Chen's figure swept over and stopped in his tracks. In the depths of the Forbidden Land of Flowing Light, an illusory figure was faintly discernible. Its aura was ethereal and difficult to detect. Ning Chen stretched out his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly slammed his palm toward the Forbidden Land in front of him. With a boom, the Forbidden Land of Flowing Light collapsed directly. However, the figure in the depths of the Forbidden Land disappeared into thin air without a trace. Ning Chen frowned. His divine consciousness swept over, but he could no longer sense the aura of the Lord of Flowing Light. After standing there for a long time and confirming that the Lord of Flowing Light had really left, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He turned and left. 5 Forbidden Lands were destroyed. Only half a day later, Ning Chen appeared in front of the 6th Forbidden Land. The Lord of the 6th Forbidden Land was obviously not as strong as the Lord of the Deep Abyss and ancestor Jin Xing. Ning Chen finished off the old monster of the 6th Forbidden Land within 100 moves and then immediately attacked to destroy the Forbidden Land. After destroying 6 Forbidden Lands in a row, even someone as strong as Ning Chen felt a little tired. However, with the promise in front of him, his battle intent did not fade at all. Taiyuan Forbidden Land, in front of the 7th Forbidden Land of Grand Pure Sky. Ning Chen walked over. His divine consciousness swept over the Forbidden Land in front of him, and his expression turned serious. He had finally encountered a tough opponent. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, a man in an ancient robe sat cross-legged. He looked to be in his 20s, and did not look like an old monster who had lived for countless years at all. An ancient sword was placed on the man's knees. The sword pressure was extremely strong and abnormal. Ning Chen frowned slightly. A swordsman? No, this sword pressure was not like a person who attained the Tao through sword. It was more like a cultivator who used swords as a weapon like Mu Qingshui. My name is Taiyuan. Taiyuan Lord stood up and unsheathed the divine sword in his hand. Shocking sword pressure swept out, shaking heaven and earth. The Taiyuan divine sword, one of the top 3 divine weapons of Grand Pure Sky, reappeared in the world today. Knowing destiny, facing a peerless expert in front of him, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. He attacked for the first time. Taiyuan Lord looked at the sword in the former's hand with a smile and said softly, "It is indeed a good sword. Come, let me see what you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, waves rolled out in the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. Taiyuan Lord used the power of mystic water and used the sword as a weapon to attack the enemy. Ning Chen sensed it. His expression turned serious. Wind and snow rolled around him, blocking the mystic water attack. One move to test each other's strength. The 2 figures flashed past, and the battle began. The 2 swords clashed, and a loud sound echoed in the Taiyuan Forbidden Land. In the Forbidden Land, the 2 figures kept clashing, and the battle of swords became white-hot. The battle lasted for half a day. The entire Taiyuan Forbidden Land was flattened by the aftermath of their battle, shocking the world. After Ning Chen achieved the Tao of the sword, his sword cultivation had reached the peak of time. He was invincible in a battle of swords. Nirvana. The final move, Nirvana, destroyed everything in its path. Taiyuan Lord looked at the dazzling sword light in front of him, and a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. Finally it was over. Taiyuan Lord's divine sword fell to the ground. "Thank you for your company all these years," he said softly. The Taiyuan divine sword sensed its master's desire to die. It trembled and wailed. The next moment, thousands of sword streams streaked across the sky and pierced Taiyuan Lord's body, destroying it that should have been buried in time. Ning Chen descended from the sky. His hollow eyes looked at the empty Forbidden Land in front of him, and sighed softly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Ning Chen stepped forward, put away the Taiyuan divine sword, and turned to leave. I can't believe Taiyuan Lord was defeated as well. In the last 3 Forbidden Lands, the lords of the 3 Forbidden Lands grew more and more solemn. Taiyuan Lord was definitely one of the top 3 in Grand Pure Sky, but he'd lost to that young man. Ning Chen strode forward in the sky. Behind him, all 7 Forbidden Lands had been flattened. Even the 3,000 God Realm soldiers who came with knowing destiny couldn't believe their eyes. Their commander wasn't facing ordinary Heavenly Realm experts, but 10 Tao reasoning realm rulers. Such a battle record was truly terrifying. Man stood in the air in front of the 3,000 God Realm soldiers. Her hair danced in the wind, and her beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. She really wanted to fight alongside him, but she was still too weak right now. The change in her state of mind was subtle. Because she cared, she had to fight. The 8th Forbidden Land, Greenhove Forbidden Land, was covered in emerald green. Even the stones were a demonic green. Vines spread out and devoured all life in the surroundings. Half a day later, a figure shrouded in demonic aura charged in. Without any nonsense, a great battle broke out. 2 lords of Forbidden Lands unexpectedly appeared in Greenhove Forbidden Land. Because of Ning Chen's threat, they joined forces for the first time and laid an ambush here. However, Ning Chen's strength still exceeded their expectations. Under the night sky, the battle continued for several hours. Even after Greenhove Forbidden Land was destroyed, the 2 lords still couldn't gain the upper hand. Retreat. Finally, the lords of the Forbidden Lands felt their lives threatened. They abandoned Greenhove Forbidden Land's lord and fled the battlefield, choosing to save their own lives. Greenhove Forbidden Land's lord was caught off guard by his allies' escape. The already disadvantageous situation immediately turned one-sided. In the end, Ning Chen forcefully killed Greenhove Forbidden Land's lord. His blood dyed every corner of Greenhove Forbidden Land. At this point, 8 out of 10 Forbidden Lands were gone. Only 2 were left. Ning Chen left Greenhove Forbidden Land. When he arrived at the next Forbidden Land, it was already empty. After searching for a long time, Ning Chen didn't waste any more time and rushed to the last Forbidden Land. The most powerful Forbidden Land of Grand Pure Sky, Grand Pure Sky. How arrogant was it to be named after the sky. However, the Lord of Grand Pure Sky was worthy of this name. Legend had it that the Lord of Grand Pure Sky had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He had already attained Tao in the ancient times. Living until today, he had almost stepped into the legendary Tao extinguishing realm. However, no one felt pity about whether the legend was true or not because the Lord of Grand Pure Sky hadn't appeared in front of the world for a long time. In front of Grand Pure Sky, knowing destiny, who had destroyed the 9 Forbidden Lands, walked over. His plain clothes were stained with blood. It was abnormally dazzling. The last Forbidden Land was as silent as an abyss. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, a chilling aura rose and fell. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even feel this pressure. The difference in dimensions could no longer be explained by realms. Without a doubt, the Lord of Grand Pure Sky had surpassed all Tao reasoning powerhouses and had peaked into a new realm. Chapter 1467. It was late at night and the earth was silent. Taijing Forbidden Ground, the last of the 10 Forbidden Grounds. The Lord of the Forbidden Ground floated up and down, using the name of heaven to intimidate the world. In front of Taijing Forbidden Ground, a white-haired figure walked over. His powerful aura was no weaker than anyone else's. In the depths of Taijing Forbidden Ground, the Lord of Taijing's aura slowly recovered. Although it was slow, it was so heavy that it was suffocating. Ning Chen held his sword and fairy slaying appeared. Powerful sword pressure filled the air as he slashed at Taijing Forbidden Ground. The sword light broke through the air and the sword will surged. The shocking sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space and swept into the Forbidden Ground. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of the Forbidden Ground and blocked the fairy slaying sword light together. 2 shocking groans sounded. The Lord of Flowing Light and Patriarch Yi Hui's mouths were red. Even though they worked together, they were still severely injured. The unstoppable sword might injured 2 lords in one move. The knowing destiny sword shocked the world. In the depths of Taijing Forbidden Ground, a powerful pressure kept rising. The Lord of Taijing, who had been sleeping for a long time, gradually woke up. The increasingly powerful pressure caused the entire Taijing sky to shake. The absolute ruler of the world was about to awaken. In front of Taijing Forbidden Ground, Ning Chen felt it, and his expression became more serious. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Ning Chen rushed forward with his sword. With lightning speed, Ning Chen's body and sword arrived. The sword light slashed, threatening to kill. The 2 lords of the Forbidden Grounds, Flowing Light and Yi Hui, worked together to block the fairy slaying sword. With a loud boom, the fairy slaying sword forced the 2 back, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Under the unparalleled sword might, the 2 of them were once again heavily injured, worsening their injuries. The Lord of Taijing had not fully awakened yet. The 2 lords of the Forbidden Grounds worked together to buy time for the Lord of Taijing. They knew that in Grand Pure Sky, only the Lord of Grand Pure Sky could possibly suppress this person. In front of Taijing Forbidden Ground, Ning Chen's figure flashed and continued forward. The moment they passed, the sword light broke through the air. The Lord of Flowing Light's figure was destroyed as he avoided the sword light. An instant later, he blocked Ning Chen's path again. On the other side, Patriarch Yi Hui's body turned into a black screen, blocking the Knowing Destiny sword's path. In order to buy time for the Great Pure Master, the 2 lords of the Forbidden Lands once again displayed their divine might. The heavenly Tao law enveloped down with shocking might. In the dark world, Ning Chen's face turned serious. He released his soul consciousness to search for the two masters of the Forbidden Lands. The two lords of the Forbidden Lands, who were known for their movement techniques, used a secret technique to trap the knowing destiny steps, trying their best to buy time for the Lord of Taijing. Ning Chen could feel the increasingly powerful pressure coming from the depths of the Grand Pure Forbidden Grounds. He stabbed the immortal sword in his hand into the ground, and an incomparably surging sword might swept out. Scroll of Earth, Earth Destruction and Mountain Destruction. The heavenly book's martial arts reappeared, and its power was unparalleled. With Ning Chen as the center, the earth crumbled inch by inch and collapsed. At the same time, the dark world began to tremble under the impact of the sword pressure. The darkness was about to be broken. Seeing this, the Lord of Flowing Light rushed forward. He held a short blade in his hand and mercilessly pressed forward. Ning Chen turned his body to the side and avoided the dagger. He raised his hand to grab the Lord of Flowing Light's shoulder and pressed him down. With a loud rumble, the Lord of Flowing Light's body smashed into the ground. Blood sprayed out like rain. Not far away, Patriarch Yi Hui's expression changed slightly as he prepared to escape again. Yi Hui. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from the depths of the Grand Pure Forbidden Grounds. Are you going to betray me? Hearing this, Patriarch Yi Hui's body froze, and he did not dare to move again. In the battle, the Lord of Flowing Light was restrained, and his life was in danger. Ning Chen's immortal sword changed direction and pierced toward the Lord of Flowing Light's chest. Seal of Extreme Night. At this moment, outside the battle, a long spear appeared in Patriarch Yi Hui's hand, and he threw it forward. The second-ranked divine artifact of Grand Pure Sky, the Seal of Extreme Night, appeared again after 10,000 years. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen could feel the shocking sharpness of the long spear. He had to give up on killing the Lord of Flowing Light and use his sword to block the Seal of Extreme Night. Boom! The two divine artifacts clashed, and the sharpness of the immortal slaying sword shook the ancient times. Even when facing the second-ranked divine artifact of Grand Pure Sky, it was not inferior at all. In an instant, the Lord of Flowing Light's figure blurred. When he appeared again, he was already hundreds of feet away. The Lord of the Forbidden Grounds was covered in cold sweat. He was just a moment away from death. In front, Patriarch Yi Hui raised his hand to catch the divine artifact that flew back. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him with a solemn expression. So, you don't only know how to escape. Ning Chen turned around and his empty eyes glanced at Patriarch Yi Hui in front of him. Patriarch Yi Hui's expression darkened. There was no way out, and he could only go forward bravely. In an instant, the Seal of Extreme Night shone again. Patriarch Yi Hui's figure flashed past, and he used all his killing moves. Boom! The divine artifacts clashed, and the aftermath shook. Ning Chen waved his sword to block the divine artifact's sharpness. He raised his hand to grab the Lord of the Forbidden Grounds in front of him. Patriarch Yi Hui took a step back, and he avoided the former's hand. In close combat, every inch was dangerous. Patriarch Yi Hui knew that the opponent was strong, and he immediately pulled back half a step. He wanted to use the advantage of the divine artifact to suppress the opponent in front of him. Ning Chen's expression was cold. He stepped forward, and he did not give the former a chance to pull away. He raised his hand to grab the divine artifact and slashed down. It was an unreasonable battle tactic. Ning Chen used his advantage in strength and speed to suppress the opponent. Facing an opponent weaker than him, Ning Chen showed no mercy. He used his biggest advantage, and every move was fatal. After a few exchanges, Patriarch Yi Hui was forced into a difficult situation. His body was covered in blood several times. Lord of Flowing Light, why aren't you helping? The battle was not going well. Patriarch Yi Hui looked at the Lord of Flowing Light outside the battle, and said in a low voice. The Lord of Flowing Light's expression turned serious. His figure flashed past, and after entering the battle, he disappeared. Ning Chen released his divine sense, and he was fully alert. In the next moment, the Lord of Flowing Light's figure appeared. The short blade slashed across, and it went straight for Ning Chen's back. The attack came without warning. Even the divine sense would not be able to detect it. However, the ability of a martial artist was not limited to the divine sense. As the short blade approached, a stone sword that was neither gold nor jade appeared behind Ning Chen. The immortal slaying blade appeared, and it blocked the Lord of Flowing Light's attack. Do you think that the blind spot behind me will be defenseless? In an instant, Ning Chen's figure disappeared, and he appeared in front of the Lord of Flowing Light. He reached out and grabbed the ladder. Demonic chi surged out from his body. Behind him, Patriarch Yi Hui rushed over, wanting to help the Lord of Flowing Light. However, it was all too late. Ning Chen swung his sword and forced Patriarch Yi Hui back. Demonic chi surged out from his body and swallowed the Lord of Flowing Light. Ah! A shrill cry rang out. The Lord of Flowing Light's body quickly dissipated, completely swallowed by the demonic chi. The eighth Lord of the Forbidden Lands died in battle. Ning Chen turned around, and his empty eyes looked at Patriarch Yi Hui in front of him. His figure flashed out, and the demonic chi around him swept past. Patriarch Yi Hui's expression became more and more serious. His divine artifact appeared in the sky and blocked the sword. Boom! Ning Chen's figure flashed and pressed down with his sword, directly knocking half of Patriarch Yi Hui's body into the ground. Arg! There was a muffled groan, and blood spurted out from the corner of Patriarch Yi Hui's mouth. His injuries accumulated, and he gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the Taijing Forbidden Lands, a powerful aura that had never been seen before completely awakened. It was as vast as the ocean, and it made people shudder. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and grabbed Patriarch Yi Hui. With a boom, he crushed his shoulder bone. Ah! A shrill cry rang out again. Blood spurted out from Patriarch Yi Hui's shoulder, and the hand holding the spear hung down powerlessly. Am I still a step too late? Ning Chen murmured softly and waved the celestial slaying sword in his hand. The celestial slaying sword moved, and the sword sealed Patriarch Yi Hui's throat. Patriarch Yi Hui's eyes froze, and the light gradually dimmed. Demonic chi surged out and swept out, swallowing Patriarch Yi Hui's body. Ning Chen stood quietly, and his empty eyes looked forward with a cold expression. There was only one left. It was finally going to end. In the depths of the Taijing Forbidden Lands, a matchless figure walked out, and an incomparably powerful aura swept out, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Lord of Taijing, the true ruler of the 4th level of heaven, had reappeared in the world after countless years. In front of the Taijing Forbidden Lands, Ning Chen clenched his left hand, and the celestial slashing sword appeared. The 2 celestial swords were surrounded by fierce aura, and their power rose rapidly. Chapter 1468. The Lord of Taijing appeared in the Taijing Forbidden Land. He walked out step by step amidst the dazzling light. His aura was as powerful as that of a god. He wasn't any weaker than the 3 rulers of the god world, and his cultivation was even slightly stronger. Ning Chen stood in front of the Forbidden Land. Zhu Xian and Zhu Exian appeared at the same time. The 2 swords showed their ferocious power to deal with the incoming enemy. Young man, I admire your ability to fight your way here. As he spoke, the Lord of Taijing walked out amidst the light. He stood tall and straight with thick black hair. He looked like a god king, shocking everyone. The Lord of Taijing, who had dominated the world for countless years, appeared. Just his aura alone made the entire world shake. I can leave after killing you. Let's end this quickly, Ning Chen said lightly. He held his sword tightly with both hands, and his sword intent became more and more dazzling. As you wish, the Lord of Taijing replied. He smashed a nearby mountain with a punch. Instantly, a crimson halberd fell from the sky and flew into his hand. Taijing Sky's most powerful divine weapon, the Taijing halberd, appeared. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura spread out, shaking heaven and earth. The two faced each other. Words were useless. The moment they looked at each other, the two figures flew out and the battle began. Boom! The sword and halberd clashed, and the power shook the 9 heavens. The strongest sword and halberd clashed in the light. The rumbling shook the Taijing forbidden land. The two figures clashed. Sword light and halberd light surged, destroying mountains and splitting rock. Their abilities were at the top of the world. One was the Lord of Taijing, and the other was a third realm heavenly venerate. When lightning clashed, the sun and the moon both moved. The two swords fought fiercely. The strongest ruler of Taijing sky was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. He was far more powerful than the lords of other forbidden lands. They couldn't be compared. Wherever the Taijing halberd passed, blood-red flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. It was a peerless divine weapon comparable to the Kunwu godly sword of the god world. It was almost unshakable in Taijing sky. The Lord of Taijing wielded the divine weapon and was invincible. Boom! After 10 moves, cracks appeared on Ning Chen's sword-wielding hands. They were hit by the shockwaves of the battle. Ning Chen was injured, and the phoenix's immortal body immediately recovered. Phoenix fire wrapped around him and healed his injuries. Phoenix fire? The Lord of Taijing looked at the flames burning around the former and narrowed his eyes. No wonder this person was so powerful. He was actually a phoenix. Again. After recovering from his injuries, Ning Chen said calmly. His figure flashed as he slashed down with his sword. This world-shocking sword sliced through space and time. Between the heaven and earth, a streak of sword light tore through the heavens and earth and slashed down. The great pure master held his halberd with both hands. With a shout, he swung his halberd to meet the attack. Rumble! The sword and halberd clashed again, and a terrifying airflow surged. The entire Grand Purity Forbidden Land was struck by the aftershock and quickly collapsed. When they clashed again, the Master of Grand Pure Master took half a step back. This time, he was actually slightly inferior. The Great Pure Master frowned slightly. What terrifying power! With a deep shout, the Lord of Great Purity flipped his palm and pushed back his opponent. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. The 2 swords in his hands crossed, and 2 sword lights shot out. The Great Pure Master waved his halberd to disperse the sword light. He flipped his palm again, and instantly, a dazzling light rushed into the sky. An unparalleled palm swept out. Ning Chen sensed it, and Zhu Xian flew up. He held Zhu Xian with both hands and slashed down with all his strength. The demonic path's divine power could destroy mountains and split rock. The two forces clashed, and the Great Pure Master's palm power was instantly scattered. The aftershock roared, and Ning Chen's figure flashed past. He raised his hand to grab Zhu Xian, who was falling from the sky, and slashed down with his 2 swords. After 3 clashes, the immortal sword and halberd clashed again. The heavens shook violently and blood splattered. Ning Chen and the Great Pure Master's mouths were dyed red. Not bad. The Great Pure Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slammed his palm into the ground. Instantly, the surrounding ground rumbled, and a mountain rose from the ground and kept rising. The mountain rose into the sky. Ning Chen and the Great Pure Master stood at the peak and rose into the sky. Ning Chen frowned and shouted. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and his power suppressed the rising mountain. In an instant, the rising momentum of the 10,000 zhang tall mountain stopped, and it came to a standstill. The Great Pure Master sneered. He stepped forward, and his figure flashed out. The halberd slashed past, and the halberd light broke through the air. Its power was powerful and domineering, terrifying everyone. Behind him, the Great Pure Master rushed forward and slapped again, shaking heaven and earth. 2 consecutive moves, each stronger than the last. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He waved his 2 swords and blocked the attack. Ugh! The sword broke the halberd light, but it couldn't block the palm power that followed. The great Pure Master's palm suppressed the Zhu Xian's edge, and his attack didn't stop. He slammed it into Knowing Destiny's chest. With a boom, Ning Chen's figure flew out hundreds of feet. Just as he was about to fall off the peak, the Zhu Xian sword hummed, and blood-colored threads flew out, binding a huge rock. On the peak, the great Pure Master saw this. He turned his palm and slapped down. Below the peak, Ning Chen stepped on the huge rock and rushed into the sky. He let go of his two swords and used his palm technique. Spiritual Rhino 12 Styles, Sky-Raising Waterfall. The moon worship technique appeared again. The palm technique was unstoppable, and the waves swept up and rushed into the 9 heavens. With a boom, the two palm forces clashed, and the aftershock shook. Ning Chen rushed out, holding his sword with both hands, and slashed down again. The great Pure Master blocked the two swords with his halberd, but he felt a huge force, and the mountain under his feet collapsed. Losing his center of gravity, the great Pure Master fell, and the situation changed. On the peak, Ning Chen focused. He waved his sword, and the sword light rushed down. It was a thrilling battle, and the situation changed rapidly. Under the peak, the sword light pierced through the air and slashed toward the falling Great Pure Master. Fury of the Pure Sky. At this moment, the Great Pure Master appeared on the peak in the wild sandstorm. He slapped out, and the palm force roared. In front, Ning Chen felt it and immediately turned around to block. However, he was too late. The palm force approached him, and Ning Chen blocked with his sword. In a hurry, he didn't have enough strength. With a boom, red blood splattered everywhere. Ning Chen retreated several steps, and his injuries worsened. The Phoenix immortal body and undying demon body awakened at the same time, healing his injuries. Chaotic heaven power. The moment Ning Chen healed, the great Pure Master's figure flashed past, and he slapped out. At this moment of crisis, 8 dragons roared out, and the Qi Huang's secret technique appeared in the world again. The 8 dragons protected their master, and the two extremely powerful forces collided. The 8 dragons collapsed, and the great Pure Master's figure appeared before Knowing Destiny. The palm force was unstoppable, and the moment it landed on Ning Chen's chest, the great Pure Master's body passed through as if he was an illusion. The great Pure Master's expression changed. He turned around and raised his halberd, facing the incoming killing move. Behind him, Ning Chen's figure appeared. After using the Phoenix secret technique to block the killing move, Immortal Slaying turned sharp and counterattacked. Boom! Immortal Slaying slashed down heavily. The great Pure Master blocked with his halberd, and the hand holding the halberd turned red. Ning Chen's figure flashed past like lightning. His two swords were extremely fast, and he suppressed the great Pure Master with all his strength. After miscalculating, all of his moves were suppressed. The great Pure Master retreated several steps, and he was in danger. Sword technique, wind and thunder transformation. With the advantage accumulated, Ning Chen's two swords used the power of wind and thunder. The moment the two swords clashed, a violent power surged out, devouring the opponent in front of him. Thunder swept out and waves roared. Under the pressure of the two laws of heaven and earth, the entire mountain could not withstand the extreme power and immediately collapsed. In the collapsed mountain, the great Pure Master was devoured by the power of wind and thunder, and he disappeared without a trace. In the void, Ning Chen stepped in the air and charged into the wind and thunder, slashing down with his two swords. Crack! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal shattering. In the wind and thunder, a short halberd fell to the ground. The next moment, there was a burst of light in the wind and thunder. There was a muffled groan and blood splattered. A plain-clothed figure flew out and crashed into a mountain in the distance. It was a shocking scene. The halberd was broken, and Knowing Destiny was injured. The wind and thunder covered the truth, and no one could see what had happened. Chapter 1469. In the Grand Purity Forbidden Land, Ning Chen, who had destroyed 9 forbidden lands, fought against the most powerful lord of grand purity. The battle was intense, and his injuries kept accumulating. As the most powerful being in the grand purity sky, the lord of grand purity's cultivation was unfathomable. He had already surpassed the peak of the Tao reasoning realm and was infinitely close to the legendary Tao destruction realm. After 100 moves, just as Ning Chen finally managed to turn the situation around and break the grand purity divine halberd and was about to end the battle, a change occurred. Amidst the wind and lightning, the Lord of grand purity's body shone with divine light. He blocked the attack and punched out, counterattacking forcefully. Ning Chen couldn't block the sudden change in time and was sent flying. 1,000 miles away, a mountain collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and fell like rain. The bones in Ning Chen's chest were all shattered. Phoenix fire wrapped around him and quickly healed his injuries. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix immortal body healed Ning Chen's injuries. In front, the Lord of Grand Purity walked over. His body shone with divine light and was extremely powerful. Primordial God Fiend. Ning Chen finally felt the aura of the Lord of Grand Purity. His expression darkened as he said coldly. This aura was extremely similar to the Lord of the Divine Court. The only difference was that the Lord of the Forbidden Land's aura was stronger. The body of the primordial God Fiend was the strongest physical body in the world. Even the lords of the demon world were inferior. His opponent revealed his true appearance. Ning Chen's expression completely froze. He didn't know much about the primordial godfiends, but without a doubt, every primordial godfiend was extremely powerful. Again, the Lord of Grand Purity said indifferently as he looked at the youth in front of him. Ning Chen broke free from the mountain and waved his hand to put away the sword in his hand. Seeing this, the Lord of Grand Purity's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, the two charged out. They gave up on weapons and only fought with their fists and feet. The pride of knowing destiny never lost to anyone. Even if they fought with their fists, feet, and palms, they weren't afraid. The battle between humans and gods was earth-shattering. Their techniques clashed and their fists, feet, and palms landed on each other. Arg! Red splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. The strongest opponent had activated all the combat power in their bodies. After fighting for a long time, Ning Chen's injuries became more and more serious. Even though the immortal phoenix body and the immortal demon body could heal his wounds, they couldn't dissolve the external forces that were constantly accumulating in his body. On the other hand, the Lord of Grand Pure One wasn't much better off. Since the start of the battle, Ning Chen's physical body, which was comparable to the strongest in history, had several cracks on it. In a battle of strength, Ning Chen had his own pride. He was unwilling to take even half a step back. In the void, the two separated. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Their bodies, which were comparable to metal and stone, were severely injured at this moment. Divine light flowed on their bodies, and their injuries quickly healed. Before the divine light disappeared, the two figures rushed out again. Fists and kicks collided, each move ruthless. The physical bodies of the two were impacted once more, and blood splattered everywhere. The fist force that was as heavy as a mountain brushed past each other. In the distance, mountains were directly smashed into pieces. The terrifying power was shocking. Boom! After countless exchanges, their fists landed on each other's bodies at the same time. Terrifying power exploded, piercing through each other's bodies. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Ning Chen and the Master of Grand Pure One's mouths turned red at the same time. Their hair was disheveled, making them look like demons. Again, the two roared. They charged up again without even recovering from their injuries. Far away in the void, the 100 great sinners and the 3,000 godfiends watched this shocking battle in shock. The Commander-in-Chief's strength was really so tyrannical that it was shocking. In front of the 3,000 godfiends, pain flashed through Man's eyes. He was always like this. In the sky above the grand pure forbidden ground, the battle between the heaven realms became more and more intense. Cracks appeared on the bodies of the two, making them look terrifying. The two, whose hair was dyed red, were like madmen as they threw punch after punch at each other. They didn't even bother to defend. Blood dyed every inch of the forbidden ground. Their battle intent was stimulated to the extreme. The only thought in their minds was to defeat the other. Gradually, light rose up from Ning Chen's body. At a critical moment, he entered the godly realm again. Standing in the godly realm, Ning Chen's speed and offensive power immediately multiplied. The Lord of Grand Pure One couldn't react in time and was punched in the chest, shattering several ribs. Blood spurted from the corner of the Lord of Grand Pure One's mouth as his body rapidly fell. In the void, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and punched the former's chest again. With a loud bang, the Lord of Grand Pure One's body fell to the ground, blood spraying into the sky. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, Ning Chen's arm couldn't bear the enormous force and cracks appeared. However, there was no time to hesitate at this point in the battle. Ning Chen's figure fell from the sky, gathering all his power to give the Lord of Grand Pure One the final blow. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Lord of Great Purity soared into the sky from the ground and punched out, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! In this shocking blow, the bones in Ning Chen's right arm shattered. Blood seeped out and dyed his white robes red. Below, the Lord of Grand Pure One's body fell again and smashed into the ground. In the void, cold sweat kept dripping down Ning Chen's face as his right arm hung down powerlessly. The Phoenix immortal body immediately took effect. Phoenix flames wrapped around his right arm as he tried to heal it. On the ground, the Lord of Grand Pure One crawled up. Suppressing his injuries, he stepped off the ground and charged into the sky. When an opportunity appeared, the Lord of Grand Pure One punched out and counterattacked again. Ning Chen's right arm hadn't recovered yet. He had no choice but to use his left arm to block the attack. Crack! There was an ear-piercing sound of bones cracking. Ning Chen's body flew hundreds of miles away and smashed into a huge mountain. The Lord of Grand Pure One's figure flashed past and charged into the rain of stones, wanting to take the opportunity to finish off his opponent. Azure Dragon Fall! Unexpectedly, the Azure Dragon roared in the rain of stones. Ning Chen's figure flashed past and grabbed the Lord of Grand Pure One's shoulder before falling down rapidly. Boom! There was a shocking collision sound as the two figures smashed into the ground. Mountains collapsed and the ground caved in for thousands of miles, completely collapsing. Below the ground, in a bottomless pit, the two were dyed red. It was difficult to determine the outcome of this tragic battle. The Lord of Grand Pure One lay in the huge pit, his body covered in cracks. He had lived from the ancient era until now. Even with the sacrifice of living beings, it was impossible for him to be completely unaffected by the erosion of time. To the side, Ning Chen also lay there powerlessly. The bones in his right arm were all shattered, and his left arm was severely injured. Clearly, he didn't have much combat strength left. "You're very strong," the Lord of Grand Pure One spoke in a hoarse voice. "You're not weak either," Ning Chen said tiredly. "If it was 200,000 years ago, you wouldn't be my opponent. Unfortunately, I'm old now." The Lord of Grand Pure One looked at the sky and said softly. "Perhaps." Ning Chen snickered coldly. "Give me another 1,000 years, and I'll beat you until you can't even fight back." The Lord of Grand Pure One smiled faintly. "It's a waste of youth if one isn't arrogant. I like your personality. Unfortunately, we won't have the chance to be friends. Is there anything else you can't let go of?" Ning Chen asked calmly. The Lord of Grand Pure One looked at the sky quietly and fell silent. After a long while, he shook his head. "No. My family has left. I have nothing left in this world. Go in peace." Ning Chen struggled to get up. "Thank you." The Lord of Grand Pure One smiled in relief. "It's my honor to meet an opponent like you before I die. You still have a long road ahead of you. I hope you can continue to live." "I will," Ning Chen said calmly. His silhouette rose into the air and flew into the distance. Farewell, grand pure sky. In the deep pit, the Lord of Grand Pure One murmured softly. Instantly, his body started to collapse. His power was exhausted, and he couldn't resist the cleansing of time anymore. The heavenly Tao was heartless. When had it ever let anyone go? In the deep pit, the Lord of Grand Pure One's physical body gradually turned gray. Before long, it completely disappeared. The Lord of Grand Pure One, who had dominated Grand Pure Sky for hundreds of thousands of years, had died in battle. Now, the 10 forbidden lands of Grand Pure Sky were all destroyed. There were no more forbidden lands in the world. Everywhere in Grand Pure Sky, billions of beings felt the terrifying pressure on their bodies disappear. They were overjoyed. Thank you, Immortal! Instantly, billions of beings knelt down on the ground and kowtowed. In the void, an endless amount of telekinesis gathered and flew madly in Ning Chen's direction. Chapter 1470. After a few bloody battles in Grand Pure Sky, Ning Chen had finally conquered all the forbidden lands. The pressure on the billions of beings in Grand Pure Sky had finally disappeared. Below, billions of beings knelt down and thanked him sincerely. In the void, billions of beings gathered their willpower and flew toward knowing destiny. The boundless psyche power was like a vast ocean. Ning Chen could feel it, and his expression froze. With the willpower, Ning Chen's body glowed with divine light. Behind him, divine light appeared and turned into a dazzling divine halo. In the distance, the hundreds of sinners were shocked when they saw this. God. Legend had it that when the real gods in ancient times became gods, they would have such a divine halo behind them. It was the symbol of a true god. In the void, Ning Chen felt the changes around him. In his body, the immortal divine tree's origin was gradually recovering and absorbing the willpower of all beings. On the ground, billions of beings looked at the divine miracle in the sky. They looked even more pious and kept kowtowing. The white-haired god in plain clothes was glowing with divine light. The divine halo behind him was extremely dazzling. In the void, Ning Chen's body that was injured in the battle gradually recovered. After the immortal divine tree's origin was recovered, his body began to transform again. The gains and losses of karma were never determined by one's will. One's efforts would be repaid. Today, Ning Chen helped Grand Pure Sky to conquer 10 forbidden lands, giving all beings a chance to become gods. In his body, the immortal divine tree that had been nourished in the celestial world for countless years was revived. Its origin spread and strengthened his body. The power of the immortal divine tree flowed into knowing destiny's body. The immortal divine tree's origin fed back and released the power of the immortal divine tree that it had devoured for countless years to transform knowing destiny's body. As the power of the immortal divine tree spread, Ning Chen's aura rose again. The auras of the immortal divine tree, Phoenix divine tree, and Demon divine tree merged into one. Divine miracle! Below, billions of beings looked at the scene in the sky and were excited. In the void, golden light appeared in Ning Chen's empty eyes. The moment his body became a god, it gradually stopped because of the flaw in his eyes. He was only one step away from the ultimate sublimation. The divine light around Ning Chen gradually faded, and the divine halo behind him disappeared. The first person who had the hope of becoming a god since ancient times had failed. This was fate, and no one could change it. When the 100 great sinners saw this, their expressions sank. They were only one step away. They were only one step away. Let's go. In the air, Ning Chen's expression did not change much. He spoke indifferently and walked forward. Behind them, the 100 great sinners and the 3,000 great army of the God realm followed behind them and flew out of the grand pure sky. The road ahead was unusually smooth. There were no more obstacles. The knowing destiny state cultivators were half a step away from becoming God. The laws of the grand pure sky could no longer stop them. They left with their army. He had already passed the 4th heavenly layer and was about to reach the 5th heavenly layer, the absolute beginning heavenly layer. However, the absolute beginning heavenly layer was different from the other heavenly layers. The laws of heaven and earth had yet to form, and existed independently. One did not need to pass through the other heavenly layers to enter and exit. Ning Chen led the army away from the absolute beginning heavens and continued towards the next heavens. After traveling for many days, the legendary sixth heaven, desireless heaven, was right in front of them. Ning Chen stopped and waved his hand to summon the Taiyuan divine sword. This sword is for you. The jade-green divine sword was modeled with an ancient intent. It could control the mysterious water and was extremely extraordinary. A man nodded and put away the Taiyuan sword. Also, don't rush. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl beside him with his empty eyes. His expression was gentle. A man was stunned for a moment before she nodded lightly and replied obediently, "All right. Are you ready?" Ning Chen turned back and said calmly, "Once you enter desireless heaven, perhaps everything will change. Many of you may not be able to return to the God realm and be buried in a foreign land. It's not too late to regret now. We swear allegiance to Master." The 100 great sinners showed their stance and bowed respectfully. Behind them, the 3,000 great army of the God realm also half knelt and said in unison, "We swear allegiance to Commander." Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, "Let's go." As soon as he said that, Ning Chen waved his hand and held his sword. The immortal slayer manifested. Sword will surged like a tide. After the battle of the Grand Pure Sky, Ning Chen's strength was obviously stronger than before. His sword moved like the sky collapsing, breaking the space-time barrier in front of desireless heaven. The rumbling shook heaven and earth. In the sky above desireless heaven, a huge crack appeared, shocking everyone. Is there a new ruler? Everywhere in desireless heaven, the celestial venerables felt the powerful aura coming from the sky, and their expressions turned serious. The next moment, in the sky, with Ji Ming leading the 3,000 great army of the God realm entered desireless heaven. Looking down at the vast and boundless land below, they descended from the sky. In desireless heaven, it was all black. Even the land was black. Dark and cold, it made people feel extremely uncomfortable. On a black peak, Ning Chen led the 3,000 great army of the God realm down. He looked around with his divine sense and said, "Let's stay here for the time being." As soon as he said that, Ning Chen raised his hand and slapped down. Suddenly, 9 divine peaks rose from the ground on all sides of the peak, surrounding the black peak in the middle. "Go back and rest." Ning Chen glanced at the 3,000 great army of the God realm in front of him, and said calmly, "Yes." The 100 great sinners and the 3,000 great army of the God realm received the order. Their figures flashed and they returned to their positions. Ning Chen stood silently on the pitch-black peak, and his empty eyes looked towards the boundlessly vast and extremely desolate ground before him. He said, Man, from today onward, we're going to start the expedition once more. Perhaps the enemies this time will be even stronger than before. An existence that even the moon god was not willing to mention, one could imagine how terrifying it was. However, no matter how strong the opponent was, he had to take back Xian Yu's soul. Beside him, a man stepped forward. Her beautiful eyes looked at the dark land in front of her and said softly, "I'll accompany you." Ning Chen smiled and said, "It's good to have you here." Hearing this, a man's smile became even brighter, like a blooming flower. Just as Ning Chen and the 3,000 great army of the God realm entered desireless heaven, several celestial venerables in the surrounding 100,000 miles felt threatened. They had no choice but to put aside their grudges and gather together. On Heaven Reflection Peak, 5 celestial venerables were gathered. With celestial venerable Qing Mu as the leader, they discussed how to deal with the enemy. How could they allow others to sleep beside them? The foreign celestial venerable on Devil Prison Peak was not to be underestimated. They could not be careless. That young man brought an army here. He definitely isn't here to stay in a corner. There will definitely be a battle between us. Celestial Venerable Qing Mu looked at the 4 Celestial Venerables in front of him and said. In the distance, on Devil Prison Peak, Ning Chen stood quietly. Feeling the 5 powerful auras gathering in the distance, the corners of his mouth curled up. Now that everyone was here, it saved him some trouble. "Ah man, let's go say hello." Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said. "Okay." Ah man nodded and replied obediently. A moment later, 2 figures flew out from Devil Prison Peak and rushed towards Heaven Reflection Peak. On Heaven Reflection Peak, the 5 Celestial Venerables felt it and their expressions sank. "They're here. So fast." Not long after, on Devil Prison Peak, Ning Chen and Ah Man's figures flew over. The 5 Celestial Venerables stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. "Everyone, it's the first time we meet. Ji Ming greets you." Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed to the 5 Celestial Venerables in front of him. "What can I do for you?" Celestial Venerable Qing Mu took a step forward and returned the bow. His expression became even more vigilant as he asked. "I'm just here to greet the owner of this place," Ning Chen said with a smile. There were 5 Celestial Venerables in just a radius of 100,000 miles. This desireless heaven was truly filled with experts. Celestial Venerable Qing Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he became even more vigilant in his heart. The oppressive feeling that the young man in front of him gave off was too strong. It was even more terrifying than those Tao reasoning realm powerhouses. In the void, Ning Chen raised his hand. In an instant, a violent gust of wind blew. An abnormally powerful pressure descended from the sky, sealing off the 5's path of retreat. With Celestial Venerable Qing Mu in the lead, the 5 Celestial Venerables' expressions changed. Just as they were about to resist, they immediately felt their bodies sink and found it difficult to move. The mountain-like pressure continued to increase. The 5 Celestial Venerables felt as if 1,000 caddies were pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to move an inch. "Sir, what exactly do you want to do?" Celestial Venerable Qing Mu's expression was contorted as he said with a head full of cold sweat. "It's very simple. Submit or die." Ning Chen said indifferently, "As long as you are willing to submit and help me conquer this world, in the future, I will definitely return a complete great world to you." When the 5 Celestial Venerables heard this, their expressions shook. This person actually wanted to dominate desireless heaven. Crack! On Amaterasu Peak, the seemingly substantial pressure continued to increase. The mountain could not withstand this astonishing divine power and began to collapse. On the 5 Celestial Venerables, their skin cracked and blood oozed out. Their physical bodies also could not withstand this terrifying divine power. In the void, Ning Chen did not hesitate at all. If the 5 in front of him did not submit, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. He had long heard of the cruelty of desireless heaven. Here, there was no mercy to speak of. Survival of the fittest and the strong were king. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the divine power became more and more astonishing. Amaterasu Peak finally could not withstand this terrifying pressure and collapsed. Not willing? What a pity! Ning Chen sighed softly. His right hand clenched, and the immortal slaying blade appeared. Without hesitation, Ning Chen waved the immortal sword in his hand and sliced their throats. In front of the 5, sword light streaked past. Before they could react, blood spurted out from their throats like a fountain. Beside Ning Chen, Ah Man's body trembled. Gradually, her body recovered. She knew that in this cruel world, mercy was absolutely not necessary. Ning Chen's sword cut open the ground and waved his hand to send the 5 bodies into the ground, leaving the 5 with their last dignity. Rather die than submit, worthy of respect. But he did not need it. The mountain rumbled and continued to collapse, completely covering the bodies of the 5. "Ah man, let's go back." Ning Chen took the hand of the girl beside him, shook it firmly, and then turned to leave. A man nodded and obediently left with him. Around Devil Prison Peak, on the 9 peaks, the 100 great sinners and the 3,000 great army of the god realm looked at the scene in the distance. The battle intent in their eyes could not be concealed. There was no doubt about the strength of the Commander-in-Chief. If they wanted to keep up with the Commander-in-Chief's footsteps, they must become stronger. On Devil Prison Peak, Ning Chen walked back. Feeling the battle intent of the 3,000 strongest kings on each peak, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon."